Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku witnessed the end of all worlds movie Ma X Saint Seiya. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. The Great Library. A lot of people were disappearing in the world. Nobody knew what was happening. The heroes blamed their villains. The villains blamed the heroes. The anti-heroes blamed the fake heroes. But before it all started, as if it were a joke, the world stopped. Many people were frozen, not even conscious. The heroes tried to use their quirks, so did the villains, but it didn't work. Their quirks didn't work, coming to a conclusion. Everyone, what the hell is going on? Without anyone noticing, all those who were conscious and not frozen began to turn to dust. Nizu, oh damn. Almight, AFO son of A. He would say, fading away. AFO, damn one for A, he would say, turning into dust. Gran Torino, Tashinori. I hope Ike wasn't you, the old man would say, annoyed. Everyone faded away as if the mad titan Thanos had made a snap. Japan and the world became a world where silence reigned. Space, time, people, plants, rivers, animals, rain, everything stopped. Those who disappeared simply woke up in a white place, completely white, and wanted to jump into a fight as the smartest idea, blaming each other for everything and all the evils that had happened. All might, all for one. He would say, throwing himself, forgetting that he was in his skinny form. All for one. So that's the real you, All Might. Stain, you're lying. The real All Might isn't a skinny guy. AFO. How could I not lie if it was me who caused that state, the surgeries, the fact that you have to reduce your time to be a hero? Both without a quirk would begin to exchange blows evenly, to the surprise of many. After 5 minutes both would fall to the ground panting, and All Might, to the surprise of top heroes, and the hero killer Stain, would spit blood. Endeavor, All Might, what is that? All Might, after my fight with him, my stomach and many organs had to be removed. David, Toshi, he would say worriedly. All Might, don't worry Dave, it's something I knew would happen sooner or later. Sir, seeing this, I think we need a successor to guide us, I would say seriously, although I had a UA student prepared for it. Aizawa, hey, he would say with his caterpillar mode activated, there's a door there, he would point in one direction. Nizu, I think the most logical thing would be to go through that door. Shigaraki, I won't listen to a rat. Spinner, I won't go with false heroes. Stain, I'd rather go there than stay in the middle of nowhere. Melissa, I thought the white space that symbolizes nothing would be symbolic. Ibra, where we will go, I don't think it is a design of the Lord. Bakugo, where the hell are we going? Mitsuki, behave, brat, he would say, giving her a sniff. Dabi, we can't use our quirks. Toga, there may be blood. Uraraka, I'm scared but we have to go. Tensei, Tenya, don't separate yourself too much. Ida, yes, he would say, moving his arms like a robot. The group, although some reluctantly or with bipolarity, like Twice, who surprisingly was being the comic relief of a horrible situation, causing laughter among future aspiring heroes. As they finished passing through the door, a great light illuminated the room, blinding everyone for a few moments, but when it vanished, a large room full of books, a large library filled with an immeasurable amount of books, was before their eyes. Melissa, it's a library, she would say, surprised. Nizu, yes, but how much knowledge is stored here and who does it belong to? Before anyone could say anything, everyone was walking around the room in amazement as they read, especially the heroes, where a section was about powers. They thought they were quirks, so out of curiosity they approached, and when they opened a book and read aloud what it said, they were in shock. Endeavor, what? One of the most expressive ones would say, how come quirks are the weakest powers that exist? He would say in disbelief. AFO was the same, his gift was unmatched, well, saving one for all, but he believed that it was a small miscalculation. Sir Naomesa, since you're here, tell me if I'm lying. Naomesa, you didn't do it. He would say nervously, it was a substantial truth that would bring down the bubble of the perfect, superhuman society they had. Twice. Look at the door closing, he would say, funny to change to his other personality. Run, the door is closing. They all ran like a mother when it rains and she has to gather clothes from the clothesline. But it was in vain. The door closed with them inside the great library. Before they even said anything, a bunch of metal humanoids came out of small doors while having snacks and drinks. Little man, the appetizers are ready, he would say, serving some canapes to the adults. Mandalay Iti, Permission I would say to take one. Midnight Shino don't eat it. Mandalay, what? They're delicious. Kota, wow these sweets are delicious. Eri ETS. Chisaki, Eri stay away from that kid. Eri yes. Little man, I'm afraid that can happen, sir. The rules of this room state that adults will have their seats away from the children. Nizu, excuse me, sommelier, I'd like to know who you are since it sounds a bit. Mirko, he looks like a goblin I would say without hesitation. Little man, leprechauns are small, green, Irish, and I feel so offended. I'd say I'd burn a whole tray of carrots in front of the bunny. Nizu, oh I see you're British. Little man, that's right, my name is Cogman and miss. Leave my colleagues he would say being polite. May, but I want to know how they work she would say with a pout, and stop trying to take apart a Cogman. Melissa, but she admits it's a good invention. Almight, Mr. Cogman, can you tell us where we are? Cogman, I'm afraid not, since we're already late he would say looking at a clock if you would be so kind as to accompany me. We have a look around to do. AFO glance? What do you mean? Cogman, I'm programmed not to give away much information. If you want it you'll have to follow me. With no other option, the guests would follow Cogman, while other Cogmans served them snacks and drinks to make their arrival more pleasant. Cogman, welcome, this is the room you should see he would say opening a double door. Upon entering the newly opened room, everyone was speechless. They were astonished to see a large room filled with chairs, several bathrooms, a children's playroom, some rest areas, and a small patio for smokers. But that wasn't the least of it. The surprise came from a large book sitting in the center of everything, as if waiting to be read. Nizu, so that's what we're here for, he would say, surprised and smiling to see what they would do. AFO, read a book? Katsuki, but what's so interesting about reading a bucking book? All Might, but what are we going to do with the civilians? Cogman, your world is fine, you're just stranded in time and space. Nothing will change even if you return. Endeavor, and what will we do? He would say, very annoyed. Stain, what do you think? We'll read it, he would say, as if it weren't the most obvious thing they were going to do. Hawks, but what will this book be about? Spinner, I'd like to know that. Nizu, what are you saying, Mr. Cogman? Cogman, my teacher likes to say that life's important decisions often come down to a single moment, he would say with his British accent and his eloquence of words. Sir, I think we have no choice. Kirishima, what do you think it's about? Shinzo, I don't know. Mineta, will there be girls? Tsuyu, perverted Karo, she would say, licking him. All Might, but who will read and how such a big book? Mount Lady, I don't have the quirk to do it. Cogman, the book is programmed as if it were a movie, so no one should read anything. Shoto, I understand, he would say, eating soba, under the gaze of his mother. Rei, I wish I could hug you, Shoto, I would think sadly. The bicolor, seeing that sadness, did nothing but react despite Dabi wanting to stop him because, despite everything, Shoto is the only one who knows about him and did not want to see him hurt again. Rei, Shoto? Shoto, I'm fine, Mom, he would say, standing next to her, just don't be sad. Rei, yes, she would say, relaxing and feeling her heart beat 1,000 times with joy. Endeavor was about to activate and separate his weapon when a golden glow appeared and the first image of the book came to light. The feeling of power was not long in coming. On one side, a sinister being filled everyone's bodies with terror, including AFO's, who was kneeling in fear. Shigaraki-sensei, whose pressure is this? AFO, I don't know. Ibara, is that the demon? She would say, praying non-stop. After that, came the feeling of power, but unlike the previous one, it emanated a great warmth and peace, making them feel good, being protected, even the villains. All Might, this power, I would say, surprised. Hawks, reflects great warmth. Lady Nagant, but who does it belong to? Cogman, yes, before we start, I'd like to say that during this reaction there will be no food, drinks, or entertainment until the end of each chapter, thank you very much. After those words, several moans from the most immature ones appeared, since they had no other options. For Nizu, David's shield, and sir, there was something behind it. Whoever brought them was powerful enough to hide behind their backs. But why? Perhaps it was some god or titan. Their logic didn't fit into that rational mindset, but could it be? Would they believe it if it showed itself? Whatever it was, they should put those thoughts aside and pay attention to what was coming. Something told them it wouldn't be very nice to say. Chapter 1. The beginning. Clarification before starting. I want to inform you that from time to time or every so many caps, I will make compilations about certain knights, their techniques, personality, power, and of course, their achievements. It is for those who react in the room and those readers who do not know anything about the Knights of the Lost Canvas, since they are more familiar with the original line, not counting Omega, and are with the manga with Next Dimension, Episode G, etc. I also clarify that Dabi will not be so irrational, given that he knows what Endeavor is like, and how it would have been with Shoto. Therefore he does not have that irrational hatred towards the bicolor, but towards his father. Without further ado, I leave you with the story. In the book room, everyone was talking. Who the hell did that feeling of fear and the subsequent warmth belong to? They were trying to say who they were. Ibra Shiozaki, the most religious, was saying that it was from God and Satan, although the most skeptical refused to believe in goblins, unicorns and fairy tales, as they called them. AFO, how come I didn't feel scared? Not even with the peace symbols I have felt like that. Almight, not even with you did I feel that fear. Nizu, we must be receptive. Perhaps we are facing something new, potentially dangerous, seen from an objective perspective, given that perhaps one side will be harmed. David, I don't know if there are gods, God or not, or whatever, but the logic doesn't make sense to me anymore. Momo, I feel scared. Tsuyu, no more sniffing, she would say, crying, she was scared. Koda, for his part, acted brave so that Eri wouldn't suffer, while hugging her, while Chisaki watched. But could he blame the boy? Hell, he couldn't. He was beyond terrified, so much so that even some of his death precepts had a zebra stain on his underwear. Shoto, I'm scared mom, he would say, hugging his mother. Rei, me too, she would say, hugging her son. Dabi, well, everything's fine for now, so I shouldn't worry, he thought, looking at that stain. It can't be, I couldn't move, I was scared. He would think seriously, he was really terrified, the sinister presence was too much. That even the aura of light and heat didn't repel it completely, or well, the shock it generated. Before anyone could say anything else, the screen continued playing the music, making everyone tense. Although they were nervous, they decided to watch what it showed them. They hoped it would be something interesting, to say the least. On screen, since the mythological era, every 243 years, the holy war between the god of the underworld, Hades, and the goddess of war and defender of the earth, Athena, has been repeated. Now a new era is about to begin. When evil arises on earth, the Knights of Hope reappear, the Knights of Athena. They wear armor that represents the 88 constellations of the firmament, and maintain peace at the cost of their lives. They say that their fists tear the sky and shake the earth. Off-screen, David, Sir Nizu, Neomesa, was it mythological? Ibera, Hades? Athena? What kind of blasphemy is this? There is only one God, she would say angrily, fearfully, and placing herself in a prayer pose. AFO, every 243 years. Interesting, very interesting. Almight, Holy War. Uraraka, what's going on? Who are those guys in black armor? Kirishima, those guys in golden armor look really manly. Endeavor, so defender of the earth, he would say seriously, although in his mind, interesting. Let's see, goddess, how powerful you are, so I will commit Shoto to have strong grandchildren who fulfill my ambition. Momo, when evil resurfaces, what does it refer to? Stain, Knights of Hope? He would ask interestedly. He wanted to see if they were heroes or those fakes who would test his sword. Hawks, if so, why don't they help with the villains, I would ask seriously. Mirko, if what the bird says is true. Ryukyu, I don't know, this doesn't give me a good feeling. David, his fists split the sky. Nizu, and they shake the earth. Melissa, armor representing the 88 constellations. Bakugo, they sure are weaklings, I would say, in form, or well, how he is. Monoma, we'll surely beat them easily, he would say arrogantly. No one paid attention to them. They were more than willing to understand those words, although many had nothing that brought them relief in their minds. Shigaraki, Sensei beats them, I would say, like a rabid dog. On screen, First Land, Paris, France, 18th century. Through the corridors of a mansion, a battle was taking place. One was wearing golden armor while the other was wearing black armor, similar to the sapuri of Hades' army. Golden armored man, Master Crest, you are wrong. Sacrificing so many innocent people for Garnet is something your old self would not have done. Crest, I've changed, Dijal, my disciple. Too many lives are lost in wars. This is a small price to pay to avoid that. In every era, sacrifices have to be made to achieve peace. So in any case, it's best to limit the number of deaths. Off-screen, David First Earth? He would say surprised that means, that the multiverse theory is real. The scientists and intelligent beings were more than amazed by this revelation. Spiner, Sapuri, so that's what the armor of Hades' army is called. Almight Master? So it's a fight between master and disciple, he would say surprised. Aizawa, sacrificed innocence? He would ask with a frown. Nizu, I'm afraid that if we look at it from logic and objectivity, they are true words, cruel, but true. Momo, but sacrificing innocence. Uraraka, that's wrong. Mina, I don't like it, I would say like a child. Stain, they think a lot with fantasies of what comic book heroes are like. If they are going to be heroes, I would say very seriously, since I saw potential, rare in other types. But that childish mind would not take them far, they must mature. Life is cruel, not a field of roses and beautiful flowers with butterflies where everyone walks hand in hand. Zero, but, Almight, the hero killer is right. It's a bit sad, but it's true. Look at AFO's case and mine. A fight between us is too devastating. Without heroes to support me in getting civilians out of the place, I'll be too wrapped up in the fight that until it's too late, I wouldn't realize the consequences. Endeavor, it's true. Mirko, we didn't choose the dance hall, we just danced. AFO, added to the fact that I'm not going to fight in an open field, it would be too good of me. Neomesa, luckily those words, as this guy Crest says them, are too true, there's no point in denying it. The future hero aspirants had their heads down, their ideal, their interest in being heroes, everything, was nothing more than a fantasy, even the heroes themselves told them so. It was not something beautiful and finished before a big and beautiful rainbow. On screen, Dijal, still, Crest, are you still hesitating to fight me? Then let's see what you think about this. He would say to show a frozen girl. Dijal, Miss Seraphina, Crest, you're an idiot who can't keep calm. So take this, I'd say seriously. Diamond Dust Ray. The ice attack created by Crest's Cosmo would hit Dijal, who simply decided to receive it without receiving any effect. Crest, could it be possible? He whispered in surprise he was able to elevate his cosmos like that. Dijal, Master, at this moment I am calmer than ever. I have very clear everything you taught me. The theory behind that technique, your words. And along with that you will receive the answer you seek. I will put that into my attack, Aurora's execution. Off-screen, Shoto, surprising. Ray, yes. Natsuo, it's a great battle of Fuyumi, ice users. Nijire, is that their quirk? How do you use it? What is this cosmos they're talking about? Are they good? Tamaki, don't worry. Ninijire, he would say with his personality. Fatum, it's amazing. Such a great power that even Crest himself is surprised. Lady Nagant, that's right. Any teacher would be surprised if his student surpassed him. Tetsu, but why did he call him an idiot for not staying calm? Hawks, it refers to the fact that you can't fight by letting yourself be carried away by your emotions, something that the vast majority, if not all, of heroes do. All Might, we all do it, it's natural for humans. Shigaraki, Sensei no as, I would say annoyed. AFO, no, he would say looking at Shigaraki, I have done it. Pride is a great ally. But if you let yourself be carried away by it, it will be the cause of your defeat. Shoto, Aurora's execution, he would say surprised. Nizu, interesting. David, what is that golden energy that it gave off? He thought out loud. On screen, the battle between both disciple and master would continue. Crest was superior to his previous disciple and successor to the armor he wore in the past. For more than 500 years he wore the armor of Aquarius, fought in 3 holy wars, one against Poseidon himself, in the 13th century, against Ares a century later, and against Hades after the previous one. The fight would be very hard, until Dijal would be trapped in a block of ice, causing Crest to head towards the woman, who spoke to him for having cleared her doubts, if that was the right way, without noticing that Dijal was breaking the ice from the coffin in which he was put. Crest would be surprised and proud, surprised given that the ice coffin is a technique that stops the movement of atoms at absolute zero, and it's impossible for anyone to move. Proud to see his disciple begin to surpass him and show that he hadn't been wrong in choosing him, but he knew that his betrayal would be paid for with his death, so the battle would continue. The battle between master and student continued while the woman maintained her honey tone, causing many people to be convinced that her method is the correct one. And although Crest has doubts in his heart about it, he faced his disciple and successor, where the woman had to intervene, saving Crest from death, commenting on the past, how the victims of war live, how they cope with their pain without anyone accompanying them. Something that the woman did alone for 200 years after finding a gem. And then running into Crest, who since the war against Poseidon in the 13th century holds the Misophtaminos, the state of half-death practiced by the gods, a state that consists of making the heart beat in a year what it beats in a day. But despite everything, thanks to Digel's answers, the woman was able to understand that eternity is a false dream, deciding to leave after releasing the gem, while Digel, wounded and exhausted by the cold emanating from his disciple's Cosmo, simply decided to say goodbye, deciding to die, leaving the future to the people who correspond to his era. Crest, return and live in your rightful era. Thank you, Digel, and sorry, Miss Garnet. Let us stay and die in this ice coffin. Garnet, yes, Crest, and this time it will be forever. Thus both were imprisoned in the ice coffin, ending their lives. Off-screen. Nizu, interesting. David, yes. AFO, Aquarius, so that's your constellation. Melissa, eh? All 500 years? Momo, how did he live so long? Human nature isn't that long-lived. Ibera, he's very long-lived, maybe it's a miracle. Sir, fight in 3 holy wars? He would say, surprised. Nizu, Poseidon, the god and emperor of the seas, he would say with great surprise. Kyulka, who is Ares? Neomesa, he is the god of war. Kendo, but Athena is not the goddess of war. Sir, indeed it is, but in Greek mythology, Athena is the strategic war, so to speak. While Ares represents everything bad about war, violence, brutality, he is much crueler than Athena. Aizawa, if she survived that war, it means Athena won it, he would say in his bored tone. Present Mike, you seem a little unenthusiastic, my friend. Ray, it's a great handling of ice, I would say with surprise like the Todorokis. Almight, it seems that Crest and Digel understood each other, he would say smiling, but I don't think I should kill him. Sir, I think you are too positive. Neomesa, it's true, it is mentioned there that he betrayed the ideals that he transmitted to him, therefore, and seeing the time. David, it's true. Stain, only one death remains, but who? AFO, master or apprentice, who will die? Momo, but my questions are from that time. Back then there were no quirks. How is it possible they do that? Bakugo, how is it that Quirkless make use of such immense powers? Mitsuki, maybe Izuku can learn, I would think because of how close he is to a nephew. Midnight, Misophtaminos, Mount, half-death state. Ibera, practiced by the gods? But what? Nizu, I understand, he would say smiling. Crest received that, and if in 500 years, his heart for each year, beat what it beats in a day. David, Crest lived only 500 days, while the rest lived 500 years. Spiner, you know, I don't understand the pain and suffering he had to betray his principles. AFO, you wouldn't understand it because you didn't live it. The devil knows more because he's old than because he's the devil. That's what an old saying says. You don't have to live long to understand it. Sir, sadly. Mirio, sir? Sir, think about it. Living for 500 years, fighting 3 wars, seeing friends and comrades die in them. The question is, how sane did you remain until you betrayed those ideals? Aizawa, it's a great lesson, he would say, listening to Crest's last words. AFO, live in the time that corresponds to us, he would say thoughtfully. What a stupidity. He would stay alive for longer. He just hopes Shigaraki is ready to be his new body. Mina, how romantic, she would say smiling. Hagakure, both chose to die. Both understood each other's pain. On screen, some time later, the holy war between Athena and Hades had begun. Numerous casualties were occurring since for a long time the knights of Athena were perishing at the hands of the 108 specters of Hades, since they were immortal, until the sacrifice of the golden knight Osmita of Virgo, who in exchange for his life, and using the fruits of the sacred tree of the underworld, the only living being in hell, created the rosary of the 108 beads to seal the souls of the specters. After that battle, other knights died: Aldebaran of Taurus, Menegoldo of Cancer, El Cid of Capricorn, Patriarch Sage, and the latter's successor, Hakurii of Altar, Digel of Aquarius, along with Cardia of Scorpio, in order to place the ship of hope on high with the power of Poseidon. This vessel would allow them to cross and enter the lost canvas, a great painting that, when completed, would end life on Earth and cover it in darkness. After facing obstacles and confronting many powerful specters, they managed to reach the gates guarded by the specter pharaoh of the Sphinx, who, based on his techniques, issued a judgment similar to that of the Egyptian Duat, killing several silver knights, given the ranks of Athena's army. Only Sisyphus of Sagittarius, the knight most loyal to Athena during that war, used his own heart, even with his burned nerves and torn eyes, to function as a shield for his comrades. Off-screen, AFO, so those ghosts of Hades are immortal, he would say, surprised and greedy. Shoji, Asmita of Virgo? Tokoimi, interesting, but wait. Ibera, the fruits of the Nizu, the sacred tree of the underworld? Melissa, how is it possible that in the place where people who die are supposed to end up, there is a living being? Kirishima, dude, I think these guys are really manly. Tetsu, you're right, bro. Both, friend. Seeing what the knights had done, that a ship floated, they were surprised and many smiled since it was true, the ship of hope. Shinzo, the lost canvas. May, what will it be? On screen, the lost canvas is a painting that spans the entire firmament. It was painted by Hades, who intended to destroy humanity by inflicting a true condemnation, the suffering of being condemned to the underworld. After death, the painting is found in the sky, covering the clouds. Each person who is painted is separated from their soul, and therefore dies, but their soul, instead of going to the underworld, goes directly to the painting, becoming part of it. Hades always uses a human vessel to carry out his plans, but his latest vessel managed to reverse the role of puppet to puppeteer, which led to continuing with the plans to give humanity the rest they deserve after suffering in life, seeing death as a salvation, rather than a condemnation. Off-screen, upon hearing the information about the lost canvas, everyone was terrified, but soon a question arose: why would the king of the underworld use a human host? Nizu, it's dangerous and I'm glad they stopped it or tried to do it, but, sir, it's true. The question now is, why would a god use a human body? Supposedly, well, he is a god. AFO, reversing the role is good. Almight, although using that for good is killing people. Endeavor, although think about it, he is somewhat right. If I were to die in the future, I would not want to suffer. I want to rest if I suffer in life. Before anyone could answer, the screen gave the answer. On screen, it has its origin in the Age of Myth, where he faced Athena and her knights. It is not known in which war it was or if it was the first. It is only known that it was the legendary Pegasus, a knight of Athena, a human being, who managed to wound his divine body. This incident caused Hades to become more cautious in the following battles, choosing to hide his body in the deepest place in the underworld, the Elysian Fields or Paradise, and thanks to that, he would send his soul to the human world in each holy war in order to possess the body of the purest human on earth to fight the holy war against Athena. Off-screen, everyone was speechless at the response. A human, a bucking human being, a bucking quirkless human being, had managed to wound the body of a bucking god, that already made them feel weak, especially a certain Muslim. But the surprise was there. Surprise turned to terror when they saw Pharaoh's actions, and even more so when they saw the judgment of the Egyptian Duat, which made them suppose that the gods were nothing more than Greek and related to that. No, there was more, much more. Uraraka, what did he do? She would say, terrified. Mina, he is a monster. Setsuna, I want my mom. Kirishima, them. Koda just threw up seeing that. Shinzo, yes, he ripped out their hearts. Almight, Sisyphus of Sagittarius? He would say, surprised to see his action. He really was someone with good values. Aizawa, without eyes? He would ask seriously. In that state he should not participate in fights. He would say seriously. Recovery girl, but something's bothering me. On screen, Pharaoh ripped out Sisyphus' heart and tried to use the scales of Ma to kill him, but Sisyphus realized that Pharaoh manipulated the scales to his advantage, so before falling, he would launch an attack with his power and strength, defeating the specter and causing the doors of the lost canvas to open. But that would be a problem, since the door opened a little, where not even a person could pass, while Pharaoh mocked before dying, saying that that was all that would open, and to break the doors a power comparable to the Big Bang that created the universe was needed. Still with hope on the verge of being lost, Cheyenne of Ares revealed the forbidden technique, the exclamation of Athena. its power comparable to the Big Bang that created the universe, the attack forbidden by the goddess herself, and the ultimate combat strategy. The problem is that 3 golden knights were needed to perform it, all 3 elevating their cosmos to a maximum point. But apart from Cheyenne, only the youngest golden knight of his generation remained, nephew and disciple of Sisyphus himself, Regulus of Leo, a boy of no more than 15 years old, ordained golden knight at the age of 10. Before the hopes of the other silver and bronze knights present and against all odds, doing what the knights of Athena know how to do, miracles, Sisyphus, with burned nerves, his eyes torn and even heartless, stood up, ready to leave, but not before performing one last action for his comrades. It was at that moment that Cheyenne, Regulus and Sisyphus realized it, the powerful exclamation of Athena. After the attack, only the armor remained while the remaining knights respectfully bid farewell to Athena's greatest general. Off-screen, sir, so a false judge, I would say seriously. Recovery girl, even without a heart, she managed to beat that guy, she would say, surprised. Seeing Pharaoh's ruse, many frowned, but clenched their fists. Shigaraki was going to mock it, but AFO would simply look at him. It was being respectful, since he died honorably, something AFO respected. At least he didn't die a hero. It was another way. Staying, with honor, until the end, he would say, bowing in respect. Sisyphus was truly admirable. David's shield, forbidden technique? Melissa, Athena's exclamation? May, but why is it forbidden? Upon hearing the power of this technique, many were shocked. It was too big, too destructive, and something that in their minds seemed completely impossible. Aizawa, Regulus Leo's, I would say, looking at him, until is he a child? They have to be. Midnight, he's too young, he's not ready to participate in that. Ryukyu, he's too young for the age he was ordered to be. He would say, looking at the young lion. Kirishima, is he our age? Tetsu, now that's manly. Recovery girl, no, she would say, seeing Sisyphus stand up, it is impossible, medically impossible. Tsuyu, he stood up. Kendo, without. Kinoko, without his heart. Stain, you are truly admirable, Sisyphus. Melissa, how is it that? Bakugo, how does he stay alive? Many mothers and heroines present, like the hussy cats, covered their mouths with their hands in shock. Seeing the technique, many were surprised and shocked. It was truly powerful, but tears, especially from the aspirants, were not long in coming. Because of Sisyphus, only his armor remained. Tsuyu, Kero, always it is. Kamakiri, it was too much. Stain, so that's how you left, he would say, feeling something fall on his cheeks, a tear? Almight, I would have liked to meet you, Sisyphus. Kirishima and Tetsu, he was a real man. Shinzo, history will not forget your valor and courage. Kaminari, that's a real man, he would say, crying. Eri, he left. Ibara, may God protect you in your death. Kota, it was admirable, he would say, sobbing. On screen. Finally, some time later, Temple of Saturn. The holy war was near its end, but there were still specters lurking around, and it was still necessary to get Hades' soul out of a child, since the age of myth, where Hades was wounded by a mortal for the first time, the first Pegasus, he hid his physical body in the deepest part of the underworld, the Elysian Fields, where every 243 she chooses the purest human being to reincarnate, while Pandora unleashes and directs the 108 specters, where 3 of them stand out above the rest, the 3 judges of hell. Regulus, being one of the last living gold saints, was walking through the Temple of Saturn, while following the last living judge of hell, Rhadamanthys of Wyvern. Regulus was watching the judge to learn everything about him in order to surpass him. Rhadamanthys replied that he should not try to compare him with the others, since he was superior to humans, launching a violent roar created with his cosmos against his adversary. Believing that he had turned him to dust, he prepares to retreat, but a shock wave equal to his roar hits him. The young man comments that the Rhadamanthys he knew would have died with that attack and had truly surpassed humanity, and with a smile on his face states that he should even surpass that level. Rhadamanthys knew that Regulus' power was not for bragging, however. His abilities were only limited to humans, so he attacks him with a powerful attack, which violently knocks Regulus crashing into one of the temple walls. After the impact, he gets up with a smile on his face because he had seen his attack. Regulus prepares to attack with the same attack, succeeding, managing to hit and remove his helmet, destroying a horn from it. Rhadamanthys, seeing that boy, reminded him of the figure of a man, Ilias of Leo, a knight he killed long ago. Regulus manages to reveal his relationship with that ancient knight, who was none other than his father, a man considered a legend within the same sanctuary, the man who spoke to nature, someone he could never forget. Off-screen, Aizawa, the boy. Midnight, I'm not convinced. Ryukyu, it's too much for him. Mandalay, I think they should send someone more qualified. Naomesa, don't you get tired of saying stupid things? The four, eh? Sir, what Naomesa says is true. We can't judge the era by our laws. That's over, it was another time. Also, in case you didn't notice, they don't have many resources, and from what we see, Nizu, the Golden Knights are the elites. Almight, even though I don't like it, I can't comment on it, since it's not our world right now. Hawks, the three judges of the underworld are dangerous, he would say nervously. Gran Torino, something tells me it's not one to be taken lightly. Ibera, surpassed the level of humans? The level of a god? She would say surprised she had to accept that her creed was not the only one. How? Stain, the boy reminds the judge of someone. But who? All Might, Ilias de Leo. David, someone considered a legend? How strong was he? May, talk to nature? Nizu, so this Ilias guy has already faced Radamanthys before. But what was the result of the fight? Aizawa, so he's Ilias's son. On screen, Regulus states that it doesn't matter if it's a god or a human, he'll overcome him and attacks with all his might. Radamanthys blocks the attack without difficulty and counterattacks with incredible power that injures his opponent's body. While he lies wounded on the ground, Regulus wonders why his attack couldn't defeat him if he had been practicing only for this fight. Radamanthys replies that he hadn't used his full power at the beginning of the fight. Desperate, Regulus decides to perform a technique with which he will surpass the gods, Athena's exclamation, managing to do it alone, something that Radamanthys himself, upon knowing this technique and its range, admires in the boy, praising him. Despite attacking with a technique of this level, his effort is in vain, since Radamanthys manages to resist and disperse Athena's exclamation. The explosion generated by the technique threw Regulus across the temple. The young man says he will not give up and decides to use his last move, and the 12 constellations of the zodiac appear behind him. The 12 constellations correspond to the techniques of the strongest human beings, the extreme power of the limit of humanity, in a single movement to surpass the power of the gods. Regulus unleashes this technique, known as the zodiacal clamation. Radamanthys contains the power of the technique but begins to be surpassed, or so it seemed. Regulus continues with the attack and believes he has surpassed the power of a god, but observes how Radamanthys contains the power of zodiac clamation. Seeing what was happening, he continued to increase the power of his attack, but when he reached his limit his body began to bleed. Radamanthys explains that he had reached his limit, and just like in the myth of Icarus and the Tower of Babel, those who try to reach unreachable places end up failing. Radamanthys returns the attack against Regulus, who is completely disintegrated. While being disintegrated, Regulus feels the wind and remembers a conversation with Sisyphus, where he was observing the sky and talking to the wind. With his brother, Sisyphus explains to Regulus that his father wanted to tell him that now that he is one with nature he was everywhere. The young man, with tears in his eyes, replies that he could not hear him, and Sisyphus replies that one day he will understand that his father was always inside him. Regulus's technique had pierced the lost cloth, something Radamanthys could praise, as he contemplates Leo's cloth. But he feels something strange, and when he turns to look again at Leo's cloth, Regulus appears sitting next to his cloth. Radamanthys is surprised to see him still alive, but does not feel any trace of presence in him. Regulus told him that he is only admiring his homeland. Radamanthys does not hesitate to attack him with all his strength, but before Radamanthys can believe it, Regulus appears behind him. The judge continues attacking, and Regulus continues dodging his attack. Seeing this, he begins to wonder why he does not feel the presence of his rival, or rather why he had the feeling that he was lost in a lush forest, but before he can react, Regulus attacks his heart from behind. Radamanthys can't believe that with just one blow he can cause so much damage, and it is at that moment that he realizes that Leo is really dead. Regulus states that he has become one with nature. He can finally hear his father's voice. He tells Radamanthys that he always searched for his father, and finally understood the words his father told him when he was a child. Rhadamanthys lunges at Regulus to attack him, but Regulus attacks one of the first techniques he learned, the voltage lightning, piercing Rhadamanthys' heart. The attack managed to destroy the sapuri of the Judge of Hell and completely pierce his heart, allowing Regulus to defeat his greatest opponent, surpassing the power of a god. Regulus began to disappear, but not before saying goodbye to Earth with a smile on his face, saying that he would have liked to spend more time with them, but now he would be everywhere, disappearing like the wind. Off-screen, watching the fight, more and more people realized that Rhadamanthys was far ahead of Regulus, but Stain was puzzled as to why he was preparing for that fight. He suspected revenge, but he didn't know what to say or do. The Spectre and Judge of Hell was too terrifying. Midnight, what does he intend? He would say, seeing Regulus. Nizu, will make Athena's exclamation would say seriously. Mirko, didn't they say that 3 golden knights were needed? Shigaraki, his desperation is such that he lost his mind perhaps? Seeing what that boy had done, they were surprised. He was a 16-year-old boy, no older than the first-year students at the UA, who performed a technique of that magnitude alone, a technique considered to be performed by 3 people, and he performed it alone. Kirishima, that's incredible. Shoto, too much. Sir, they still believe that the child does not deserve to be there. Aizawa, do you support a minor going to fights he shouldn't? Sir, no, but I'm not stupid enough to measure everything with the moral yardstick of our days. It's wrong to send children, yes it is, but that's today. In those days it wasn't like that. Nizu, I agree, we must stop thinking even with the hero and villain blindfold on. Ida, but why? It's wrong to kill, and they kill. What do they want to show us with this? Naomesa, from what I see, they are not heroes, so they are not with our rules. As they looked on they saw that Rhadamanthys was intact to their surprise, but confused by the praise, though they had to accept it. It was a great achievement for someone to do that at only 16 years old. Momo, the 12 constellations? But why? Kendo, did he go crazy? Monoma, it is probable. While I was in the sanctuary, I learned from those men. From them I learned the ultimate cosmos of human beings. If I saw it was light, the ultimate power of humanity. Toga, looks cute covered in blood. Twice. You're crazy / I like it. Shigaraki, damn monster. A child would say terrified. AFO, he reached his limit I would say seriously. Almight, you can have a little animal faith. Gran Torino, no Tashinori, watched carefully he would say seriously seeing the situation. Mandalay, her body. Uwabami is, Mount Lady, collapsing. Kamui Woods, Icarus and the Tower of Babel are not myths. Ibera, I think that's true. If we seek the power of God or to equal ourselves with him we fail. Seeing that Regulus was disintegrated, many began to cry. Kota had him as an idol, but he was left crying a lot because of it, although they were surprised by Regulus's words. Dobby, that brat was strong. Spiner, he drilled into the lost canvas, it's fascinating. Stain, he turned around, but why do I suspect something? Midnight, only that remained. Mirio, his armor. Present Mike, that boy was so young. Kurogyri, something's wrong. Seeing Rhadamanthys acknowledge Regulus's power, they were slightly surprised, though disappointed by his almost tactless approach in referring to him as inferior. Though a sense of pure nature made them all feel like they were in a pleasant place, they paid attention, remaining in shock. Nizu, he would say surprised. David, it's impossible I would say in shock. Melissa, he died how? Ibera, how is he alive? Mandalay, how? Stain, even that Judge of Hell is surprised. AFO, how could that brat? Shoto, Mother Earth? Kirishima, what's wrong? Hawks, no I would say seeing the attack. Mirko, damned wretch he would say seeing the coldness of the spectre. Uraraka, he's still alive she would say, relieved to see him by her side. There's really no need to say goodbye. I know I'll be back there when this is over. Aizawa, he would say surprised. Nizu, yes I would say saying what was revealed. Recovery girl, he's dead. Sir, but how did he come back? Shigaraki, how the hell did that brat come back from the dead? He would say scratching his neck. Tsuyu, Karo she would say crying. Almight, how is he relaxed? Gran Torino, his smile I would say surprised despite being dead, he still hasn't lost it. Everyone was surprised to see Rhadamanthys continue to attack, and the surprise, the shock, and everything else came when Regulus always appeared again. The sensation of being in an immense forest made them feel very peaceful. Such peace was gratifying even for AFO, even when before everyone's eyes, with nothing more than a breeze, Regulus attacked the judge's heart. Monoma, how he did it. Bakugo, damn, he died and he won't leave until he's finished with him, he would say surprised, while a strong respect took over him. Dying and coming back to shine a bastard was something he could admire, even if he didn't admit it out loud. That's right, I've become one with nature. I can hear the voice of my father and the world he saw, the voice of the wind, the fields, Mother Earth, Almight, the voice of Mother Earth. Always becoming one with Mother Earth? Kamakiri, is that possible? Stain, becoming one with the environment, he would say, surprised, seeing his sword. Not bad, kid, he would say, sketching a smile. Seeing Regulus pierce Radamanthes's chest, for both of them to simply smile at each other as if they were rivals, seemed strange, very strange. And even more so when the words were said, and all to achieve reach your father, Shoto. So he would say, wiping away his tears, he did that to reach his father? Spiner, that's something beautiful, she would say, crying. I haven't even cried like that during the afternoon soap opera. Ah? So it's time? I would have liked to spend more time with you, but now I'll be everywhere, won't I? Mandalay, yes, you will always be there, she would say with a slight maternal tone. Kirishima, he was extremely manly, he would say, crying his eyes out. Tetsu, yes, he would say, wiping his nose. Why do the most manly ones leave first? Nizu, what else will we see? He would say, surprised. On screen, all these events were analytically observed by a being, while another, an unknown person, was watching, sending several subjects with black armor to another world, breaking the very limits of space and time. That is why the being, knowing the problems that could be caused, decided to take matters into his own hands, creating a Sagittarius armor, made from orichalcum and with the same functions as the original cloth, taking the souls of the three knights who caught his attention in his sight, Crest of Aquarius, Sisyphus of Sagittarius, and Regulus of Leo, who were confused to wake up in an unknown space. Sisyphus, what? Where am I? The Sagittarius armor? Regulus, Sisyphus? Sisyphus is you, he would say happily. Sisyphus, Regulus, I would say happily. Crest, so you're the new Sagittarius, he would say, drawing attention. Sisyphus, Digel's teacher. Crest, you've grown up, brother of Ilias. Regulus, do you really know my father? Crest, I was his partner until I retired, he said, not wanting to talk about the subject anymore. I'm glad you exchanged those words. Sisyphus, who are you? He would say seriously. I think it is appropriate to introduce myself. I am Uranus, primordial of heaven. Off screen, seeing that someone was watching, many became serious, although the most intelligent ones realized something. Someone who is always watching, always present even without anyone knowing it. Nizu, well, I must confirm my suspicions, he said to himself in a low voice. David, if it is who I think it is, something must have happened, he would say in whispers, heard by his daughter. Seeing that someone was breaking the laws of space and time, things got very serious, since that allowed several subjects from Hades' army to cross over. All Might, this is bad. Endeavor, too bad. Hawks, it's worse than bad, it's terrible. Melissa, an armor. May, how do I create that thing? All orichalcum? David, interesting, that metal is said to have been the same one they used in the lost city of Atlantis, I would say, surprised, excited and ecstatic about it. If only I had a fragment, I needed to study it. Midnight, so this is what the armor looks like without it being carried. Aizawa, it really doesn't do justice to his constellation. Sir, without a doubt. Seeing three familiar faces back in life, they were surprised. Ibara, but who could? Kendo, a deity? Nizu, knows someone more powerful, he would say somewhat nervously. His theories were confirmed more. Many smiled at the gentleman's conversation, but the voice of a newcomer surprised them. AFO, who are you? Kurojairi, I don't know. Stain, he is not a god. All primordial? Nizu, my suspicions were confirmed. Snipe, what do you mean, director? David, you see, in the divine scales, the gods are often associated as the intermediate scale before humans. If we take into account the rest of the divine beings, after the gods come the titans, and then the primordials, but above the latter, the primordials. Kaminari, aren't primordial and primeval the same thing? Nizu, no, to give you an example, Uranus and Gaia are primordial, but before them the primordial cows emerged, which is what originated them, I understand. Kaminari, yes, I think. Off screen. Crest, why do we owe you to be here? He would ask seriously. Uranus, I have seen a coming conflict, and I need your support. Sisyphus, but why not talk to Athena? Uranus, although I recognize Athena's work, I couldn't speak to her. Her focus is on ending the war against Hades, which is why I came to you, and your death makes it easier. Regulus, so, Uranus, a few days ago, a specter of Hades, played with space and time, I would say in quotation marks. Crest, who is this specter? And why those quotation marks? Uranus, the specter is Yoma of Mephistopheles, but that is just a facade. His real name is Kairos, younger brother of Cronus, and one of the gods of time. Sisyphus, what is done? Uranus, given his power to manipulate time, he believed that by playing with these barriers, he could open a loop in space, and he succeeded. Unstable, but allowing the crossing of several specters of Hades that he was able to resurrect with his power. Regulus, oh, that's bad. Off screen. Sir, upcoming conflict? Nizu, but why? Neomesa, speak to the goddess directly? Hawks, I think I know that answer, I would say, until I hear the reason, and it's what I suspected. Negant, it's true, they can't overload that goddess, one problem at a time. Upon hearing this, a specter of Hades played with the barriers of time and space. They had no choice but to get a very big, bad thorn. Aizawa, Yoma of Mephistopheles, I don't like that name, he would say thoughtfully. Stain, there's something I don't understand. A specter shouldn't have such a power, or so I want to believe. AFO, that's true. Almight, what do you mean? AFO, think about it. Would a god grant power to a subordinate, a power capable of holding his own? No matter how loyal he is, such great power, capable of distorting time and space on such a scale, can only be wielded by someone superior. Mirio, a facade? Tamaki, but who? Sir Kairos? Doesn't ring a bell? David, either do I. But he claims to be the younger brother of the Titan Cronus, father of the Olympians, but that name doesn't even appear in the myth. Nizu, Oceanus, Cs, Rhea, Crius, Hyperion, Iapetus, Mnemosyne, Themis, Tia, Tethys, Tia. After them are Cyclops and Hecatonkires, but not Kairos. Momo's father, god of time? Kirishima's mother. Something doesn't add up. Rei, it's true. Mitsuki, it's very suspicious. Shoto, hump, he would say, starting to formulate numerous theories. Nizu, so he broke the laws and resurrected ghosts. This could go wrong. On screen. Crest, that's true. But where are you going with this? Uranus, to be honest, Kairos thought he saw a world inhabited by people with exceptional abilities. These abilities are called quirks, gifts or koseis. They are surprising abilities, but they are nothing like the cosmos that the knights, specters and other forces of the gods manage. Sisyphus, but how does this affect us? Uranus, Kairos believed that with Hades defeated and invading a new world, Athena would try to send support to said world to defend it, which Kairos would take advantage of to attack. With Athena's attention divided, he would start a war against the Olympians one by one, until he could have enough power to challenge Cronus, who for unknown reasons sealed him, forcing him to reincarnate over and over again as a human, erasing all record of his existence. Hades' own holy war, that is, alone, was manipulated by him from the beginning, just for his amusement. That surprised the knights. Uranus, I know it doesn't help, but I couldn't see the number of specters that crossed. I can confirm that one is a judge of hell, but not the most dangerous, given that after the battle of Capricorn and Pegasus sit against the four gods of sleep, Kairos collected their soul fragments and sent them. It will take time, but they will recover their power. Crest, those who live there with these quirks, will they be able to stop them? Uranus, I'm afraid not. They're strongest, since in that world, given the power they have, an era began where there is a profession called hero, and just as there is also its yang, that is to say the villains, they could not face it. Against specters they could, but even if their strongest hero and villain joined forces, they would barely be able to fight against the judge of hell, although it would be for a short time. They do not want to know against four gods. Regulus, I think we have no choice, but the specters are immortal. Off screen. Hearing the world to which those specters were sent, everyone had faces of astonishment, fear, concern, and surprise. Mina, I send them. Yui, to our world. Hagakure, how scary. Ahoyama, how scary. Shoji, it's okay that we are heroes, but do you think we can? Hawks, We know the danger halfway, but, Nagant, so Cosmos is his power, but how big is it? Hearing the reasons for Kairos and his story, many were surprised. Nizu, I understand, they erased him from history, a punishment. David, added to being reincarnated as a human, that must be torture for him. Sir, I don't know if it's safe, but starting a war against Olympus? Not counting Hades and Athena, that's 12 to face. Hades' 5 brothers and Athena's 7 half-siblings, each with strong domains. Stain, one by one. AFO, that's clever but fruitless. He could be defeated but he underestimates the other gods. Mirio, alone? Tamaki. So that's the Hades of that era, he would say surprised. Kirishima, dude, if we're heroes, will we face that? Kaminari, I don't know if we're ready. Siro, I thought the villains were strong, but this. Tokoemi, it's too dark. When they started listening in detail to those who crossed, many were surprised, and although it was unreliable, and even more so with the part of judges from the underworld, that should not be taken like that. Someone else could cross and they, being overconfident, could lose. Ibera, gods? She would say surprised. Sir, that turns every plan we make upside down. Neomesa, 4 gods. Kamakiri, Pegasus and the Cid of Capricorn? Almight, maybe he's the Pegasus of that era. Nizu, but the question is who those gods will be, and it makes me smile that a human being has killed a god. AFO. But this guy collecting the fragments of their souls, that's too bad for us. Hearing that they wouldn't stop him even with the villain's quirks made many feel powerless. Sir, All Might and AFO can barely. But knowing that they use Cosmos, and that we don't know their techniques, it's difficult to create a contingency. Endeavor, immortality? Stain, as if we weren't already lucky, now even more bad luck is coming. Ibera, what do you have there? She would ask, seeing a hairy man. Mineta, I pray to Zero Fortuna for luck against these guys. Kendo, if you know that he doesn't exist, since he is only the union of the 7 gods of fortune in a manga? Kaminari, that's why it adds up to 7 gods of fortune, he would say surprised and praying next to Mineta. Yui, you know a lot about anime. Kendo, I saw it and I liked it, but seriously, Zerafuku is the god of misfortune. The 2 idiots, shit, on screen. Uranus, I had that planned. As you can see, the Sagittarius cloth is one created by me, but not the only one, showing a rosary with 108 beads. Sisyphus, the rosary created by Asmita. Crest, so he created the method to seal that immortality. Uranus, with this, they will be able to seal the resurrection of the ghosts. But that's not all. In the world the heroes go to, the subject of killing is taboo. Crest, so they are just idealists and moralists. Sisyphus, I can respect the issue of not killing villains, but ghosts are another matter. Regulus, I think the same, but with 3 of us we can face them. Uranus, about that, despite being a primordial, I will only be able to bring them back to life temporarily. They will only be able to revive for a time, and only when someone who has the courage and determination necessary for a night will do so. Until then they would be sealed in the armor. Crest, just one against who knows how many specters, and all with different abilities that would kill anyone. Uranus, while it may seem illogical, the world does not even know of the existence of other powers that are not of Quirk origin. They see it as impossible. His arrival will mean a change, but even though they believe he will be alone, they are wrong. Some allies of heroes or villains will understand that situation and will support him. A third side ruins their status quo, so they will have no options to ally themselves. However, there will be other knights present there helping his successor. He will not fight alone if that is what worries them. I will also inform Athena, and she will help if possible. Sisyphus, if there is no other option, I will accept this. Crest, I guess there's no choice. Regulus, well, it will be fun. Uranus, fine, I'll send them there, and I hope they can achieve it. I would say using their power and make the souls and new bodies of the revived be sealed. I'll send them there, and after that I'll sleep. Opening a where like that requires too much power, even for a god, titan or primordial. Uranus would use what was left of his power to open a burnout, slowly causing his strength to wane, while with what little strength he had left, he pushed the armor inside. Uranus, well, it's the last thing I can do. That world must mature and face threats beyond its understanding. Only then will they avoid future disasters. After those words he would fall into a deep sleep. Off-screen, Bakugo, seriously, a rosary? A bucking rosary? Nizu, no, It's the rosary created by Asmita, the 108-bead rosary. Ida. But they talk about killing and killing is wrong. Tsuyu. They would be acting like villains, Karo, she would say with her personality. Sir, children, do not think like that, because if you analyze well, being spirits, and their leader the god of the underworld. David. It's true, they would be returning those subjects to death. Gran Torino. That's true, being death knights, they are people who have already died, therefore. Aizawa. They wouldn't be killing anyone. Ida, I see. Tsuyu. I apologize for my outburst, I would say sad, it's just that I always say what I think. Midnight. A piece of advice, my dear, you should stop doing it, it's difficult, but sometimes saying what you think can get you into trouble. Tsuyu, yes, Karo. Hearing what Cress said, they felt offended, especially the heroes. Nizu. Well, he would say, sighing against someone who knows human nature, it is undeniable to contradict him. Mount Lady. Still could be, I don't know, softer? Stain. Crest, I'm curious to know what you think. He thought seriously. The guy was not an idealist. It was clear, he was someone more of a realist and pragmatist. Kirishima, good. Shoto, if Sisyphus and Regulus come, there will be no problem. Nizu, something doesn't fit. Hearing that they would only live temporarily surprised them, but they were surprised at the choice of a successor. Sir, it was obvious, they cannot remain in the plane of the living. Mirio. But sir, it's unfair, they deserve that new life. Sir, Mirio, even though he thinks like you, he thinks from his perspective, reviving just to do something. When you were resting in peace, they disturb your sleep and you are only expected to obey, that is something strong. Fat gum. But now what will they do? I mean, the Quirks are not compatible with them. Who will they look for? Ryukyu. Although I don't like it, the Quirkless commit suicide, but that's because of society. And although Stain says that heroes can help, we can't be 24 hours behind a single human being and only him. We would neglect the others. Bakugo. Quirkless? The nerd, he thought, getting an idea. Aizawa. There will be more knights, not just the ones they train. Sir, that's a relief. Mount Lady. We can fight the specters, using logic. But, Gang Orca, a god and the judges, it's better to leave those guys there and let AFO and All Might take care of the rest. Nizu. But the question arises, who commands King Hades' army if he doesn't do it because he's sleeping or sealed? I would say seriously, the specters should have a commander. David, I have an idea, but I can't confirm it. Sir, we'll have to wait, although I have a chill running down my spine. Seeing that Uranus sealed the knights and opened the portal made them happy. They would not be alone. Uraraka, okay, I already sent them. Ibera, so it's difficult to open that Terrest Urano-san. We would appreciate the help. Shoji, we will still support in whatever way we can. Neomesa, the authorities won't believe this, but oh well, let's hope everything turns out okay. AFO, damn, I should prepare more Nomus. This is too serious, he thought seriously. On screen, unknown land, location Muzutafu Woods, Japan. A gap would open in the sky, alerting nearby heroes who would go to see what was happening. But none noticed anything fall from it before it closed as it crashed to the ground, leaving there a Pandora's box, waiting for its successor. Muzutafu, Japan. A mother and son couple, both green-haired while the little one had freckles on his cheeks, were going to a hospital. The little one was 4 years old, and it had been a while since he was born that he had not shown a gift, and they wanted to check if he had one. But what neither of them knew was that his destiny was not to have a gift. Screen turns off. Nizu. It's Muzutafu in our world. Aizawa. Those heroes see that something is happening and are too incompetent, I would say seriously. Shota. Although the box is very pretty. Hagakure. It appears to be made of gold, with reliefs. Reiko. It's amazing. Rin, yes. Pony, yes. Star and Stripe. Whatever happens, we'll see what happens. Mitsuki. Inko Izuku, I would say surprised. Maybe they are related. Bakugo. And Inko, Deku. Shoto. Theory 1. That green-haired boy will find the box. Theory 2. That green-haired boy will be All Might's lost son. Theory 3. He will be my father's unrecognized son, he thought, wandering through his theories. Stain. He would say thoughtfully looking at the screen. The smartest ones assumed something but had to prepare to confirm it. Biographies 1. The Beautiful Poison Rose. Well, before we start, I'll clarify how this will unfold. And the truth is there will be 2 chapters of the story and 1 of biography, starting with who the Golden Knights were. Now with Cap. In the living room, everyone was talking about the situation, especially the two ash-haired girls, since Mitsuki and Bakugo knew the two green-haired boys who appeared at the end of what they saw. Almight and Nizu were talking with Naomasa and Sir to be able to work out a contingency in case what they saw starts to happen. Endeavor, well, what the hell are we going to see now? He would say, expressing, Mirko, I want to see something exciting, sir. It would be interesting to see the Knights of the War for the Lost Canvas. Mirio, I believe it, that will be interesting. Shigaraki, why watch those guys? I would say annoyed. AFO, remember Shigaraki, information is power. Stain, I want to see how formidable these guys are. Shoto, I hope it's interesting. Mina, of course they will be incredible. Hagakure, besides being fun. Monoma, why we will see several Quirkless, I would say with disgust. Kaminari, I want to see how powerful they are. At that moment, the book, as if responding to the request of everyone in the room, began to glow and the screen revealed the title. On screen, Biographies, The Beautiful Poison Rose. Off screen, Momo, The Beautiful Poison Rose. Kyoka, maybe he's a knight who handles poisons. Ibara, but who could it be? Nizu, we will possibly see more than the Golden Saints, 12 Golden Saints, if we relate that with the constellations, and in the case of the zodiac only one in my opinion is related to poison by representing an insect. Sir, that's right, Scorpio, so it could be that gentleman. Stain, maybe, but why always see something rational? I mean, they can make a big bang with that destructive technique. David, that's true, we ignore that fact. Spinner, well, what the hell are we going to see then? On screen, among the 12 most powerful saints of Athena, there is one constellation that has always been recognized for its elegance, beauty, and deadly ability. Without a doubt, what we're talking about here are the Knights of Pisces. And if there's one knight in particular worthy of admiration, it's Albafica of Pisces. Off screen, Niza and Sir, Physics? Momo. But what does Pisces have to do with a poisonous flower? Melissa, that doesn't make sense. Mount Lady, elegance and beauty? I would say with interest. Nagant, deadly capacity? Hawks, oh wow. Midnight, oh but he's handsome. Mandalay, oh my god, those eyes. Ragdoll, what hair. Pixie Bob, what a figure. Burning, oh my god. Uraraka, he's very handsome. Shigaraki, TSK, what do they see in him? He's just a sissy. Almight, well, why would you be worthy of admiration? He would say, interested. Gran Torino, interesting. On screen, a disciple and successor of Lugones of Pisces, he was trained in the use of poisonous roses. He was the first gold saint to fight in the Holy War, defeating one of the 3 judges of the underworld, losing his life in the process. Albafica is considered as handsome as a woman. His eyes are dark blue, while his hair is an oriental aquamarine. He keeps it long, with 2 strands framing his face and a bang that covers most of his forehead. His complexion is fair and his features are defined. Enigmatic, silent, serene, and solitary, but with a noble heart. At times he appears cold, but in reality, he only protects others from himself by isolating himself in profound solitude. He possesses a great love for humanity, as he shows with the people who live in the village closest to the sanctuary, Rodorio. He is recognized as one of the most beautiful saints, which is why there is not a single person who does not want to approach him, touch him, or stop admiring him. However, it is for this very reason that he remains distant, as his toxic presence is a threat to others. He hates being told he is beautiful, as he takes those words as if someone were telling him he is weak. Off-screen, Gran Torino. So that was your mentor, teacher and predecessor, I would say, surprised and interested. Midnight. That doesn't mean his teacher isn't a jerk. Stain. They are really in need. Aizawa. Don't even mention it, he would say, remembering the words of the hero killer, Ida. So he was the first gold saint and he fought. Shigaraki. But he died, that's what you can see. AFO. But how could I not face a judge of hell and beat him as it seems? Shoji. It is admirable, and even more so because of how it is described. Toga. It's a beautiful thing, but it would look even prettier covered in blood. Dabi. Crazy. Twice. He seems effeminate to me / oh my god, he's beautiful. Nizu. Noble heart. Something difficult to see. Sir, that's true. Mine. Should not be isolated. Hagakure. That's bad, I would say, in agreement with the alien. Kendo. But why can't anyone get close to him? Ray. Something must have happened. On screen. Past. When he was still a baby, Albafica of Pisces was abandoned on a garden of real demon roses near the sanctuary, which would have been fatal to another living being. But since he survived even though he was so small, he was adopted by Legonis of Pisces who became his teacher. Off-screen. Ida poor. Ray. Who would do that to a baby? Kirishima's mother. And in a garden. Mandalay poisonous roses? How cruel was her family. Stain. But how? AFO. How a baby survived given its age. Regardless of its species, it is vulnerable. Nizu. So he resisted her poison, he would say thoughtfully. Monoma. But why is he isolating himself if that's the case? David. I have a theory, but I need to confirm it. I would say, having slight suspicions. If you place a living being in an area, it can perish or adapt, and he was leaning towards the second option. Gran Torino. So that's how he met his teacher, not his father. Almight. That's right, he would say smiling. Until now Legonis had earned his respect for almost nothing. Endeavor. But how did it become its successor? Hawks. I don't think he killed him, right? On screen. Crimson Ribbon. Crimson Ribbon is the blood ritual between a Pisces saint and their pupil. By exchanging a drop of blood from a wound made on each of their fingers in this ritual, the transmitted blood will circulate in each of their bodies for several years. If the recipient fails to resist the poisoned Pisces blood, they will die a terrible death. Even if one of the two endures the poisoned blood, a lonely life awaits them. Then their life will be tinged with the deep red of the poison. Albafica performs this ritual with his master, Legonis, renouncing a normal life. This ceremony has been going on for years. At first, the poison in his master's blood only burned his body and caused him pain. On several occasions, he was near death, wandering, and he continued to survive each time. But soon his body grew accustomed to that poison. Legonis of Pisces and Albafica shared the same poison in their blood, making them increasingly closer in the world, more than father and son. At times Albafica thought it was something stupid, however. In an exchange of blood Legonis fell dead. Before leaving he told Albafica that finally the student's poison had overcome the master's blood, so much so that it was able to kill him. Legonis' explanation was, "This ceremony in which the one who possesses the poison and the greatest toxicity in his body through the process of blood circulation, by law will survive and continue on the path of battles. One way or another, one will end up dead." Off-screen. Momo. Crimson Ribbon? She thought with a bad feeling. Ibera, terrible death? Melissa, I see the poison rose now, she would say sadly. David, I see. Mina, that's why it's lonely, she would say feeling bad. Monoma, if he is poisonous, that is what awaits him. He is simply someone who must be isolated. Kirishima, old man, discriminating against others is not manly. Tetsu, it's true. Shinzo, and so you want to be a hero. These and more comments made Monoma shrink, especially because of the look on the face of the hero killer, Shigaraki. Because of guys like that, society must be destroyed. Seeing the story of Legonis and Albafica, many people felt a lump in their throats, especially parents and some teachers. Almight, it must be hard. One of the two will inevitably die, and from what we can see. Nizu, that's right, the disciple surpassed the master, he would say with a sad tone. David, so my suspicion was confirmed, he would say, closing his eyes sadly. Gran Torino, you were a great mentor and father, Legonis. Aizawa poor. Ida, is it possible that some survived? Nizu, no, young Ida, the ritual is about seeing who is the most poisonous, so only the strongest will survive. Present Mike, it shouldn't be so harsh, director. Aizawa, if you're going to be heroes, Mike, you have to learn that it won't all be rosy. Uraraka, how much she must have suffered. On screen. Skills. As a gold saint, he can move at the speed of light, and can withstand cold temperatures down to -273.15 degrees Celsius. As a Pisces knight, and having resisted the poison of the royal demon rose, his blood became so infused with its venom that it can kill on contact. Just being near it can be fatal. Royal demon rose. This is a type of special red rose that lives in the sanctuary of Athena. These plants are extremely dangerous due to the poisonous scent they give off. This is why they are the last barrier of the 12 temples, manifesting themselves against enemies on the path to the Patriarch's temple. Piranha roses. These are a type of black roses as strong as metal, whose thorns act in the same way as the sharp teeth of piranhas, completely destroying everything in their path. Bloody Rose. This is a white rose that the saint can throw at lightning speed directly at the enemy's heart. Once planted, it absorbs the enemy's blood, gradually turning red. When it completely loses its white color to red, the enemy dies. Of all the techniques, this is the only one capable of killing an enemy with 100% effectiveness in a single hit, as long as a third party does not intervene to remove the rose. Crimson Thorns. Albafica controls the blood in his own body and turns it into hundreds of sharp needles that he fires at high speed at his opponents. When he is ready to attack, the poison blood running through his body comes out through the pores of his skin or any wounds he may have, forming a crimson mist around him that disperses into the air. The blood then takes the form of hundreds of sharp needles that pierce his opponent's body from multiple directions, poisoning them with a lethal dose. Once Albafica's blood is injected into his victim's bloodstream, they die within seconds. Off-screen, hearing his abilities, many were surprised, even those like Stain who licked blood. Toga. Oh, how bad, she would say, annoyed. Stain. If I were to confront him just by licking his blood, he would say in surprise it was certain death against him. Nizu. That's an extreme use of blood. Vlad. Don't even mention it. Bakugo. Damn, he would say, feeling weak comparing himself to him. Tsuyu. A flower. I never thought it would be a big deal. Karo. Ojiro. I don't want us to meet him, he would say nervously. Mirko. Oh, how bad. I wanted to kick his ass. But if I touch him I'll die, she would say, annoyed. Ryukyu. That would be interesting, he would say, laughing. On screen. First mission, Healer's Island. Once he was a gold saint, Patriarch Sage entrusted him with the mission of investigating possible specters on Healer's Island. Albafica went and met the healer who healed any evil known to man. He even offered to cure Albafica's poisoned blood. Later it is discovered that this man is Lagoni's brother, Lucco the Dryad, who uses underworld flowers to turn the sick into specters. Those same flowers leave Pisces in very bad condition. Albafica confronts Lucco, but the specter has the ability to control all types of plants and attacks the gold saint with his own piranha roses. With no other option, Albafica resorts to the Crimson Thorns to destroy Lucco and return tranquility to the island. After this mission, Albafica stops being so cold and evasive. Off-screen, Almight. Wow, he would say, surprised. Edge shot. Normally we would wait for someone with a more suitable quirk. Hawks. Looks like this guy doesn't know how to wait for reinforcements. Nizu, you are wrong. Everyone would look at the rodent in confusion. Momo. Mr. Nizu, what do you mean? Nizu, there is no option. Being heroes is fighting at a great disadvantage sometimes, something that many do not do because they do not want to leave their comfort zone. For them, waiting is synonymous with death, so there is no option. They must turn the situation around, something that heroes should do, not retreat, I would say, understanding the point. The future challengers, especially the Big Three and Momo, were left wondering, having read so many manuals, which said things about stalling and waiting for someone with the right quirk for the situation. Truly, their society was deeply mistaken. Ryukyu, that's why a lot of people lose faith, maybe not in the top ones, for daring to enter, starting with All Might, but the rookies, I would say, seriously. Stain, that's true, something that you top 10, and I must even recognize, you have more balls and ovaries than many other heroes. Mandalay, language, I would say, seeing how Koda covered Aries' ears and she covered the boy's ears. Aizawa, that's why they should include the use of Quirkless fighting in the curriculum. Nizu, I would if the commission didn't tie my hands. On screen, Holy War. Already during the Holy War, Albafica has his first battle stopping a small advance, led by the Judge of Hell, Minos of Griffin, the celestial star of nobility, who were heading towards the sanctuary, killing several aspirants and bronze and silver knights who were in their way. Minos had no trouble eliminating the defenses of the silver and bronze saints who protected the entrance. However, he did not expect to run into Albafica of Pisces, who covered the entire path with demonic roses, to prevent the advance of the specters of Hades. However, Niobe of Deep, or Star of the Deep, mocks the roses and dries them up with her poison. Niobe's specter attacks Pisces with her Deep Fragrance technique. However, Deep's technique proves useless on Albafica, as he is immune to any type of poison, ending the specter's life with her Crimson Thorns. When the battle against Minos begins, the specter sweeps away the demonic roses, and seemingly all of Pisces' techniques prove useless against the underworld leader. Albafica is defeated by the Cosmic Puppet attack, which is Minus's strongest attack. Using Pisces as a puppet destroys his limbs, leaving him practically dead. Off-screen, David, holy war in itself, I would say seriously. Momo, so this is what it looks like, she would say with fear. Setsuna, it's scary, but that doesn't mean it's not beautiful. Mina, who is that ugly guy? Mineta, he's uglier than me. Kaminari, dude, you're perverted and ugly, but you're right. Tetsu, the battle has begun. Midnight, the spectrum gas resembles my quirk, but it is noticeably more lethal. My quirk is not capable of killing. Stain, so he's immune to all kinds of poison, I would say, surprised well knowing about those demonic roses. Ibra, they are so beautiful, but they must use an evil name to know they are mortal, I would say, uncomfortable like her family. Nizu, smart, use the thorns so that the gas ability doesn't protect him. Nijire, what do you think so far? Does he look strong? How will the fight turn out? Mirio, I don't know, he would say uncomfortably. Minus evil presence was overwhelming. Tamaki, I'm scared. Fadgum, it's not something to be taken lightly. Sir Cosmic Puppet? He would say surprised. Seeing how inhumanly Minus broke Albafica, they were in complete shock. Toga, he is, I would say, starting to feel scared as a monster. AFO, it's too much even for me. Shigaraki, I liked his style. Aizawa, it's best for him to stay there. If he's practically dead, he'll have to leave the fight in the hands of another knight. Mirko, not at all, that guy is going to get up. Midnight, don't you hear? His bones are broken. Recovery girl, I want to know more. If Sisyphus rose without a heart, what will he do? On screen, with Albafica apparently dead, Minus focuses his attention on the village that is a few meters from the sanctuary, the village of Rodorio, which he decides to destroy since he noticed that Albafica defended it, even killing some specters like Byaku of Necromancer in the process. When Minus was about to kill a girl, who had a rose that Albafica had given her, he is intercepted by Cheyenne of Ares, who from the beginning comes to Albafica's aid. Cheyenne begins his battle against Minus, and he uses his cosmic puppet technique, but Albafica makes his entrance again, cutting the threads of Minus' attack with his piranha roses. At that moment Albafica ignites his cosmos to the maximum, causing an explosion of his own blood, to perform again his Crimson Thorns technique against Minus, who tells him that it will be useless due to the hardness of his surplus. At that moment the thorns fall on the spectre, who defends himself with his wings and comes out unharmed. However, Cheyenne tells him to look at his chest, and he notices that there is a red rose, which is actually the bloody rose, white rose, but full of the poisonous blood of Pisces. Minus, enraged by his defeat, tries to destroy the village as revenge, but his attack is contained by Cheyenne of Ares' crystal wall, which fulfills the will of the Golden Knight Albafica to protect, causing Minus to die in humiliation. Off-screen, Almight, the city Rodorio would say, seeing being attacked by Minus. Endeavor, that damn thing. Kirishima, wretch. Shoto, that girl, he would say, seeing Agatha with a rose. Midnight, someone protect her. Nagant, someone must be here now. She would say worriedly. Stain, isn't there anyone around? He would say worriedly. Dabi, someone to the rescue, he would say calmly. It was good for him to see something other than heroes or villains. Tsuyu, careful. Kendo, you have to get her out of there, she would say worriedly. Uraraka, her arm, she would say, seeing the attack. Ahoyama, that's inhuman. Aways, it's too much torture. Shishida, eh? Bondo, who freed him? Bakugo, Black Rose? Nizu, maybe, he would say calmly but excitedly. Mandalay, Piranha Pink? Seeing Albafica's slow but sure passage with many wounds and completely covered in blood amazed them. Hawks, amazing. Kinoko, despite her injuries. Ibara, he stood up, she would say, covering her mouth. Tetsu, how manly. Ida, but you must leave it in Cheyenne's hands, his injuries are serious. Recovery girl, even with all her broken bones, she's able to move. How do they do it? She would say in surprise. Shigaraki, that effeminate bothers me, he would say angrily. AFO, how admirable you are, Albafica, I think you are respectable. Spinner, he told him beautiful, he would say, remembering how it was mentioned that it bothers him. Dabi, all hell broke loose. Mitsuki, Crimson Thorns? Sir, that amount of blood is not normal. Naomesa, perhaps he would say, surprised. Present Mike, he's using all his blood. Aizawa, that white rose. he would say, seeing something that others didn't notice. Seeing Albafica fall to his knees seemed strange and odd to many, but worrying. Didn't he defeat him? Sir, maybe he couldn't? There's no need to fight someone who's already been defeated. Momo, but how? Melissa, what did you do? Aizawa, the White Rose. AFO, that hit a nerve. Almight, no! He would say, seeing the display of power. Endeavor, coward. Mirko, damn. Mandalay, the town. Tiger, wait, he would say, seeing the judge of hell fall dead. Kirishima, he just beat him. Toga, yes. Spinner, he would say, watching the girl approaching. Seeing Albafica's death, many bowed their heads out of respect. He was truly admirable. Shigaraki wanted to throw a tantrum, but AFO held him back, forcing him to bow down out of respect, resembling a rabid chihuahua. Bakugo, it's admirable, he would say in whispers. Chapter 2. Everyone in the room was silently respectful of Albafica, although many were thinking, how admirable were they? If just seeing one of them earned their respect, what would the others be capable of? All Might, you would have been a great hero, he would say solemnly. Shoto, it's amazing. Monoma, yes he was, but he died, that makes him look like a loser, since he only killed one guy. They, I would say, pointing to those at the top, fight all the time with villains, and he also killed them, that makes him look like a 6. Kendo, shut up, he would say, hitting him. Stain, does he really want to be a hero? He just seems like one of those jealous guys who wants to be heroes for prestige. Yoromusha surprisingly coughed a little, something that many associated with age. Although it was not the case, those who knew about his past knew that he became a hero out of respect and prestige. Bakugo, I can't stop thinking, why did the nerd appear before that? Could it be? No, I don't think so. They kill, and the nerd is so kind and friendly that he would even spare the life of a fly, he thought. Nizu, that was admirable, and I think we should expand the curriculum, she would say in a low voice being heard by the teachers. AFO, it's admirable, someone like that, even if it makes you sick, died doing what no hero could, killing the opponent. Shigaraki, that was heroic, and it bothers me. Spinner, he died honorably, despite everything, it's incredible. Eri, Mr. Albafica died, but he did so with his most beautiful roses. Kota, a beautiful rose that eventually withered. Mandalay, yes. Pixie Bob, why the pretty ones die first? She would complain and cry comically. Before the words continued, the book would begin to shine. Ibara, oh, we'll see something else. Momo, yes, I want to see something. Kyoka, something from our world. Kirishima, I hope it's manly. Mitsuki, I hope it helps Izuku. If that helped him, Inko would really be very happy, he thought. On screen, previously, Mizudafu, Japan. A mother and son couple, both green-haired while the little one had freckles on his cheeks, were going to a hospital. The little one was 4 years old, and it had been a while since he was born that he had not shown a gift, and they wanted to check if he had one. But what neither of them knew was that his destiny was not to have a gift. At the moment, off-screen, Aizawa, we saw that before. But if one thing is certain, if that green-haired boy doesn't have a gift, there won't be much happiness. Mirio, why do you say that, sensei? Everyone deserves to be happy. I bet he'll have a good childhood. Stain, too optimistic. It's clear he doesn't know what society is really like, he thought seriously. Shinzo, I wish that would happen, but it doesn't. Society itself leaves you aside for your quirk or not having it, he would think, annoyed by that comment. Mitsuki, child, I would say seriously, don't say things you wouldn't understand, since you're only living in a fantasy if you think that's what you're doing. Bakugo, for his part, felt that something was going to happen to him, so he mentally prepared himself for what they would say to him. He was the green-haired boy's bully, and everything would surely be said, and that would work against him. Nizu, I have a slight suspicion, but I need to see more to know and confirm it, he would say, giving an idea of the green-haired man. Endeavor, tisk, who cares about someone weak? On screen, Izuku Midoriya, a 4-year-old boy with green hair and freckles, lived in a society where 80% of the world's population developed an ability known as a kozai, a quirk, a gift, or a peculiarity. Since birth, he had never been able to manifest one, and according to the vast majority of scientists and doctors in his world, quirks could develop until the age of 4, but he had no indication of awakening said power. Ever since he learned to walk and was able to slightly understand the world around him, he has wanted to be a hero like his greatest idol, the symbol of peace, the number one hero, All Might. Off-screen. All Might. So you aspire to be like me, he would say smiling. Aizawa, what awaits the child if that gift does not appear? Rei, poor thing, he's so pure and innocent to suffer. Shigaraki, I don't like him, you stupid brat. AFO, if I didn't know that boy would follow a different path, I would think the same. Shigaraki, Kurojairi, it's true, but it's a ray of light in a world of darkness. Mitsuki, I had forgotten how adorable he looked. I would say to give Byakugo a piece of my mind. Why weren't you like that? Oh, you were always a rebellious, spoiled brat. Bakugo, and now why are you hitting me, you old witch? Mitsuki, I'm your mother. Brat, she would say, hitting him. You respect me. Everyone, it's clear they're mother and son. On screen, he was never a bad person, because thanks to the values his mother, Inko Midoriya, instilled in him since he was little, he has been one of the best, most obedient, and willing children there is. At school, given his condition of not awakening his quirk, he is a victim of bullying. Children teach him, to annoy him or simply to show off their gifts, while the teachers, who should stop the bullying, do nothing, look the other way, encourage it, or simply lie. When Inko takes Izuku away with bruises on his body, reducing everything to children's things, his main bully, a blonde with ashen hair and red eyes, whom Izuku considers his best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, nicknamed Kaken by the green-haired boy. His quirk explosion, along with the numerous praises and compliments given to him and his powerful quirk, along with kissing the ground wherever he walked, caused the boy's ego to rise, and since Izuku nicknamed him, he decided to name him Deku, since he didn't manifest the quirk yet. Izuku never thought that those children who told him useless, Deku, that he would never be a hero while they said that he would be one thanks to his powerful quirks, meant it, because in his mind they were temporary things that would end when he manifested his gift. That is why Inko, worried about it, decided to take him to the Muzutofo hospital, where Dr. Kyudai examined and determined the quirks of numerous children. Off-screen, Rei, that's a mother, All Might, without a doubt. Nizu, something worth seeing. Aizawa, you see Mirio, he would say seriously, not everything is as you think. Midnight, and it is unacceptable that these educators allow all of that, she would say, annoyed. Nizu Oritara, right? It already seemed familiar to me. Naomesa, yes, it's one of the schools that has complaints but orders from above to ignore them. Sir, should educators encourage that? That school should be closed. Mandalay. Children's things. Who do they think they are, lying to a mother like that? Mitsuki, so we'll see, she would say something sad. It was true that Inko, and she no longer spoke. Kirishima, dude, he was your best friend, and yet he would say, looking at the annoyed ashen-haired boy, you mistreated him? Nizu, I mustn't lose the boy. His quirk is too powerful to be left in the hands of villains. He thought seriously. AFO, what great potential, he would say, smiling, you would make a great villain. Nijire, she's very innocent, I'd say sadly. Tamaki, yes. Uraraka, but why must they treat him like this? Ida, well, that shouldn't be allowed even if it's his dream, let's say. Stain, that shouldn't be a factor. Irisu doesn't have a quirk like All Might, yet he fights like a hero, a gift many would call useless or villainous. Many agreed there, some reluctantly at being spoken by a murderer. Naomesa simply looked at All Might and suspected he'd be a fool to say no. She knew him well enough to say no like a hypocrite, when he was quirkless. Shigaraki, sensei, isn't that? AFO, yes, and shut up, he would say seriously, he wouldn't risk the most loyal doctor he has, his Nomus creator. On screen, hospital. Inko was in the waiting room reading a magazine, while Izuku was restless, excited. He wanted to know what his gift would be, how to activate it, how to use it. He wanted to know everything. Inko, Izuku, calm down, she would say, trying to calm a child with the enthusiasm proportional to a child eating sugar. Nurse, Midoriya family, she would say, arriving. Dr. Kyudai is waiting for you. Izuku, yes, I'll know what my gift is, he would say, running between the nurse. Inko, Izuku waits, would say, to go out after him. Nurse, children, she would say, smiling with a drop of sweat. Izuku and Inko were cordially welcomed into the office, where they were cordially received by the doctor, who began to do the necessary tests to determine the green-haired boy's quirk. So after finishing them, the doctor made them wait in a room, where the little green-haired boy was playing with an All Might action figure. Izuku, All Might is the best. When I know what my gift is, I will be a hero like him. Nurse, Midoriya family, Dr. Garaki is ready to give you the results. The family would go to the office where the doctor was waiting for them. Sitting with a face that reflected no emotions, he was relaxed, as if what he was going to say would not impact the child's future. Inko, doctor, are the results okay? Shigaraki, tell me, child, before you say them, what do you want to be when you grow up? Izuku, I want to be a hero like Almight, he would say with all the emotion. Shigaraki, you should give up, he would say sharply, causing the boy to go into shock, dropping his All Might action figure to the ground. Inko, it can't be, did something bad happen? Most of the infants have already manifested their gifts, he's the only one who hasn't awakened it yet. Shigaraki, excuse me, but you're 4th generation, or am I mistaken? May I ask about your special feature? Inko, yes, of course, she would say without stopping to see Izuku's worried face, whose whole life had just been broken. I can attract small objects towards me, she would say, to lift the action figure, and my ex-husband could spit fire from his mouth, she would say, remembering her ex-husband, who upon learning that he would be a father, disappeared. No one ever heard from him again. Shigaraki, normally by the age of 4, it should be possible for a person to manifest their quirk, similar to that of their parents, or a combination of both. In the past, when superpowers began to appear, I'd say looking at some studies, including a foot X-ray, the results of an early study were published, and it became common practice to check if the little toe lacked a union of the metatarsal bones, because when body parts are unnecessary, they disappear over time. People who didn't have that union were considered evolved. If you look at the X-ray, Izuku has said union, something unusual these days, given that there are cases of people who don't have that union and never awaken their quirk. What I'm trying to say is that your son doesn't have a quirk. Off-screen, seeing what Izuku was like as a child, the mothers only laughed a little, especially Natsuki, remembering what the green-haired boy was like. Seeing the emotion, many smiled, although the more realistic ones just shook their heads. It's not that it's bad, but it was aspiring to be great. Hearing the doctor's words and the doll's actions made it difficult for many to process everything. Mandalay, you can be more sensitive. Animals, she would say angrily. Midnight, it's true, maybe you can't say it according to society, but you can't say it that dryly to a 4-year-old either. Ida should be more professional. Melissa, unfortunately, everyone is like that, even on island, she would say, her head down. David, unfortunately, he would say angrily. Nizu, my theories are further proven. Mount Lady, of course, she calls her mother nice, and the boy as if he were garbage, she would say annoying. Death Arms, it's clear what that boy must do, and that's to give up his dream. He'll only be a burden to others, he'd say firmly. Ingenium, I think with the right training it could be, I would say, trying to be optimistic. Aizawa, he must be realistic, he will only get himself killed. All Might, I'm sorry, but it's not a bad thing to dream. You could be a police officer, a firefighter, or a doctor, but you'll only be cannon fodder if you stick with that dream. Stain's eyes widened in shock. The one who claimed to be the true hero had just told him to surrender to a child. Sir and Mirio followed suit, along with several others who knew him. Naomasa glared at him. He truly was a complete hypocrite. Bakugo, damn nerd, he thought, listening to everyone, although he also told him so, he attacked him. He never saw someone give up that well like the green-haired man. If he listened to All Might he would surely break. AFO. And that's how a villain arises, I would say seriously but mockingly, looking at the peace symbol. So they leave a child alone before the world that will devour him completely, and if he doesn't commit suicide he will come to me. All Might, shit, he thought, annoyed. He didn't measure his words, knowing that AFO could appear and corrupt him. I'm an idiot. Shoto, villains are created, not born. Shinzo, I think the same. Kirishima, and me, nobody deserves that treatment. Mina, poor thing. On screen. After that, Inko had to say goodbye to the doctor. Since Izuku didn't react, the emotional shock sank deep into him. Inko didn't know how to cheer him up. During the trip home, Izuku was static, as if still digesting the news. Carrying him, Inko brought him into her home, while the little one sat down to watch one of the All Might videos that he liked, while Inko tried to cheer him up by preparing his favorite dish, katsudon. Inko heard a sob while cooking. She was blaming herself for it, and although she did what she could, she couldn't do it all. Her ex-husband left her because she was pregnant, and Izuku was born without a father to be there for him, so Inko had to do both. So trying not to break down, she approached her little one's room, and there she saw him, while trembling with tears in his eyes and nervously pointing at the computer screen. Izuku, Mom, he would say weakly, he saves everyone with a smile no matter what or what trouble they are in. He's a great hero, the little one trying his best to smile, breaking his mother. He would try to look at her without success, even without a gift. Can I also be a hero? Inko was breaking down in tears at that moment, so she hugged her little son, while she shed her tears, while trying not to let him see her cry, but he did hear her sobbing. Inko, I'm sorry Izuku, I'm sorry. It's my fault. But what they don't know is that destiny is often very capricious, because their minds, accustomed to a society that orients everything toward a superpower, ignore other sources of power, energies that can be taught, transmitted, or learned by oneself, even without the need for teachers, because when someone closes a door, a window opens. Off-screen, Mina, poor thing. Hagakure, how cruel they are. Momo, nobody deserves that. Kyoka, they should be more tactful. Kendo, if several heroes are like this, I don't want to imagine the civilians. Vlad, you must understand, girl, there are those who are born fit and those who are not. Ray, that bastard, he would say upon hearing what his father had done. Kaminari, dude, his dad went out for cigarettes and never came back, he would say, annoyed. Monoma, who cares about a useless person? Setsuna, and he complains that he has to touch someone to copy their quirk. Kinoko, in short, hypocrisy. Mitsuki, oh, she would say, starting to cry, it's not either of our faults, either of us is to blame, she would say, sobbing. Bakugo, Mom, he would say, surprised and in whispers. Koda, when what? Shoji, a door closes. Tokoyami, a window opens. AFO, he would be a great villain, I would say, hoping to have him. Mizu, my suspicions are increasingly confirmed. On screen, 6 months later. Life can always be a soulless bitch, because no one gets what they want. Many focus on their own interests and ignore others. Heroes try to do their best, but are incompetent in many areas, including self-sacrifice, with few possessing that quality. Villains, on the other hand, the other side of the coin, try to show their reality to the world, sinning by ignorance, since they focus on their own suffering, failing to understand the simplest things, or learn from those human beings who, even with or without a cape, despite everything, were able to get ahead, living normal lives. But ignorance makes them watch out for themselves, for their own ideologies, raging at those who tell them the truth, refusing to accept it in order to climb out of that abyss. Since finding out he was quirkless, life spat in Izuku's face. The teasing, the provocations, the beatings, the insults increased, as did the negligence of his teachers and educators, since they had no interest in saving someone who in the future would be nothing more than a burden, and someone worthless. Izuku had to do not only his own things, but also those of his friends and main bullies, such as Katsuki Bakugo and his group of bullies, who, when they didn't receive what they demanded, beat the little green-haired boy, insulted him, stole his lunch, even his money, but Izuku always fell, perhaps out of fear, perhaps because he knew that everything would fall on deaf ears. He could hope that the heroes would save him, but whenever they went to school, he was always hidden, because in the words of the teachers, and even the principal, he would only be a hindrance and a nuisance. Off-screen, upon hearing the opening words, many were shocked. Several had the decency to lower their heads, while others, out of pride, would not accept those words. David, how right you are. Naomesa, it's true, throughout my career I've seen everything, especially heroes who aren't there when you need them. Shigaraki, you're lying, he would say, annoyed. David, why would we lie? There are people who are able to leave their past behind and move on, while others wallow in their own darkness. AFO, that's true. As a villain I've seen everything from my side, even when several become villains without goals. Stain, people without goals are the worst. Seeing everything the green-haired boy went through in 6 months surprised and worried them. Mirio bowed his head, wanting to save 1,000,000 children crying out for help, but he was ignored. Even without knowing it, he had sinned through ignorance and idealism. Bakugo, there isn't a day that I don't regret it. Kirishima, you stole his money and homework. Bakugo, no, I would never do that. It was just blows and insults. There is not a day that I don't regret it. Stain, if you had it in front of you. Bakugo, I couldn't, he would say, sighing, I couldn't apologize. My pride prevents me. Bakugo knew, there's no point in regretting it if your own ego betrays you. Naomesa, it's decided. With what I've seen and your statements, I will order the closure of Uraraka. Sir, you won't be able to. You need a hero's signature for that. Endeavor. I won't sign. The useless should know their place. Crust. I will support your situation. Gang Orca, same here. Sir, me too. Ryukyu, me too. Mandalay, also. Almight. I will not support. I would say firmly, I will not close the possibility to people who can change. Stain. I see he's an idiot. He's good as a hero, but he's too idealistic. I would think annoyed. On screen, Izuku also hid it from his mother. But mothers are not stupid, given that she saw on several occasions the treatment he received. That is why Inko made a decision. Her budget would not allow her to change schools. She couldn't. Her job, although it was profitable for two mouths, would not be enough to change schools. And even if it happened, the treatment is likely to be the same. That is why Inko decided to make a camp in the forest with the little green-haired boy, to isolate themselves from everything, both being there, spending as much time as possible, relaxed, and away from anything that causes harm. After taking a few days off from work, she decided to load the car and pick up Izuku, who was nervous. He didn't know what his mother was planning, but he had a feeling this could change his life. Singing songs in the car, imitating phrases from social media heroes, replaying their videos, they arrived at the nearby Mistreated forest. The air was clean, the sky was clear, the birds sang more than in the city, so the little green-haired boy started running near his mother while she unloaded some things from the car. They couldn't make a fire so as not to damage the plants, but a gas canister and a portable lighter solved the problem. Both mother and son had fun together, forgetting about what was happening in the city, forgetting about the heroes, the villains, the civil affairs. It was just a moment of mother and son time. They lost track of time, enjoying nature and appreciating the small signs of life that the wild forest offers, so often forgotten by humans. They played, had fun, ate, and sang a little, but when Inko wasn't looking as she was cooking something to eat later, Izuku ran away, wandering away from her, exploring, satisfying his curiosity, like every child. Inko, noticing this, decided to go after him when she noticed he was too far away. For 15 minutes he followed him. He didn't know how, but he felt like he was running after the little one for hours. Izuku, on the other hand, was in a kind of ecstasy. He felt like something was calling him. It is said that nothing happens by chance, but everything has a predestined cause, that is, events do not arise from nothing but our destiny, the final representation of the result of our personal decisions and the context in which we operate, of our desires. Izuku may have had a difficult start, a relatively good life being with Inko, but when he is not with his mother, life turned dark. The green-haired boy endured blow after blow, even hurtful word after hurtful word, but that never stopped his desire to be a hero, never changed his goal. After so much, maybe there is always a rainbow around the corner. After so much torment, off-screen, Ray, it was a good decision. Midnight, yes. Mandalay, escaping from reality to calm down and relax a little is good. Stain, now that's a mother. Kirishima, yes, he would say, looking annoyed at Bakugo. Koda, looks like a good place. Eri, yes. Aizawa, fine, but what will they do? He said, bored. Ms. Joke, could you be more cheerful? She would say, annoyed. Those things of Aizawa's about the rational bothered her even though she harassed the brunette. Ida, it's a beautiful family. Uraraka, you must be optimistic. Things will always turn out well in the end, I would say cheerfully. Mina, yes. Tsuyu, I don't know, I want. Snipe. I should drop that goal even though it's very good intentioned. Edge shot, as Stain said, with proper training it could. Bakugo, that's how the nerd is. No matter how much you hit him or insult him, he will always stand up. On screen, Inko. Izuku, she would say, running until she reached where the green-haired boy was. Izuku. Mom, he would say, surprised look, he would say to point to a gold box. Inko. Son, she's cute and all, but don't get too close, she could be dangerous. It's best to do nothing. Izuku ignored it. He felt as if he was being pulled towards it, so under his mother's nerves on edge he approached the box and touched it, causing it to emit a glow. A golden glow so warm that even Inko felt that everything that was happening was going to get better. She felt hope with little Izuku. Izuku, that light, it's so warm. Inko, that light, I feel everything fading away, my fear, my worries, my fears. The light would cease to be felt as the box disappeared, leaving in its place a sort of golden statue in the shape of a centaur carrying a bow. Off screen. Everyone, that's it. Mizu, that confirms my theory, he would say happily. Aizawa, I should leave her, she could be dangerous. Death arms, and leave it to the professionals. Kamui Woods, it's true, the heroes would know what to do with her. Ray, boy, no. Mirko, boy, yes, he would say, smiling to contradict. Everyone felt a great warmth when they saw the open armor. Its warmth made them feel protected and safe. Momo, that aura. Ibara, transmits great warmth. Yui, it's too bright. Hananuki, yes, but that makes it look cool. Mineta, it's something imposing. Kaminari, and great. David, a great masterpiece. May, where was that thing made? She would say excitedly. Aizawa, I just hope there are no problems. On screen. Izuku, what he would say surprised, what is that? Inko Izuku. Voice 1, that is the sacred armor of Sagittarius, a calm voice would say, but one that denoted a certain happiness. Voice 2, wow, that was great, another happy voice would say. Voice 3, if you say so, a voice would say that, unlike the others, did not sound calm or happy, it was completely serious. Inko, who are you? She would say with fear, placing Izuku behind her. Voice 1, madam, don't worry, you have nothing to fear, he would say calmly, trying to calm her down. My name is Sisyphus. Voice 2, my name is Regulus, would say animatedly. Hello, would say, approaching Izuku with complete joy. You're a good boy, would say, ruffling his hair, making him giggle. Izuku, he, mom, they don't seem to be bad people. Inko, I don't know, son. Voice 3, I guess everyone does. My name is Crest. Inko, what are you doing here? Sisyphus, well, you see, I don't know if you believe us, miss, he would say, giving Inko a pink tint, but the thing is that we were in the armor, we were sealed, until the little one. Izuku, my name is Izuku, sir. Sisyphus, well, we were sealed in the armor until little Izuku touched it. That's what freed us. We didn't do anything wrong, in fact, if that's what you think, we were just confined in it. Crest, you can't tell them about that threat yet, they wouldn't believe it, he thought seriously. Off screen, seeing the knights, many people's jaws dropped in shock. Nizu, Sisyphus, Regulus, and Crest, if my thoughts are confirmed more and more, the boy will be a great ally. Midnight, it's a sure thing, but Sisyphus is a great man. Pixie Bob, are you kidding? He's a baby. His face looks like it was carved by angels. Yuwabami, without a doubt, and not to mention Crest. Mitsuki, Inko, always so cautious, she would say, smiling sadly. Bakugo, I'm sorry, he would say in whispers. Present Mike, what? A threat is coming and he won't tell. Mirko, although Ryukyu, makes sense since we would think they were crazy. Stain, Crest, I wonder what you think of society, he wondered aloud. Spinner, what do you think, Master Stain? Dalby, he lived more than 500 years. That guy has a much more realistic vision of what humans are like than we do. What do you think, Iguana? Spinner, I'm not an iguana, he would say, offended. Toga, then think hee because otherwise I'll cut you. Twice, crazy / I like her. On screen, Sisyphus, so I have to thank you for that, he would say, crouching down to Izuku's height. You are a very brave boy. Izuku, no, he would say, lowering his head, which caught the attention of those present. I am useless, weak. My dream is to become a hero who protects everyone, but I don't have cozy eye. I don't have a gift, he would say, starting to sob. They always told me that without a gift I couldn't become a hero. Sisyphus understood at that moment. Uranus didn't tell them much about the world, but just by listening to those words he realized a very important point. Humanity valued power more than being a human being. It could denote suffering, that even if it was small, the child endured something. Regulus, for his part, heard everything. Although he was happy and might seem somewhat carefree and absent-minded, hearing that made him angry. He could realize that he suffered. He knew of suffering. He saw his father die at the hands of Rhadamanthys in front of him. He did not wish it on anyone. And he even saw countless knights fall in battles against the specters of Hades. Death brings suffering, but it is a simple instant. On the other hand, contempt, discrimination, segmenting society, simply made a life of suffering. Crest, however, despite maintaining the vestiges of his self from 500 years ago, whereas a knight at 13 years old, he thought about the same thing a hero does, saving everyone, avoiding suffering. He had to see comrades die in 3 wars against 3 different gods. He endured the betrayal of someone he considered an admirable being, such as his comrade in arms Idia of Libra in his holy war against Hades, which he survived until the last one, where, seeing too much, he felt used by the gods and understood a little that humans are simply seen as pawns to be used and reused at will. added to the fact that he knew human nature itself. He knew that human beings are evil by nature. There was no need to see why he wanted to deny it so much. Humanity has too many flaws, and the heroes, with their mayas in their eyes ridiculous while listening to Inko comment on her world, while Sisyphus with the help of Regulus tried to calm him down, did nothing but highlight the human desire for fame. The worldly desire for wealth, along with countless other flaws that society was unable to see, but he knew that those who understood those flaws tried to improve or learn not to let them be seen. He was the example of this when, tired of so much war, he decided to betray the sanctuary and join Miss Garnet in her dream of creating a world without wars, even among the gods themselves. It was undoubtedly his disciple Digel of Aquarius who opened his eyes and made him regain faith in humans, and in Athena slightly. Off-screen, Aizawa, well, it's normal that they treat him like that and he has that low self-esteem. Upon hearing the thoughts, many did not know what to say, although they came from another time. It was strange for them to understand how they think. Spinner, for his part, saw them surprised. He thought they were backward and would discriminate against him for his quirk, but what he sees is the opposite. For their part, future UA students felt somewhat identified with Regulus, although some did not admit it. The hard blow, however, came with Crest, and he didn't say it because he was ignorant, or because he thought differently. Half a millennium is a long time to see how capable the human being is. Denying it is impossible, given that he even points out that Almight himself is evil, which surprised everyone, and although they tried to refute saying that they were heroes, and other stupid arguments, they were just banal and stupid excuses. They didn't live long enough to see what that guy saw. Stain, I see, my doctrine doesn't make sense, he thought looking at his sword. Others, especially Endeavor, Almight, Mirko, among others, did not want to accept those truths. On screen, Sisyphus. So you will do what your society says, isn't that right? He would say calmly. Izuku, what? He would say surprised, what do you mean, Mr. Sisyphus? Sisyphus, you want to give up on everything society tells you, that you can't be a hero. Izuku, no, I don't want to give up, I want to be a hero, just I don't know how. Sisyphus, there are still more ways. Crest, you don't want to offer that. Sisyphus, yes I do, I would say without looking at him. And determined. Regulus, Crest, I would call the saint by telepathy. It seems that the quirk phenomenon blocks the possibility of using the cosmos. He being quirkless, could awaken it with the correct training. Crest, I understand what you're saying, but there's no way I'll go back. Knight training, even for bronze knights, is arduous. Izuku, what do you offer me, Mr. Sisyphus? Sisyphus, well, you said you wanted to be a hero. Izuku, yes. Sisyphus, and you did not know the method of how. Izuku, yes. Sisyphus, well, the answer is to follow the path of a Knight of Athena. Izuku, Knight of Athena? He would ask with doubt, while Inko proceeded to listen. He had never heard of them. Sisyphus, well, you see, the Knights of Athena are an order of warriors under the command of the goddess Athena, goddess of war and wisdom, protector of the earth. It is said that they are able to tear the sky with their fists and break the earth with their kicks. Izuku, that's possible without a quirk. Sisyphus, of course it's possible, but only if you're willing to do it, with all its risks. Their training isn't easy, but you must learn from them. Tell me, are you willing to train like them? Izuku would look at his mother, who was digesting everything, while Regulus simply waited and Crest analyzed everything. Perhaps with them they would learn about this time and everything it entails. Inko, I don't know, but it's always been your dream, hasn't it? She would say, somewhat convinced but worried. For some reason, in her heart, she knew that being a knight entailed more risks than being a hero. Izuku, I will become a hero and a knight. Regulus, that's incredible, he would say smiling. Sisyphus, in that case, we will be your teachers. Crest, I hope you hold on, kid. So Izuku, with a shiver but extremely convinced, was about to start a path that no one in the past had used before. For the first time, Athena would show one of her knights in the perhaps near future. It only depends on how long the training lasts, and how much Izuku can resist without dying in said training, given that the knights have endured very hard training, that even some aspirants have died in the process. The screen turns off. Upon hearing Sisyphus' words, many were confused. The teachers, mostly professional heroes, and some parents and future students told him to give up, that it wasn't worth it, but the surprise came with the proposal. Nizu, that confirms my suspicion. Mirko, you have guts, brat, I like it. Mitsuki, I'm surprised Inko gave in. Ray, but it is mentioned how difficult it is, I would say surprised. Aizawa, if it's dangerous, why do they exist? Unnecessary risks shouldn't be taken, he would say with his character. All Might, knight and hero. Shouldn't he? Naomasa, can you shut up, All Might, he would say with venom in his voice to surprise. All Might, but, sir, don't be a hypocrite. David, and stop talking badly about it, because the truth is you would be losing respect. All Might, Melissa is not what? Melissa, I heard it, she would say annoyed. Those words really hurt her, and even more so when they were said by someone close like him. All Might, I screwed up big time, he thought, looking at the ground, not measuring his words, while inside the OFA the previous carriers held Nana back, who wanted to go out and beat the hell out of her former disciple. Gran Torino, Nana would be disappointed in you. Tashinori, I would seriously say to hit her with the cane. Kaminari, oh old man, he resets Windows by hitting it. Nizu, that confirms my suspicions, young Midoriya will be a knight of Athena, so the fight is coming. Bakugo, I hope you can be strong. Izuku, he thought seriously but drawing a half smile. Many would nod, while Kota and Eri had little stars in their eyes for the green-haired man. Many disagreed with them, but there was no way to do anything about it. Biographies too, the man who spoke to the earth. Everyone was talking about the future, while several thought about how to deal with the fact that someone who would go to UA Academy would be willing to kill, unlike the heroes. Several understood that they were resurrected dead people, but others were reluctant and firm in maintaining their position of not killing and imprisoning the specters. All Might himself was one of the most forceful in this decision, something Sir did not support. They were resurrected dead people. The only way for them to answer for their crimes is by dying and returning to eternal sleep. Nizu, are you listening to me, All Might? He would say angrily, but showing nothing more than a frown. You talk as if ghosts, dead and resurrected people could pay for their sins and change. All Might, everyone deserves a chance, even for themselves after death. AFO, you are a child, even Nana Shimura, your teacher, would agree with the majority's thinking. All Might, don't you dare mention her, damn it. Why doesn't Tashinori mention me? A female voice would say, denoting great annoyance. Gran Torino, what a surprise if it's the former symbol of peace, I'd say to open everyone's eyes. Nana Shimura. AFO, and also my brother's successors, he would say with annoyance. Yoichi, it's good to see you too, he would say sarcastically. Brother? Sir, brother? I know that One for All started with someone, and Toshi never told me the whole story, only that Nana inherited it from him, he thought, looking seriously at the peace symbol. Kudu, we've seen and heard everything, Bruce, and until now he makes us regret that he is our legacy. Haikage, I think Nana should have waited, she would say firmly. All Might, but what are you talking about? He would say without knowing it. Daigoro, what we're talking about is that you've denied your past before being a student to become a hero, or perhaps you've forgotten it. Tashinori Yagi, I would say very seriously. Nana, you have already caused a lot of disappointment in a short time, and even the hero killer Stain saw it, or don't you remember? Without a quirk you can be a hero. If that's something I told you. All Might received the cold shower at that moment. He said things out of collective thought, completely forgetting his roots. And it is something that generates a lot of repudiation in us. But we cannot turn back time. Only advise the ninth not to follow in the footsteps of the eighth, he would say, causing surprise in Mirio. Mirio, I see this is what they meant, the previous bearers of One for All, he thought, surprised. Yoichi, I'm just warning you, do something that is not to our liking as heroes, or follow in his footsteps of eliminating someone's hope, and the power you possess will be deactivated, he would say, looking at Mirio, who swallowed hard. Kirishima, uncomfortable. Tsuyu, a lot of Karo. Monoma, what will we see now? I don't want to see someone useless. Always, says the one who has to play to copy a quirk, he would say mockingly. Shigaraki, I say the same, a useless Quirkless bothers me to see him. AFO, you lack vision. Shigaraki, he would say, disappointed, the madness may be too much for his pupil. Dabi, well, who's coming now? Before anyone spoke, the book emitted sound and image on screen. From this point on, you'll see a series of biographies to clarify many of the questions surrounding names that have arisen. Sincerely, Cogman. Off-screen. Naomasa, interesting. Nizu, yes. Vlad, well, we'll see about them, he would say without much conviction. Eri, Kota, who do you think is next? Kota, I don't know. Shoto, I'm interested in it. Tetsu, I bet it will be manly. Kirishima, we are too bro. Kaminari, I bet he uses lightning. Jiro, with you, everyone uses lightning. Ibara, as long as I don't love death I'll be fine. Almight, I hope he is someone noble and with heroic values. On screen, biographies too, the hero. Off screen, Shigaraki, I don't like him anymore. AFO, interesting, what did he do to be considered like that? Almight, I'd like to see how big it is, he would say with his biggest smile. Nana, surely killing, something you don't approve of. Gran Torino, maybe I should have been gentler, he would say, thinking of old times. Mizu, no, it should have been tougher. Kendo, how do you think it is? Setsuna, I bet he'll be as handsome as a Pisces. Mandalay, can girls have control? Midnight, don't pretend you blushed with Albafica. On screen, throughout the history of the sanctuary, the constellation of Leo has borne knights with brusque and violent temperaments, who tend to be driven more by their emotions than by the prudence that a warrior should possess. But among them all, there was one Leo knight who was calm, nature-loving, extremely benevolent, yet capable of facing entire armies on his own. This man is Ilias of Leo. Off-screen, Stain, proud warriors, I would say seriously. Aizawa, letting yourself be carried away by emotions can be fatal. Nizu, very interesting. Sir, it's true. Tamaki, her aura commands respect, he would say, feeling the pressure of the figures shown on the screen. Mitsuki, there is always someone who stands out from the rest, or is the black sheep, I would say interested. Ibara, calm down. Kendo, lover of nature. Koda, benevolent. Shoto, capable of defeating armies alone? Shoji, yes, he is strong. Tetsu and Kurishima, and manly. Endeavor, you've got my attention, I'd say genuinely interested. Mirko, I say the same, she would say excitedly. On screen, Ilias is the first saint of Leo from the 18th century, although he was not a participant for most of it. He is the husband of Archis, the leader of the Pythias, also called Pythi, of his time, as well as the father of the next knight of Leo, Regulus, and the older brother, teacher, and comrade-in-arms of Sisyphus of Sagittarius. Ilias is renowned for his ability to speak to the earth. He could speak to the forest, the wind, and the river simply by feeling them. Full of benevolence, wisdom, and courage, he was considered the strongest gold saint of his generation, although he died at the beginning of the war against Hades. In his final days, he was afflicted with tuberculosis, impairing his fighting abilities and forcing him to leave the sanctuary. Off-screen, Ray, Ilias of Leo, she would say surprised. Mount Lady, oh how badly married he is. Pixie Bob, why are the prettiest already married? Present Mike, so he's Regulus's father and ancestor. Aizawa, I'm still not convinced that a child has such a responsibility. Momo, he married a nymph? That's incredible, given that they're supposed to be maidens. All Might, so he's Sisyphus's brother. Sir, that explains why it looks similar. Neomesa, wow. Monoma, talk to Mother Earth? Ibara, hear the voice of the river? Kaminari, talking to the wind. Jiro, and with the river, is that possible? David, many cultures call that becoming one with Mother Earth, but I never understood why. It seems he took it to that extreme. Gran Torino, he is seen to be someone with great power and wisdom. Spiner, someone as powerful as him. I'm surprised he's benevolent and not arrogant. Dabi, with great courage? Nizu, this explains why young Regulus took the armor. In short, he died prematurely. Koda, his presence. Eri, she's calm, she makes me feel. Tsuyu, in a big forest Karo, she would say smiling. Uraraka, yes. Ingenium, you feel immense peace. AFO, it disgusts me. Nizu, so he got sick, he would say seriously. Recovery girl, it's a serious illness, and unfortunately, at the moment, there's no cure. Today, medicine would do the job, but back then, I doubt it would. Nijire, Regulus must have felt very lonely. On screen, Ilias is a very tall man with a toned, muscular body. He has short, light golden hair and blue eyes. These traits are inherited by his son, Regulus. His expression is almost always serious and thoughtful, often stoic. In his retirement as a hermit, he had shoulder-length hair and an equally long, full beard, which he shaved off before his final duel against Rhadamanthys. She has a rather strange personality, in terms that cannot be simply explained. With a very strong connection to nature, extreme respect and dedication, she goes to the middle of the forest to spend her last days, due to a terminal illness. She takes her son with her to care for him, as his mother had died. Although she has a passive attitude, she still shares her dedication to Athena, to caring for the earth and her family. Skills: Plasma Lightning. Strikes out lightning-fast punches with one or both fists, reaching up to 100 million strikes per second. These punches can impact at a distance via shock waves, surpassing the sound barrier. The trail left by the movement of his arms is only perceptible as threads of light. If his speed significantly exceeds the speed of others, only a glow on his shoulder will be visible. Lightning Bolt. A lightning-fast punch that, upon breaking the sound barrier, projects a shock wave that propels the punch into the air in the form of a ball of light. For someone moving at a slower speed, the punch is imperceptible, with only a flash on the user's shoulder. Lightning Crown. Ilias sends his cosmo energy into the ground, then erupts like many pillars of electricity. This technique can be used to defend against incoming attacks, to attack enemies, or to paralyze targets. Off-screen. Uwabami. Yes, he is tall, midnight, and a daddy, but I still prefer Lagones and Albafica. Almight. So his last duel was against Radamanthys. Nizu. Yes, a judge of hell, the same one that Regulus faced. That explains some things. Stain. With his illness, even though he is your partner, I wouldn't call you to do your duty. I would say an illness is something that can be understood. Mina. Why his love died. Hagakure. Yes, now he and Regulus are alone. Waya. Sir. Abilities. We know for a fact that they move at the speed of light. Kirishima. Wow, with just one punch? Monoma. He's very fast. Ida. I barely see them. Ingenium. Me too. Ryukyu. I like his techniques. Mirko. I want to fight him, she would say excitedly. AFO. He's a dangerous guy, I'd say seriously. Shigaraki. You sure have something to deal with. AFO. Don't say stupid things, Shigaraki, since you speak out of your fanaticism for me, which is what some idiot Almight fan would do on his part. Nana. And it's true, and don't deny it. Naomasa. But beyond the illness, they don't seem to be contemplative about it. They must do their duty. Sir, sadly. On screen. 10 years before the awakening of the god Hades in the body of a young man named Alone, Ilias was recognized as the most powerful saint in the sanctuary. At that time, Ilias lived in the forest with his son Regulus, maintaining a harmonious relationship with nature. One day, while his son was trying to catch his food, when he couldn't, Ilias appeared and explained to him that the fish's destiny was not over yet, but his son told him that he was hungry. So Ilias said that he would talk to the fish, and with just a simple hold out his hand, 2 fish came to him. While his son asked him why too if he was a vegetarian, Ilias replied that the earth had told him that today they had a guest. That someone was Haskard of Taurus, who in the future would change his name to Aldebaran. At dusk while they were talking, Haskard asked if that child was his son, and where his mother was, to which he replied that she had returned to earth. Haskard explained that the sanctuary needed him, that Athena had not descended and the specters were already beginning to appear, so all the golden saints were needed. Upon hearing this, Ilias avoids the conversation, which annoys Haskard, who decides that even if it is by force, he will take him with him. Regulus intervenes, saying that his father has done nothing wrong, so Haskard stops his attack but warns that he will not leave until Ilias returns to the sanctuary. The next morning Ilias prepares to return to being a warrior even though he was sick. Through his contact with nature he realizes that the enemy is approaching, and among them is the man who would end his destiny. Ilias waits for his enemies in the village, which they were going to attack. When they appear they realize that there was no one there except Ilias, when trying to fight him. They are quickly defeated by the plasma lightning. After this attack Ilias realizes that there is one more enemy. And at that moment the leader of the Radamanthys squad appears. Off-screen. Ibera. It's incredible. I never thought I'd see so much harmony with nature. Shoto. Me too. Kirishima. Yes. Mandalay. Regulus was adorable as a child. Several heroines and mothers nodded at those words. Seeing what Regulus and the fish had done, many laughed because it was something a child would do, although they were surprised by the words about the fish's fate, and were shocked when Ilias with his hand made 2 fish go with Regulus. Kaminari. Amazing. Mineta. Did you talk to the fish? Nizu. I see. It is a great harmony with nature that you have. Melissa. It's too much tuning. No one achieves it unless they meditate for many years in Buddhism. Mandalay. It's vegetarian. But who is that other fish for? Almight guessed. AFO, Haskard of Taurus, interesting. Nizu, besides the name change for the largest star in his constellation, I wonder why he changed it. Nana, surely because of something that happened. Stain, Neomesa said it. The disease will not be taken into account, but what will he do? Tuberculosis is not something he can let go. Even if he gets up, he will not be able to fight no matter how strong he is. Nagant, the fight is coming, I would say serious. Jiro, it's like my gift, your connection with nature. Koda, their connection is so high that he can make her tell him everything herself. Tokoemi, it's amazing. Hawks, the fight against the judge, I would say seriously. Mirko, although he easily defeated his subordinates, he would say smiling. On screen. Meanwhile, Haskard helps evacuate the villagers, taking Regulus with him. At that moment, Harpy's Valentine, Radamanthes's right-hand man, appears to fight. While the two are engaged in battle, Regulus escapes and heads to his father, only to witness Ilias being struck by Radamanthes. Ilias realizes that his star will soon disappear, and with his son, he watches the sky and sees a new star being born. Radamanthes notices the boy's presence and decides to kill them both with his slithering roar. Ilias stands up, saying that he will not allow the boy to harm him, and counters his attack with plasma lightning. As the two clash, Ilias tells Regulus to leave, as he has his own destiny. After the clash of their techniques, it is shown that Ilias's attack has destroyed the Sapuri's horn that was aimed at his son, while he was killed by the slithering roar. Screen turns off. Mandalay, well, the town must be evacuated. Aizawa, yes, but that child is not very quiet. Seeing that because of the appearance of Harpy Valentine, and that Haskard had to face him, Regulus escaped, the heroes and parents became worried. Midnight, what are you doing, kid? Bakugo, dwarf, get out of there. Uraraka, run away. Ida, don't go to the fight. Seeing the fight between Ilias and Radamanthes, many felt something in their hearts, and even more so when they saw something. Nizu, perhaps he would say seeing. Shoto, a star goes out. No, an old star disappears, but a new one will take its place. Momo, this she would say upon hearing those words, he's going to. Kurishima, get out of there, go away. He would say desperately. Aizawa, he won't. Almight, so that's how he died. AFO, his illness weakened him enough to fall, but Spiner, he still went to fight. Kendo, although he died fighting. Ojiro, he fell with honor. Mineta, but that boy was. Aizawa, yes, it was Leo's Regulus. Now I understand why he took his place. Ilias was prepared. Midnight, what do you mean, Shota? Nizu, there's no point in being surprised. The words were clear. Ilias knew he would live there, so he planted the seed of the future in Regulus. Silence was once again present as respect, although Stain and Aizawa had to tie Shigaraki up. Seriously, Manolo was so self-centered that not even his teacher could stop him from talking and making fun of others, while he looked down on them as if he were too big to be a villain. Biographies 3, The Master of Ice. Shigaraki was going wild trying to get his bandages removed to mock Ilias, but AFO simply made Kurojiri keep him that way. In truth, Tamura's madness sometimes reached levels of intolerance. Kirishima, he died honorably, I would say, crying, I think I have a new idol. Tetsu, you already said bro, I would say in the same way. Mandalay, still, he planted the seed of Regulus. Kota, but why, he would say with tears, why doesn't he hate them? Why? Endeavor, because I would be ignoring and insulting their sacrifice and everything they achieved with it. Ray, it's true. Shoto, Dabi, Natsuo, who are you and what did you do with Endeavor / the old man? Stain, he deserves the nickname, I would say calmly. AFO, it was informative, and I didn't know you could achieve such a great connection with nature. Sir, that is true, and although I regret to agree with him, it is something that cannot be denied. Recovery girl, I keep insisting, how do they do it? Even on the brink of death they keep fighting. Modern heroes stop fighting if they get a splinter. Many were offended by this, but said nothing. They with minimal injuries retreated and let another, more capable, hero take over. Gang Orca, most newbies do it, I'd say annoyingly. Listen, you wannabes out there, you better be better than those cowards out there now. All applicants, yes. Spiner, what will we see now? Toga, I hope there's blood. Twice. I don't care / I want popcorn to enjoy this. Mr. Compress, it's a bit difficult to see the future. Neomesa, it's true. Nana, although it cannot be foreseen. At that the screen lights up, gaining everyone's attention. On screen, Biographies 3, The Master of Ice. Off screen, Shoto, Teacher, Ray of Ice. Natsuo, interesting. Fuyumi, let's see, she would say, surprised and interested. Almight, who could it be? Nizu, I think we've already seen it, and we'll see its story, he would say, smiling. David, do you think it's Crest? Nizu said nothing and looked at the screen, given that the smartest people assumed about him, although of course, there are always chances of being wrong. Nothing is ever 100% certain or has certainty about everything. On screen, if there's one thing that characterizes the constellation of Aquarius, it's the presence of multiple masters of ice. But if there's one who stands out for his resources and skills, making him a feared and respected warrior, it's Crest, the Old Man of Ice. Off screen, Nizu, interesting, this gives an interesting amount of abilities. Sir, it's true. Endeavor, the Old Man of the Ice? Mount Lady, that doesn't mean he's not a jerk for being 500 years old, as they said he was. Midnight, although she looks somewhat young. Tamaki, Master Aizawa? Aizawa, ignore them, and being a man over 500 years old, he is no minor. Spiner, feared and respected warrior. Shoto, who are you? Crest? All Might, I don't like something about him. On screen, Crest was the master of Digel of Aquarius, participated in the wars against Poseidon, Hades and Ares, being a saint of Aquarius for more than 5 centuries. Crest is a man of slight build and short stature, with black hair and a pale complexion. He is a man willing to resort to extreme solutions to achieve the greater good. Due to his long life, he has ceased to be as idealistic as most saints, eventually growing tired of the incessant wars, believing that every battle he starts brings a new battle against another enemy endlessly. Therefore, he comes to believe that men should rid themselves of the gods and gain immortality. He meets a woman named Garnet, who, also disillusioned with the human race, promises a means to achieve this goal. Techniques. Aurora Execution. This is the ultimate technique Ice Saints can use. It can only be used when approaching absolute zero. This attack is capable of freezing, destroying, or rendering the target's armor useless, as well as killing the wielder due to the freezing of their body. It is one of the most powerful techniques, with its effect such that a clash of 2 of these attacks can kill and freeze the loser of the energy impact. Diamond Dust. It is the freezing technique known par excellence of the Saints of Ice. The user gathers or creates cold air around their fist, drastically slowing the atomic movement of the air around their hand, thus creating a field of intense cold, instantly condensing the surrounding moisture into the form of pure ice, manipulating the atoms of the air particles without destroying them. Stopping them causes their temperature to drop rapidly, which then breaks and manifests in the form of countless sharp and cutting snow crystals that are launched through a powerful cold wind or diamond dust in a blizzard capable of reaching and producing a devastating and freezing cold, which can reach absolute zero. Diamond Dust Beam. Based on a variation of the traditional diamond dust beam, it creates a beam of extremely cold air, but the diamond dust beam shoots out in all directions similar to the Leo constellation plasma lightning, striking a target multiple times from multiple sides. This technique is especially useful when the enemy's location is unknown in close quarters or when the saint is facing groups. Freezing Shield. This consists of a powerful shield made of ice that the user can generate at high speed and also quickly close over the enemy to make an ice coffin. Ice Coffin. This is a freezing ability that encases the enemy in a giant block of ice. Off-screen. Uraraka. Wow, she would say, surprised. Stain. Immense experience against 3 gods. Nizu. And not just anyone, the god of the seas, the king of the underworld and the god of war. Sir. As well as being the teacher of a certain Crest. Tsuyu. He doesn't seem to be bad, Kero. But why did he get corrupted like we saw before? Momo. I think I know why. Living 500 years must have been a bit hard on him, added to the losses from the war. I think it was just a matter of time. Hearing Crest's personality, many of the heroes were not very happy, to say the least. All Might. That's wrong. The end never justifies the means. Nizu. Although his reasoning is correct. Ibara, kill the gods. AFO, win immortality? Sir, I'm intrigued by the Garnet woman. Naomesa. I say the same. Shoto techniques? That interests me. Natsuo, absolutely? That's possible. Melissa. It's minus 273 degrees Celsius, It should be impossible to get there. All energy is lost, and the atoms stop completely, I would say surprised. David, that makes them admirable. Hawks, not to mention it's dangerous for the user too. Aizawa, diamond dust, he would say interested. Koda, great. Eri, yes. Fuyumi, diamond dust ray? Ray, ice shield? Endeavor, ice coffin? Nana, I think he deserves the title of Ice Master, or Old Master, I would say. Gran Torino, yes. Daigoro, don't doubt it. On screen, 13th century. Crest donned the cloth of Aquarius at the age of 13, the youngest saint of his time, where he fought in battles against Poseidon and his navies, against Hades and his specters, and against Ares and his berserkers. The battle against the specters of Hades, in the 13th century, took place in a battle on a hill alongside a small number of saints including Iti of Libra, the Knight of Capricorn, and the Knights of Silver and Cepheus, Whale, Canis Major, Cerberus, hunting dogs among others. After the battle against Hades, the only surviving saints were Crest and Iti of Libra, who promised to wait for the new generation. From that moment on, Crest moved to the northern lands, never stopping to watch over the safety of the sanctuary and the young of the new generations of protectors of the land. Off-screen, Nizu, so 13th century, Yoichi. But at what age did he become a knight? All 13 years old. Aizawa, he's too young, he shouldn't go and participate in it. Naomasa, you do know that their era is different from ours, right, sir? And as far as we are concerned, we cannot measure that time with our moral yardstick. Almight, but still I'd say annoyed. Mirio, he is the youngest gold saint of his generation. AFO, so that's what the forces of each god are called, I would say, surprised and interested. May, your armor is incredible, babies. I would like to know how they were made to replicate them. Shinzo, he also looks more capable than most of the room. Midnight, I'm not convinced by this. Seeing the holy war of Crest, many had to turn away from the death and carnage of the battles, especially worried about Crest, since in their opinion he was a child and should not go to that place. Koda, Suga, I would say surprised. AFO, what are those weapons? Screen, they are the weapons of Libra. Off-screen, Stain weapons? Spiner, could you give more details about them? Kurishima, yes please. On-screen, these are the 12 weapons of the Libra armor forbidden by Athena. They can only be used in extreme situations. They are 6 pairs of weapons, where the Saint of Libra is responsible for the 12 weapons of the Gold Saints. His golden armor is different from all the others. It was created not only to protect the one who wore it. It is a great support in combat, since it can feed on the cosmos of the wearer. In addition, it is the only one that has 6 double weapons, 12, each one of them is for each of the Gold Saints, whose power is said to be able to destroy a star. Athena, hating combat and weapons, forbade her saints from using them, with one exception. If the Gold Saint of Libra considered it necessary to use weapons, they would use them. Being the weapons, swords, which are capable of cutting anything. Nunchakus, double weapons that are used to make agile movements and hit the enemy with force and speed. Triple bars, same as the double ones, only that they are longer and allow more movements and stronger hits. It has multiple modes of use. It demands a lot of skill from the user. It is effective both in attack and defense. Shields, capable of resisting many blows no matter how strong they are. They are accompanied by long chains so that the knight can throw them at his adversary, since it is also very sharp around the edges. Tonfas, sticks that are placed on the arms by grabbing them with the hands. They serve to defend oneself, but they are also very useful to hit the enemy. Tridents, widely used by ancient warriors since they are very sharp, but they are not advisable for quick uses. Off-screen, Almight, I see, they are powerful weapons, even for the goddess to prohibit them. Ibera, that proves that Athena is a benevolent goddess. Kendo, yes. Ojiro, I won't lie, the Tonfas and Nunchakus are very good. Stain and Spiner, I prefer swords. Kurishima, shields? He would say thoughtfully, the shield wasn't seen as a weapon, only as a defense, but this just changed his vision. Mandalay, I feel bad for them. Pixie Bob, they lost everyone and were the only 2 survivors. Aizawa, Hump, I would say reluctant to accept the facts that are seen. Ryukyu, although it is admirable that despite his age, he continues to fulfill his duty. On screen, 16th century, Crest intervenes during the battle between the Sage brothers and Hakurai, saving them from dying while telling them that they would do well to be less reckless. Then Crest frees them from a kind of ice coffin, allowing the Silver Saint to reveal his strategy, since he knew that Crest noticed that something bad was happening in the sanctuary and decided to act. Then Hakurai thanks him for it, to which the Aquarius Saint replies with a, "You are very talkative." Crest realizes that the instability he had felt in the sanctuary is due to a strategy of the Hades army, because they are subjecting the Gold Saints to brainwashing. After this, Crest witnesses the awakening of Sage, while he prepares to think of a strategy to defeat his enemy. However, suddenly he feels a powerful clash of cosmos coming from the Patriarch's chamber, while Crest worries about his friend. After feeling his friend's cosmos disappear, Crest mentions that the latter was a person who wanted peace at any cost, and then tells Sage and Hakurai to believe in each other as well as in their companions. After Hakurai's concern for the goddess, Sage, to whom he tells him that he is intelligent unlike his older brother who is impulsive, Sage understands what Crest wants to tell him and replies that he will protect him. However, Crest also tells him that if necessary he can take advantage of it. Later, Crest reappears, this time escorting Athena before Francisca of Taurus, Sage, Archon of Sagitta, and the Silver Knight's centaur, hunting dogs, Fly, and a badly wounded Hakurai. There, Athena and Crest informs them that ITIA was behind the war. After this, the Knight of Aquarius asks to be the one to face ITIA. However, before Athena accepts his request, Hakurai awakens and prepares to confront the Patriarch, and then Francisca, Sage, Archon, the Centaur Knights, hunting dogs, and Fly prepare to go with him. After this, Crest watches as Athena sends the knights to confront the Patriarch. Later, Crest faces and defeats the Golden Saints of Leo, Gemini, and Scorpio, and after that he has a talk through telepathy with ITIA, where the Aquarius Knight tries to convince him that one day they will have to leave, but the Libra Knight expresses his decision to never abandon humans because they seem like little children left to their fate who only know how to fight and steal from each other. Later, Crest senses the powerful cosmos that ITIA possesses, where the Knight shows concern for Sage and Hakurai, but Athena tells him that now the only thing they can do is trust them. Later, both of them feel ITIA's defeat at the hands of the young saints. Off-screen, upon hearing everything that had happened in the 16th century, they were shocked, especially when they learned that ITIA had turned traitor. Upon hearing his reasons, most of them bowed their heads. It was true, they were heroes versus villains versus anti-heroes, always fighting and never stopping this madness. The aspirants didn't understand those words because they were still immersed in the fantasy of being heroes and so on, but the smarter ones did pick up on it. Stain, a good way to define the human race. AFO, without a doubt. Yoichi, it's true. Niza, Sage, and Hakurai, those two names interest me. I would say interested. Sir, just like me. Neomesa, me too. On screen, 18th century. 55 years before the Holy War against Hades, Crest met Garnet, who like him had seen and suffered the horrors of war. 20 years later, Crest appears before Legonis of Pisces and Ilias of Leo. Crest mentions that he has protected the shrine for over 500 years as it was a promise he had made to his friend. Then Crest uses his ice coffin to freeze the body of Zephyri of Scorpio. Then as he leaves he tells Ilias and Legonis to take him to the sanctuary and tell Sage to correct his mistakes. However, Legonis stops him and asks him to explain what he meant by this not happening again like the previous Holy War, to which Crest replies that was a nightmare, comrades who dreamed of a better future, and because of that, they followed the path of evil. Then Crest talks to Hakurai, who quickly kneels before Crest and expresses his opinion on telling Legonis and Ilias what happened in the previous Holy War. Crest agrees to this, arguing that if it was his point of view, a senile old man like him will not oppose. Almost 40 years after that, Crest went to the sanctuary in Greece. After more than a century, Crest meets a young man suffering from a heart disease. Surprised by the young man's determination to live life to the fullest despite the heart disease, Crest taught him a technique to take advantage of the disease and encouraged him to become a knight by also offering him Athena's blood. Crest also became the teacher of young Digel. One day they both watched as several swans gathered to form their nests, and then he tells his young student that even those ices that are not melted even with the passing of centuries are ephemeral compared to the passing of the years, and that leaving something to future generations is like a fleeting dream since everything is destined to disappear, and that is why humans strive to create a link with the future, and that is why knights exist. 6 years before the Holy War, Crest traveled to France where he disappeared. Although in reality he joined Garnet, however in Crest's heart there were still doubts, so Garnet proposed to send a letter asking for help and signed by Crest addressed to his student to get an answer from him. Off-screen, Hawks. But who is that woman? Mirko. And mentions that they both lived through the horrors of war. Mina, does it smell like ship? Hagakure, surely. Setsuna, interesting. Everyone nodded at Crest's words after stopping Zephyri, though those words left them thinking, which affirmed that no matter how good you are in the world, the cause you fight for will eventually absorb you. Among the most thoughtful were all the One for All wielders, given that in the cause of stopping AFO they had allowed themselves to be consumed by it, distancing themselves from friends and family. Recovery girl, what heart disease and profit from it? That would reduce lifespan, I'd say seriously. Mirko, I like that brat. AFO, Athena's blood? He would say, interested in the goddess's blood. Nizu, he has good values, but his breakdown is approaching. Seeing Crest join Garnet there, they saw his sanity slip away. ITIA made it clear to them that the cause consumed him and that they all had evil within them. On screen, Garnet and Dijal. Already a gold saint, Dijal went to France to save his master Crest, who was apparently trapped in Garnet's mansion, a mysterious and beautiful woman who hypnotically controls everyone with her singing. There he meets a girl named Fluorite who was a servant in that mansion. Then Dijal discovers that warriors known as the Jewels lived in the mansion. First he confronted Flint, who has the power to control fire. Flint captures Fluorite, who was spying from behind the door, and threatens to burn it, but Dijal uses the Great Freezing Ring on him and defeats him. Fluorite reveals that he was not spying out of curiosity, but because he was looking for his father, who like many other men of his town disappeared and is suspected of being held captive in the mansion, as well as several other people. Thus, while Dijal searches for his master and a friend, Seraphina, who had accompanied him, and was kidnapped, fighting against Tourmaline, who has control of electricity and gives powerful electric shocks to the saint, at the same time Chalcedonia arrives that causes illusions. The illusions are destroyed by the diamond dust ray technique, and the two jewels defeated. Shortly after, Fluorite finds her father, who is dead inside a jewel like many others. Dijal comforts her. Then Aquarius faces the last living jewel, who turns out to be Crest, his rejuvenated master, and in service to Garnet, Dijal's techniques are stopped and returned by Crest, who due to his experience is very powerful. Dijal attacks him with the Aurora execution, but Crest de Cocainor uses the freezing shield, transforming it into an ice coffin, to lock up Dijal. The Golden Saint frees himself with his own power, and when he wants to confront his master and Garnet again, they tell him that they were looking for eternal life by stealing it from others, like Fluorite's father, but they wanted to be sure if they did the right thing. That's why they had called Dijal, who they had offered that power and had rejected it, to be sure of what they were doing. Off-screen, everyone listened attentively to what happened in that battle, but the more they read, the more uneasy their feelings were. And although several agreed that it was not the right path, they hoped that Crest would reconsider and become a knight again, which only the most intelligent remembered was that, as a traitor, he should be executed. Hearing everything, many didn't know what to say or do. It was a lot to assimilate, although AFO was interested in the plan, sacrificing several to steal their life and make it his own, a good immortality if you can say so. Nizu, now this leaves me with another question. Who is Garnet, and why did she make that decision? Bakugo, she's just a villain. Sir, boy, even as a hero you must look for a reason, even if it is stupid in the end. Everything has its justification. Neomesa, as stupid as she is, sadly. On screen, Garnet is a young woman from high society in France in the 18th century, whose beauty is such that it is said to allow her to have control over her enemies and friends, and she is also the leader of the Jewels. Garnet has a slender figure with pronounced curves. She has broad shoulders and a solid build, with considerable height for a woman. Her hair is dark and wavy, reaching her hips. Her armor resembles a French high society dress and is paired with a choker with a gem. Garnet was the wife of a 16th century French nobleman. Garnet lost her husband to an epidemic and was forced to flee her lands due to the various battles that raged over the manor's possession. During her escape, the young woman found Vivre, a magical jewel that gave its owner the power to control the spirits of precious stones and stay young by absorbing people's life energy. She decided to use the stone's power to maintain peace, as in her late husband's ideal. Using the power of the gem, she was able to develop a soothing, angelic voice that could be loved by all people, and build up the energy needed to maintain her powers. Created by a group of jewel warriors who resemble pre-adolescent males called jewels, though this could only happen over many years. 150 years after finding the stone, Garnet took a trip to Russia, where she met the only person who could understand her feelings of loneliness and the feeling that she felt deep within her heart, Crest, the oldest saint of the goddess Athena, who was impressed by her idea of maintaining peace by giving people the chance to never change. Garnet saw Crest a few years later, when the saint, also sick from all the wars they had seen in their past, decided to join her after she had returned to what had been her husband's land, making him look younger and placing him at the head of her jewels under the name of Koinur. Screen turns off. Minetta, well, what can I say other than it's good? Kaminari. And she's French Alala. Jiro, perverts he would say, sticking the jacks in them. Those affected. Nizu, I see why he did that, the death of loved ones, and in Crest's case numerous comrades over 5 centuries. AFO, interesting stone, I would say genuinely interested in her abilities. Midnight, not a bad idea. Mount Lady, eternal beauty, but at what cost? I wouldn't go through with that. Everyone, upon hearing more, was left with a bad taste in their mouths, given that even the mind, which aims to bring peace, can be more affected by the loss of loved ones and take a path with bad decisions and corrupt the ideal that is being pursued. Almight remained silent as he thought about everything. He wasn't immune to going through it, but could he tolerate it? Nizu, for his part, had his teachers take notes of everything. It was a lot of information and something that could be used as a lesson for his future and current students. The Big Three reflected on everything. It was something that had to be done. But how could one ultimately take a different, dark path? Biographies 4. The Sage Patriarch. The room was full of reflections. Crest's story truly made them see life in different colors. No longer black or white, heroes or villains, but a very broad grayscale. It doesn't matter where you're born, because you're never completely white, on the side of good, or black, on the side of evil. The aspirants, despite wanting to use their fantasy thoughts about heroes, couldn't. This was a reality check, given that even the most loyal can, with time and experience, be corrupted and turn to the evil side, as well as return and correct their mistakes, even at the cost of their lives. The women were somewhat divided. On one hand, they liked the idea of eternal beauty, but how Garnet achieved it was something they didn't like to see, as it was a very high price to pay. Stain, for his part, thought about his ideals, since with this, it was clear that nobody was perfect, and as he listened to All Might, he increasingly lost his respect, because beyond how good a hero he was too idealistic and fanciful, thinking that everything would change if the opportunity arose, that everything would be solved on its own without intervening. Nizu, that was interesting. Shigaraki, TSK, I didn't like it. Kurojairi, in my case, it makes me wonder if it's right to continue this fight. AFO, but I see the quirks I want, and it passes me by ha ha ha. All Might Yurei. Kurishima, look, he would say, watching the book send content to the screen. Shoto, who will it be this time? He would say, thinking. Monoma, I bet he'll be a loser. Momo, I don't know, but I'm curious to know something about Itia of Libra, Sage of Cancer, and Hakurai of Altar. Kyoka, you just want to know why Itia became corrupted, right? Kendo, we all want to know. Ibara, without a doubt. When the content was finished sending, the screen played audio and video, attracting everyone's attention. On screen, Biographies 4. The Sage Patriarch. Off screen, Nizu Patriarch? Midnight, this is the second time he's been named. Aizawa, perhaps he is the goddess's second in command. Present Mike, maybe, why do you say that, Aizawa boy? Aizawa, because with ITIA they mentioned it, I would say boring. On screen, wherever you look at it, there can never be a good army without a good leader. Today we will learn the story of the leader of the sanctuary, the one who, together with Athena, makes the difficult decisions that cost lives and even wars. Today we will introduce you to Patriarch Sage. Sage was the patriarch of Sanctuary during the Lost Canvas War, the teacher of the Cancer Saint Manigoldo, and the younger twin brother of Hakurai of Altar. He led the first part of the Holy War, but ultimately sacrificed himself and his student to seal the death god Thanatos. Off-screen. Aizawa, I said it. Stain, a leader, sadly sometimes makes difficult decisions. Endeavor, this happens often, even on big hero missions. Almight, but there shouldn't be any costs. Nizu, you know there will always be costs, Almight. What we do is minimize them, nothing more. There will always be a cost to pay. Hawks, although the economic cost is the lowest, the human cost of losses is often the highest. Kirishima, sage, he would say, looking at the white-haired man. AFO, I see, I would say, looking at him, he has the presence of someone very wise. Mandalay, Menegoldo of Cancer's teacher, well, it's something interesting. Sir, in addition to being the younger twin brother of Hakurai of Altar, which gives us new information. David, so he was the commander during the first part, but how? All Seal, the god of death? Melissa, how? Ibera, Thanatos? Nizu, one of the twin gods, son of Nyx. Naomesa, this is something interesting, admirable, and terrifying, since he is someone to be feared. Kirishima and Tetsu, he's very manly. Mirko, I like it now. Ryukyu, you like anyone who slaps anyone. Author's note, Mirko would be good friends with Manigoldo or Cardia. That would be interesting to see. Hehe. On screen, Sage is a man of stocky build, with long silvery white hair and small eyebrows. He also had wrinkles on his face due to old age, very similar to his twin brother Hakurai. During his time as patriarch, he wore a white cassock that covered his neck with a medallion on his chest over it. He also wore a black cassock with gold and red edges, with gold diamond designs and the red embroidery on the sleeves, as well as an ornament around his neck and a stole. In addition, he wore the patriarch's distinctive helmet. His personality is one of absolute solemnity, intelligence, moderation, and respect for his subordinates, the saints. It is clear how interested he is in the moral development of those around him, teaching them important lessons that elevate them, such as with Manigoldo, when he made him understand that life is not garbage and that true despair cannot be taken lightly. He cares about others, so much so that he has survived more than 2 centuries waiting for the moment to capture the twin gods so they do not repeat the massacre they committed in his youth. Although it may seem like he wants revenge, his intentions go further, trying to save the lives of the saints. His sadness is clearly visible when Manigoldo died in the battle against Thanatos. His overall personality differs from that of his brother Hakurai, who is more daring and explosive, which may seem irresponsible for the Saint of Altar, but in truth his intentions are to teach the new warriors. With Hakurai, his relationship is one of respect and admiration, and he even told him that his cosmos was very large for just having reached Silver Saint. Off-screen, Mount Lady, Pixie Bob Midnight, tasty old man. Gang Orca, he's an interesting guy and gives the appearance of a wise man. Hawks, from someone rather experienced. Sir, but how old is he? If Cress lived more than 500 years, how many did he live? Kendo, dressed as a priest. Ibera, yes. Hearing about his personality, many were speechless. He was an extremely interesting person. Stain, life is not garbage, I would like to see that teaching. Nana, that's true, true despair is not a game. Naomesa, so he's over 200 years old. Gran Torino, I like it. Stain, 200 years waiting for revenge, and what have 2 gods done? AFO, a massacre? That's it. Toga, I would like to see that massacre, she would say, smiling. Dabi, crazy. Almight, so for the others he leaves his revenge, eh? Aizawa, that's good, master. Mandalay, so Manigoldo died, Mirko, and killed by a god. Yoroi, at least he died fighting, that makes him very honorable. Nizu, that's true, even among twins, personality is somewhat unique, which helps differentiate them. On-screen, techniques. Hell Waves. It is a spiritual technique in which the user concentrates his cosmos in the tip of the index finger of his right hand, from which a white aura emanates, to then send out a cosmic spiral wave, or a strange radiation in the form of white rings that expand and coil around the opponent's body to separate the soul from the body and suck it towards the realm of the dead. While the enemy's body remains inert on the ground, the soul leaves its interior, is absorbed by a portal and transported to a place called Yamatsu Hirosaka, a place that serves as a border between the world of the living and the world of the dead. Cage of Talismans. Sage uses seals marked with Athena's blood, remnants of the 16th century holy war, to create a barrier around her target, greatly weakening even the target's god, Hades. Demonic flames. uses the Yamatsu's blue and white will-o'-the-wisps to feed on the target's soul, incinerating it. Soul Burial uses lost souls near the palm of the hand, and when enough energy is obtained, it uses them as gunpowder to produce a great explosion, and when enough energy is obtained, it launches a kind of luminous ray that acts as fuel to generate a terrible explosion, and that explodes upon contact with fire. With this method it makes souls explode to injure its adversary. The magnitude of the explosion is proportional to the strength of the spirits themselves. Off-screen. AFO. Interesting. Hawks. What skills does he have? Ibera. Hell waves. Hearing what this technique did made many people feel terror. It was truly something dangerous, separating the soul from the body and sending it to the border between the world of the dead and the world of the living. It was something incredible and terrifying. Monoma. It's a villain's power. Sir. Cage of Talismans? AFO. Blood of the Goddess. Very interesting. Almight. The power of those seals is incredible. Ibera. Demonic Flames? Nizu. Good. David. Use the environment of it, and it makes it clear that his work is important. Koda. Soul Grave? Shoji. It's something interesting but scary. Bakugo. I like that technique. Mitsuki. I shouldn't have let him watch so many documentaries and videos about explosives and such. On screen. Childhood. Sage, along with his older twin brother, Hakurai, were apprentice armor repairers living in Jamir, Tibet. Both young men, at 12 years old, were already considered great elements that helped the sanctuary in the restoration of armor, so the patriarch at that time, Itia, invited them to join the sanctuary as knights, and thus be able to observe the world through the eyes of a warrior of Athena and not from a place as solitary as Jamir. The twins promised themselves to strengthen their bonds as brothers and always remain together in this new duty entrusted to them. Upon arriving at the sanctuary and presenting themselves before the patriarch, they were surprised by a test where they had to choose who of the two would live to become a saint. Therefore, in the eyes of the patriarch, one of the two must die. At this, they both disagree and together they attack the patriarch. Itia stops them using her cosmos, beginning to give reasons why the other is better for the position. Sage makes it known that Hakurai is stronger while Hakurai emphasizes that Sage is smarter and a better leader. Because each chose the other, emphasizing their qualities, the patriarch frees them and congratulates them, arguing that it was a test and that both brothers, despite their differences, complement each other perfectly, so he decides to be the one who trains both as knights. 16th Century War. A couple of months before the start of the 16th Century Holy War, rumors spread that there were traitors in sanctuary on the side of Hades, so Sage, now 17 years old and the bearer of the golden armor of Cancer, offers to investigate the matter, but falls prey to a spell that manifests itself in the form of butterflies on the skin which brainwashes the bearer into obeying instructions against their will. Hakurai of Altar investigates his brother's whereabouts using his spirit waves by reading spirits in the underworld, thus initiating a battle between the two twins. Sage uses his demonic flames to kill his brother, but he uses his spirit waves to repel the attack and send the wandering souls back to the underworld. Later, Hakurai tries to draw out his brother Sage's soul with his spirit waves, but a group of butterflies emerge from Sage's body and attack Altar, weakening him. As Cancer prepares to deliver the final blow, Hakurai responds with Soul Burial, defeating Sage. Afterward, Aquarius's crest soul appears to freeze both siblings so their bodies aren't destroyed by the explosion, and takes them to safety. With both brothers recovered from the battle, they realize along with Crest that the underworld is brainwashing the Golden Saints, and with this they plan to overthrow Patriarch Itia and Athena. Sage does not remember who was the person who brainwashed him, but suddenly they both feel a collision of cosmos coming from the chambers of the Patriarch, who has just been betrayed and has lost his life. Crest laments the loss of his friend, at the same time that Hakurai reacts wanting to avenge him. Being stopped by Sage warns that the Knights of the Sanctuary are the enemies to be brainwashed, and tells him that when the Patriarch dies, the position goes to the substitute, who in this case was the Knight of Altar. The three knights prepare to save the Golden Saints, and reinforce the few Bronze and Silver Saints. Sage and Hakurai arrive at the training arenas, but the place was on fire. The siblings split up to investigate, but suddenly, among the rubble, an attack pierces the walls from side to side, hitting Sage. Francisca of Taurus is the cause, as she is brainwashed. Taurus prepares to start a battle of Golden Knights, a fight called the Thousand Days War, which only has two possible outcomes, an eternal draw or the death of both knights. Sage is attacked by Francisca and her physical strength, but the knight manages to hit him and use the infernal waves. However, he is hit by Francisca. Just as the Taurus knight was about to deliver the final blow, the knight's soul separates from his body. The infernal waves have taken effect thanks to Sage using a false body created by the souls as a decoy in order to use his technique without interruptions. Francisca comes to and reveals that the traitor is Gateguard of Ares, who after attacking the Patriarch, used the power of the butterflies of the underworld to brainwash several people. Sage and Francisca find Hakurai defeated and Sage presses the vital points to prevent him from dying, while some Silver Saints who witnessed everything comment that Hakurai had faced Gateguard, but at the climax of the fight the Libra Knight intervened and dealt him the finishing blow. Sage confused explains that at that moment there is no knight wearing the Libra armor, the armor being vacant. After that, a light snowfall appears and from it emerges Crest along with Athena, who claimed that the Libra Knight of antiquity was the current deceased Patriarch, and that everything that happened is the work of ITIA. But before deciding what to do, a powerful cosmos makes itself felt from the Patriarch's room, this being ITIA himself, who has resurfaced with a younger body with the intention that the 12 Golden Knights take control of the world and guide it towards a path of peace, ending wars and suffering. Athena has removed the barrier that prevents teleportation in the 12 houses, and with this Sage, Hakurai, Francisca and Alcon of Sajuda, a Silver Knight who aided Sage when he was defeated, headed like a meteor towards the Patriarch's temple, but halfway there an attack by Sagittarius Ariels intercepts them, so Francisca and Alcon stay to fight with him. Once Sage and Hakurai approach ITIA's temple, they are stopped by Gateguard, who explains that he will not let both knights pass until ITIA manages to concentrate all of her cosmos in her new body. Ares mentions that he has tried his best to reach perfection, but not even being a gold saint has been able to. Suddenly his body emanates a powerful energy that sends dark shock waves directed by the butterflies of the underworld impacting both twins, and Ares' armor takes on a dark color like that of a Sapuri of the underworld. Gateguard is willing to give his soul to the god of the underworld, in order to achieve the long-awaited peace that he and ITIA desire. Hakurai explodes in rage seeing how his partner sold his soul to the god Hades, and attacks with all his might, but Alter stops when he realizes that Gateguard's body begins to disintegrate. His time in the world of the living is over. Only Ares' armor remains in front of Hakurai. With the passage clear, both brothers enter the room, and from it, the Libra weapons emerge and impact against both of them. At the same time, ITIA de Libra greets them, throwing the Libra weapons, sending both wounded brothers to different parts of the sanctuary. ITIA sits on the throne, ready to lead his knights in this crusade, but around him, silver flames begin to manifest, like will-o'-the-wisp, while a portal opens in the sky from which Hakurai and Sage emerge, having dodged the attack in time with its infernal waves. ITIA replies to both knights that her flames cannot hurt him because he is the Patriarch, and causes the flames of Hakurai, something that weakens every knight within its reach, to affect them both, revealing a dream where he was able to reach an agreement with the twin gods Hypnos and Thanatos, along with Mu of Papillon, where they questioned him about the selfishness of human beings, where, disregarding the sacrifice of Athena's army for their lives, they continue to have wars and evil. ITIA, living for more than 250 years, has witnessed all the evil of humanity, so the words of the gods seduce him, and together with Gateguard they orchestrate their plan of world domination to bring the world to true peace. Sage and Hakurai concentrate their cosmos while ITIA prepares to defeat them both, when suddenly the soul of a small Gateguard manifests behind Hakurai, causing ITIA to become distracted, and Sage manages to reach the Patriarch's throne, as if it were a lifelong connection. The Pontiff's helmet reaches Sage's hands, as if all his training had been prepared for that moment. At the same time, the silver flames return against ITIA and eliminate the butterflies of the underworld. ITIA begins to cry with pride seeing how his pupils have defeated him and are the ones indicated to guide the sanctuary in future wars, saying goodbye but not before making them promise that they will guide the sanctuary on the path of good, despite the fact that they encounter bad people in the world. This is how the effect returns to normal with Sage as the new patriarch, while the rest of the knights manage to come back to their senses. At the climax of the confrontation, the final battle takes place at the sanctuary. Hakurai, along with the remaining bronze and silver saints, were fighting until Sage asked them to let the enemy reach the patriarch's temple, beyond the 12 houses. Hakurai agreed because he trusted Sage, and so the confrontation took place on the steps of the temple. It was in this battle that Hades, using his human vessel, was forced to intervene, because a shield created by Athena began to prevent the resurrection of the specters. Hades saw that Athena was wearing her goddess armor, so he attacked her, being stopped by the few surviving knights among them, Hakurai and Sage, who, with a combined effort, managed to repel the attack and expel Hades' soul from his vessel, ending the war. However, when everyone believed that victory had arrived, the twin gods Hypnos and Thanatos appeared, killing all the other saints present. Only they, thanks to their powerful cosmos and the protection of their goddess, were able to survive, while Crest was guarding the seal that retained Poseidon, which threatened to break. So Athena, in order to ensure a future for her knights, set out to follow the twin gods through the path of the gods, the hyperdimension, a place where humans cannot enter, making them both promise that they would survive until the next war, in addition to safeguarding a sword blessed with their blood. Off-screen, upon hearing about Sage and Hakurai's childhood, they were able to find out where they came from, where they were born, Tibet, which surprised them, and even more so when they learned that at the age of 12 they already had such courage just for repairing armor, being rewarded by following the path of knights. Aizawa, since he would say without being convinced his morals did not allow children to join as knights to fight for it, it is the same as allowing children to go out to fight villains just because they have hero tights, in his opinion. That was the same thought among the UA teachers and top heroes. Only Mirko, the most intelligent, and several parents understood that it was another time and another world, so even if they didn't accept it, they couldn't do anything. As time passed, everyone saw the horror of the 16th century Holy War, which took place amidst the Ishan rebellion. Many didn't consider why it happened or that the knights followed it of their own free will, little imagining they had been brainwashed. Kaminari, dude, I don't want to be a knight. It seems that it's harder than being a hero. Mizu added to the fact that the fights aren't very easy to say. They're monsters with a power unknown to us. Almight, do you think young Midoriya will support us? Sir, let's hope the boy supports us, and we must also remember that he won't be alone, so a new generation of knights would be with us. Seeing Gateguard, many were in shock, and even more so when his armor turned black. Tsuyu, what's wrong, Karo? Reiko, her armor changed. Nizu, it's because he's dead, he would say, coming to the conclusion, she's a Sapuri of Hades, sir. A temporary life, he would say, watching Gateguard fade away. The surprise did not end there when seeing Libra's weapons, but the fight against IDIA and its end, where the saint reveals everything. AFO was simply amazed, and the heroes could not refute anything of ITIA's words. It was something true. One did not live 250 years to the Reverend Rocket, and seeing things that they see in less than 100 and believe they know everything. David, a pre-Quirk era philosopher, said, "Man is evil by nature, sir." Hobbes, he would say, surprised, and it is true and society should correct it. But today we see that it is not. All might. But we can change, we can work on a change without reaching that, without reaching a fascist and totalitarian regime like ITIA proposed. Yes, I know that he deviated from his path and ended up leaving this in good hands, but, Stain, All Might, stop dreaming. The world is cruel, merciless, and will devour you if you're careless. You say you can. Tell me who other than those present saving AFO and his henchmen would be willing to follow you. Tell me which of the heroes outside the top would be willing to start foundations to correct villains and return them to society as good people. Tell me how many would be willing to eliminate racism, xenophobia, discrimination, poverty, etc. This is real life, not a comic where you save the day and people go back to living their lives as if there were no villain. AFO. And one thing is true, society is hypocritical, and you are among the first to see it. Give them time and you will see how those civilized people who once applauded the hero turn against him. You top and masters can forge new hopes. But where those in the middle fail and show their more human side, the masses will no longer applaud you like seals when they see fish. All Might, it's a lie. Kurojairi, All Might, those words are true. People have something that they show with actions, what they love the most. Because there is something they love more than a hero, and that is seeing a hero fall and die in a feat. Nana, it's true, tell me when I fell, did people remember my sacrifice or mention you when you appeared? Toshi, it hurts my soul to agree with them, but that's the truth. The future students were thinking about those words, how to fight evil, if evil itself was also within them, how to be future heroes in a society that will stab you when you least expect it. After a few minutes of reflection, the room began to see the war after the defeat of Itia. It was bloody. Toga, being crazy for blood, began to have horror, fear. The others did not know what to say. Shigaraki wanted to say something, but like everyone else, when Hades appeared, they were filled with terror. They saw their lives in front of them. They felt like they would die. Relief, joy, and shouts of celebration came when the survivors united and defeated him, although it did not last long, because the appearance of the twin gods appeared filled them with fear. Almight, Nu! He would scream upon seeing several dead people. Stain, I understand the hatred of those two for the gods. I would say annoyed, seeing your comrades die after two sore losers appeared and killed everyone. Kota, no wretches, he would say, looking at the gods with hatred. AFO, those wretches, I would say angrily. Beyond being a villain, he is still a human being. Everyone, Athena, they would say when they saw her following them. Nizu, hyperdimension? Ibera, path of the gods. On screen, preparations for the 18th century war. Sage assumed the position of patriarch in charge of rebuilding the sanctuary for the upcoming holy war and lost sight of his brother for 250 years, as he became the armor repairer in Jameer. Despite the distance, they had the opportunity to concentrate their cosmos throughout that time on the altar armor so that when the time came, they could capture the twin gods within it. A few years before the start of the new holy war, Sage was examining a village that had been attacked by the hordes of Hades. There, he found a boy, the only survivor. He found him living among the ruins of his village, surrounded by the souls of the deceased inhabitants, which for some reason he was able to see and understand. The boy was a petty thief, barely surviving amidst such desolation, and who admired death, believing life to be garbage. Sage explains to him that his life is not garbage, but part of the universe, and invites him to the sanctuary. The boy is Manigoldo, who becomes the patriarch's new apprentice. However, Manigoldo thought the other apprentices were soft-hearted, unfamiliar with despair. As a lesson, Sage sent his soul to the entrance to the underworld so that it would know that what awaits after death is not peace, but the kingdom of Hades, and that this is the reason they confronted the god. After a time, Manigoldo succeeded his master Sage as Saint of Cancer. Betrayal of Aspros. In the sanctuary, there is talk of the meeting of the 12 Golden Saints, where they discuss who will be the patriarch's replacement. Everyone in the sanctuary wants Aspros of Gemini to be the successor, but rumors say that Sage thinks differently and prefers Sisyphus of Sagittarius. Aspros is obsessed with the position. He even goes to the forbidden place, the Stellar Temple, and there he tells his brother that he will use all the patriarch's knowledge, star reading, the sealed demonic fist, the blood of Athena. Defteros takes Athena's blood from him. Aspros tells Defteros, Shadow, and reminds him that thanks to him he has been able to live. And then he attacks him with his technique, the Imperial Satan, to use his twin brother to betray Sage. Shortly after, Defteros appears in the Master's Hall and attacks Sage. The Patriarch stops him. At that moment, Aspros appears and tells him that his brother is a traitor, and as such must die. The Patriarch tells him that he does not wish to see it because he has a brother, and seeing brothers kill each other does not please him. Aspros, seeing that the Patriarch has turned his back on him, attacks him, but something stops him. The one who stopped him is the man who is said to be the closest to a god, Asmita of Virgo. Asmita tells Aspros that the Patriarch had already seen into the movements of his heart, and that's why he prevented this move by Aspros. The Gemini Saint says that they believed he was only prepared to fight Sisyphus or Manigoldo. Sage says that this move had to be well planned because Aspros is an elite-ranked warrior. Aspros mocks them and says they will die. Defteros asks his brother to stop. Asmita says that she will stop him no matter if the Patriarch and he have to defeat the Gemini brothers and unleash 2,000-day wars. Aspros mocks Asmita for believing they will have a 1,000-day war, and Aspros tells her that the power of his shadow is enough for the bodies of Virgo, and the Patriarch to be found at dawn. Asmita thinks about stopping the evil Aspros and attacks him with her OM, but Deuteros stops the attack of the Saint of Virgo. Asmita worries about this, but Sage tells her that she entrusts Deuteros to him, that he will take care of Aspros. Asmita will battle against Deuteros and comes to understand the Patriarch's decision. Later she will show Deuteros her heart. She shows him the thorns that bind it due to the Imperial Satan that will only dissolve if she kills someone. Asmita tells Deuteros that, although her mission is to kill him and the Patriarch, she has actually always been her brother's puppet, and that she is to blame for her brother being sunk in darkness. Because there was never a difference between light and darkness between them, but resignation in being Aspro's puppet. Deuteros asks Asmita for help. Asmita says she already told him everything, and that only Deuteros knows the answer. Asmita disappears. Deuteros appears in front of Aspros, who has a wounded Sage by the neck, ready to finish him off. His brother asks him to kill the Patriarch. Deuteros attacks, but thinks about his identity, whether to be light or darkness. Deuteros chooses to be a demon, and runs his surprised brother through. Off-screen, Mina. How sad she was to have stopped seeing her brother for 250 years. Hagakure. But why channel that power into the armor? Shinzo. They will go after the twin gods. Everyone thought it was a suicide, but they decided to pay attention. Where the images showed a destroyed city, several clenched their fists, until they saw a child seeing a pile of souls. Monoma, what are those things? Aizawa, those are Kurogiri souls. Midnight, poor thing, he must feel terrible about it. Spiner, in addition to what happened, it forced him to steal for a living. Ida, but stealing is wrong, no matter how you look at it. Kendo, it's not like I have a choice where it is. Momo, I'm with Kendo-san. Yoichi, life isn't garbage, kid. Daigoro, what a good start for student and teacher, he would say sarcastically. Although he gave a great teaching. Kudo, without a doubt. Stain, what a strange start. AFO, but that is how the master and the disciple were formed. Everyone was looking very closely at Patriarch Sage, someone who until now had been very admirable to many, given his values. Mandalay's successor? Is he retiring? Nizu. So among the candidates were Sisyphus and Aspros of Gemini. Sir, and that seems to have bothered the Gemini Knight. Momo, star reading? Is that possible? Melissa, as far as I know, yes, but it must be difficult. Ibera, sealed demon fist? David, Athena's blood? AFO, wonderful imperial Satan, a control technique. Mina, that's cruel. Hagakure, doing that to your own brother. Seeing the fight started and the interruption by someone who surprised them made them wonder who that guy was. May, the man closest to God? Shoto, Asmita of Virgo? Mineta, he seems effeminate to me. Kyoka, and that guy is still stronger than you. Almight, 1,000 Days War? That's dangerous, I'd say seriously, hearing what would happen if two knights fought. Seeing more, many were worried because Aspros was winning, but joy came after Asmita freed Deuteros. Stain, now how do you solve it, sir? So there is never a difference, that is something difficult to understand, but poetic. Endeavor, why do you say that? Neomesa, because of twins, they say one is always bad and the other good, which means that's not the case. They're different, but they're the same at the beginning. Seeing that Deuteros wanted to kill Sage, they became worried, although Ibra heard that he was a demon and began to pray. Although they were shocked when the dead ended up being Aspros at the hands of his twin brother. Ojiro, awkward moment. Tokoemi, too much darkness even for me. On screen, Holy War of the 18th century. After Hades awakens, the first thing he is seen doing is giving the Pegasus armor to Tenma, a boy who survived a town where Hades' vessel was born and was destroyed with his awakening. He plays an active role in defending the sanctuary when the 18th century Hades, a boy named Alone, attacked. So with the help of Athena they create a barrier and manage to teleport the statue of the goddess with Hades and everyone present to the Tower of the 108 Mesai, the place where Hades' specters are sealed, to seal the soul of the god of the underworld. They would have succeeded if it hadn't been for the appearance of Pandora, the one in charge of releasing evil from the earth. After learning that Pandora was sending assassins to kill Tenma, she orders Manigoldo to imprison him in the sanctuary for his protection. But with the help of Hakurai, Tenma escapes. Sage is persuaded by his brother not to pursue him, instead sending Manigoldo to protect him, god of death. As Manigoldo faces Thanatos, the god opens a door to the path of the gods, nearly absorbing Manigoldo. Suddenly, Sage appears, transporting himself there. Thanatos is shocked that another person has made it to that dimension. With a gesture of his hands, the seals are strategically placed in various locations, creating a colossal energy that begins to close the dimension that the god of death opened. After remembering the previous holy war, Thanatos has elevated his gigantic cosmos even further and, opening his arms, has generated the phobia of Tartarus, with which he manages to summon the spirits of the dead whom he himself took from life. Manigoldo and Master Sage evade them, but there are too many of them. Sage reminds Manigoldo how to confront them, and Cancer uses the soul burial technique to finish them off. The Patriarch hasn't lost his composure despite everything, but he tells the god that he shouldn't underestimate humans, who have just countered his Tartaros phobia. Thanatos is furious, having created a tremendous ball of energy above him, the terrible providence which he fires and Manigoldo receives, a blow that even breaks the sacred armor. Sage stands in front of his disciple with some Athena seals in hand that manage to lessen the power of the impact. Thanatos wants to do the terrible providence again, but Sage has increased his cosmos to activate the true power of the sacred seals. His cosmos explodes, the seals are everywhere, his special technique has been applied, the cage of talismans blocks much of the god's power and leaves him prisoner. But the god begins to raise his terrible cosmos, and the power emitted has begun to destroy part of the temple. The seals begin to disintegrate little by little. The seals have been of no use because their effect has apparently waned after 200 years. Thanatos is terribly enraged at having received a blow from Manigoldo, and opens the hyperdimension again. The floor beneath Manigoldo breaks and his leg is shattered. The master has seen his disciple fall helplessly, clenching his teeth tightly. He can't hold back any longer and prepares to attack the god. His eyes show determination and a desire for revenge that surpasses everything. Shouting the god's name with all his might, he can't contain himself any longer and attacks him. The infernal waves are activated. With his finger pointing at the god, he has sent his infernal waves directly towards him. Manigoldo joins him from the floor. Master and disciple have launched the infernal waves at the same time with all their power. The god's soul has completely left his borrowed body, and he no longer has a way to return. The young saint of Cancer sacrifices himself so that the god no longer has a body to return to. Sage can't believe what happened, it all happened too fast. His eyes filled with tears and looking towards the place of the tragic explosion, he desperately shouts his disciple's name. Despite not having a body to inhabit, his divine soul remains there, taking the form it had before. His power has not diminished, and he once again feels in control of the situation. His goal: to take over his enemy's body and control it from within. The master has been unable to prevent it. A large star has appeared on his forehead. The master screams at the top of his lungs from the pain and helplessness it produces. Thanatos's voice is heard, and he tells the elder that, being in the patriarch's body, it will be very easy for him to enter the sanctuary and take Athena's head. But something strange is happening. The patriarch has struggled to his feet. The final strategy has been set in motion, and Thanatos has fallen into the trap. Thanatos has been imprisoned in the armor of his brother Hakuriai's altar. He and his brother have continued to strengthen that armor for over 200 years. Sage captures the god's soul in a small box and sends it to Athena, dying in the effort. Screen turns off. Seeing Sage's life during the war, they were speechless. Although they had doubts about the Pegasus of that era, they could not ask since they were surprised that with seals with Athena's blood he managed to imprison the container of the god Hades. Of course he failed in the end, but it was already an achievement in itself to do so. They were worried about Pandora's arrival, but they were very worried when they saw that Tenma was being sent to be killed, so the boy had to be locked up, but he escaped. Mirio, why is he running away? He doesn't look like a coward, sir. Because someone died protecting him, and he thinks that war should be ended by him so that no one else dies. After that, they watched intently as the fight against Thanatos approached. His mere presence was frightening, though they didn't lose sight of anything as Sage and Manigoldo fought. They were anxious, terrified, expectant, and that was what drove them through every minute of the fight. Thanatos was terrifying, and Hawks was on the verge of fainting, having nothing to stop him. The surprise and encouragement that everyone, without being disrespectful, must have had was when Manigoldo managed to land a bare-handed punch on the god. Of course, although it angered and killed him, it made them think that guy had balls. They were saddened by his death, but even more so when they saw Sage devastated, realizing that Manigoldo was a son to him, especially the bearers of One for All. Seeing that Thanatos without a body tried to possess Sage, many were alarmed, but a rabbit screamed, "Mirko, coward! You're not a god, cowardly rat!" Seeing that Sage was not letting himself be controlled and that he fell into a trap surprised them, and even more so when they saw him imprisoned in Altar's armor and later in a box where he ended up being sealed. Kirishima, he, Kaminari, yes, Shinzo, just, Mineta, sealed the god of death, Ibara, he won. She would say surprised. Stain, although at the cost of his life he would say seeing Sage send the box to the sanctuary and die. Silence reigned again. Respect for someone so powerful had to be given, and since the residue of Thanatos' presence was still there, Shigaraki chose to remain silent, without being restrained. Biographies 5. The Patriarch who wanted to rule the world. Silence reigned in the room, since what Sage had done and experienced was truly admirable. Fighting in 2 holy wars, being named Patriarch, and sealing a god, no one had the words to describe it. Almight, I don't know what to say. Aizawa, me either. Sir, how about staying silent and stop measuring everything with today's morality, he would say looking at the two. Nizu, it's a good help, since Aizawa judges everything according to current thinking, something that shouldn't be the case at that time, so I asked you to refrain from commenting on anything related to age. Aizawa, fine, but that doesn't mean I agree. Eri, that god scared me. Kota, calm down, okay? He would say smiling, I'll take care of you. Eri, yes, I would say without knowing how to react. Nijire, what do you think we'll see next? Will it be another night? What happened to Itia? Who is Hakurai, Sage's brother? What is Jameer? Tamaki, be quiet Nijire. Mirio, that's a lot of good questions. Shoto, but what's next? What happened with Itia leaves me with many questions. Mainly, it's like saying that All Might would become corrupted, and I can't imagine an evil All Might. That got the candidates talking, since it was true, because as you could see, they were people with ideals even stronger than the skeleton on steroids, which led them to betray them. AFO, pigs would fly before an evil All Might, I would say convinced. Shigaraki, although it would be interesting, don't you think, Sensei? Kurojiri, Master Tamura, you must think before you act or speak. Kirishima, Sage was truly manly. Mineta, yes, although knowing techniques that have to do with death and the place where one goes. Kaminari, it was scary. Monoma, TSK, with that power he could be a villain. Nagant, stay still. Stain, no, he would say struggling, I'm going to kill that false hero before he starts at that school. Naomesa, it would be wise to send the candidates for a psychological examination. Director, Nizu, I think I should, if the commission didn't pressure me to keep the Quirks strong as hero candidates. Before the talks could continue, the screen lit up. On screen, Biographies 5. The Patriarch who wanted to rule the world. Off screen, Mount Lady, who do you think it is? Nizu, Itia de Libra. David, we will see his story. On screen, can you imagine a scenario where a person is the strongest Patriarch of Sanctuary, but he's someone who lives for so long that, upon witnessing the natural evil of human beings, you reach the brink of insanity and try to take matters into your own hands? This is what Patriarch Itia felt, one of the most powerful in the entire history of Sanctuary, trying to conquer the world and thus achieve the long-awaited peace. Off-screen, All Might, I don't accept that. Humans are not evil, he would say, firm in his convictions. The only evil ones were the villains. Bakugo, I think so. Well, I don't know if you've seen what Dagoba Beach is like, and it wasn't them, he would say, pointing at AFO and his people. Nizu, it's true, human beings, regardless of whether they're heroes or villains, create wars, extinguish species, cause disease, genocide, destroy the environment, pollute, and the list goes on, unfortunately. It doesn't matter if you're a hero, given that the vast majority of people here litter the streets, waste water, and have their moments where they discriminate against others. Ryukyu, living for so long drove him crazy, sadly. Stain, it's normal, from what we see. One doesn't live until they see the next generation, so despite being strong, they are not able to face time and see beyond what a normal human being like us sees. Spiner, unfortunately, on screen. Itia was the Gold Knight of Libra during the 13th century, a position he also held during the 16th century, where he also held the position of Patriarch, and was also a good friend of Crest of Aquarius. When Itia was young, he had straight black hair that he apparently keeps short to the nape of his neck or perhaps a little longer apart from several strands falling over his face. Although he was a man with an athletic body, he was not very muscular. As the Patriarch, he is an elderly man, and thus has several wrinkles on his face and hands. Itia also has a light complexion and an athletic build, though not very muscular. From what can be seen, he has short hair that appears to be at the nape of his neck or perhaps a little longer. Itia always appears dressed in the pontiff's attire. After being wounded by Gateguard, he has a scar on his chest. From what can be seen, Itia was a calm, good and gentle man, a true believer that peace is not limited to what can be achieved by fighting to protect, since it has no meaning if that or that person you protected does not help others without discriminating against them, and for this reason it is a very difficult ideal to achieve and even more complicated than defeating an enemy. Techniques. Final Justice uses her cosmos to levitate the 12 Libra weapons around her. While the weapons are floating, Itia ignites her cosmos to the maximum, which takes the form of a scale with a skull in the center, then sends the opponent into the arms of the scales, which grant her the power to judge the opponent's merits. Once she has judged her adversary, the Libra weapons amplified by Itia's cosmos are thrown like meteorites with great power of devastation. Libra Cloth. Itia, without the need to wear the Libra armor, has developed her cosmo to a degree that she can control the armor without needing to wear it, and thus have a brutal destruction machine, which has the 12 Libra weapons for combat. Off-screen. Mandalay. Well, that was known since he is from Crest's generation. Pixie Bob. And that doesn't mean that at that age he wasn't a sissy. Neo Mesa. It hasn't aged badly, I must admit. Almight. But if we agree on several ideals, why did he become corrupted? Stain. It was living too long, I think. Shoto. He's like a corrupted All Might in a nutshell. Natsuo. But that can explain his fall to the evil side. Momo, Final Justice, is a somewhat strange technique. Kendo. Although it uses the weapons of Libra, something prohibited by the goddess. Ida forms a scale with his power. I think that's due to the constellation. Ingenium, judging the opponent's merits. Nizu. And the use of his armor on that scale indicates a great power of telekinesis. Therefore he is a monster in combat. On screen. Past. Itia was the Knight of Libra during the 13th century. According to Crest, no one opposed him when he was chosen as the future patriarch due to his love for peace and justice. At some unknown time, Itia arrived at a small devastated village. There she met Gateguard, the only survivor of the tragedy. The patriarch proceeds to try to reassure the young man. At some unknown point, Itia met Hakurai and Sage. Realizing the twins' abilities, he invited them to go to the sanctuary. After the arrival of both brothers to the sanctuary, Itia decides to test both brothers, so he orders 2 soldiers to attack them. However, they end up being defeated by Sage and Hakurai. The latter launches himself against the pontiff but ends up being quickly immobilized by Itia, along with Sage, who had come to the aid of his older brother. But they end up being released by the patriarch after seeing the feelings of both young men. After this, Itia tells them that he will prepare their beds and show them where they will train, but before he tells them that he believes that he will also participate in their training, and then explains his ideal to achieve peace. Some time later, Itia speaks with the young Hakurai, notifying him of her decision to make him the next patriarch, as he is the one closest to her ideals, as he loves all the people of the sanctuary and can unite them. At some point, Itia encountered Thanatos, Hypnos, and Mew of Papillion in the patriarch's chamber, where they convinced him to make peace, even with King Hades. Itia awakens in the patriarch's chamber, telling Gateguard that he was wrong and that people would never change, to which the patriarch immediately informs her that with the power he possesses, he will judge the earth. So she asks the Ares knight if he was going to stop him, to which the young Ares man replies that he was right and expresses his determination to sacrifice himself for Itia's ideals if necessary. Off-screen. Nana. With such ideals, he was the right person for the job, but how did he become corrupt? Aizawa. That confirms that he was the master of Gate Guard, Sage and Hakurai. Sir, so Hakurai was going to be the patriarch instead of Sage, but that changed, huh? He would say, interested. Seeing the twin gods in the presence of a subject at their side gave them a bad feeling, which was confirmed. That was the breaking of ITIA, the moment how it was corrupted. AFO. Although Gate Guard is very loyal to him, he would say in thought, just like Tamura is loyal to me. On screen. Holy War of the 16th century. 5 years later, ITIA, who was in the Patriarch's chamber, would be killed by Gate Guard. During the battle between Hakurai and Gate Guard, ITIA creates an astral image of himself clad in the Libra armor, which he uses to stop the battle and escort Gate Guard to the Patriarch's chamber. There, the astral image vanishes, and after a brief conversation, a rejuvenated ITIA emerges from the cocoon he was in and sets out to fulfill his dream, even if it means forcefully. After this, ITIA decides to seal himself away in the Patriarch's chamber in order to accumulate his cosmos. Later, ITIA has a conversation through telepathy with Crest, in which the Aquarius Knight tries to convince her that one day they will have to leave, but ITIA expresses her decision to never abandon humans because they seem like small children left to their fate who only know how to fight and steal from each other. Later, after the defeat of Gate Guard, the doors of the Patriarch's chamber open and ITIA attacks with Libra's weapons. Immediately afterward, ITIA appears in front of them and then attacks them with final justice, firing the weapons as if they were meteorites. So, believing that his opponents had been defeated, begins to walk towards the Patriarch's throne and then sits on it. At that moment, the flames of the altar constellation surround him, and before him appear Sage and Hakurai. However, to his surprise, the flames have no effect on the pontiff, who then proceeds to attack them several times while Sage approaches the throne and takes the Patriarch's helmet, while ITIA, seeing this, realizes that the Cancer Saint would be his successor as Patriarch. So at that moment, the Libra Saint is freed from the control of the fairies of the underworld and has a brief chat with both knights, until finally his body fades away. Gate Guard. He is a warrior completely devoted to the Patriarch and his ideals, which is why he has dedicated his life to fulfilling ITIA's ideal of a world where harmony and peace reign, and for this reason, and according to Hakurai's words, he is considered ITIA's most loyal knight. ITIA, for her part, shows a certain degree of affection for the Ares Knight, and concern for his well-being. ITIA does not hesitate to manipulate the Libra armor from a distance to stop the battle against Hakurai and keep Gate Guard safe. Screen turns off. Rewatching the events they witnessed with Sage from ITIA's perspective made many wonder if being heroes was the right thing to do, given that despite the meshes, they were still human. Many began to think differently, given that villains were also heroes. Almight was thinking, but he refused to abandon his ideals, although he was amazed that those ideals were what absorbed and corrupted ITIA, along with her experiences. Endeavor and Mirko were the ones who thought he deserved it because he was the villain, the traitor. Hawks was left wondering, had the commission strayed from its path? How much harm had they caused in the name of good? Upon seeing Gate Guard, many applicants were open in saying that he was handsome, but since he was evil, they said nothing more. Nizu, beyond everything, that is leadership. Monoma, or a good brainwashing. Yoichi, although they look more like father and son, given what can be seen. This was undoubtedly raising more doubts about what they were doing, whether it was right or wrong, since if ideals are corrupted, the evil being can be among the good. Biography 6. The Knight of the Future. The story of ITIA of Libra undoubtedly set a precedent for many, mainly for young and future aspiring heroes. Someone catalogued as All Might at the time ended up being corrupted by the passage of time and the actions of human beings, and in a certain way it made sense. They fought to give them a better future, and they had wars, caused famines, could eliminate species and destroy entire ecosystems, while they did not measure the consequences of their actions. How much time was needed for All Might for this to happen, and from a symbol of peace, he became a despot blinded by the cause. Kirishima, dude, that was it. Shoto, revealing. Kaminari, don't even mention it. Shoji, but it shows that beyond everything we are still human beings. We can only try to do things right. Tokoemi, not to mention that almost no one lives that long, so that also influenced him. All Might, the good thing is that he was able to have his bit of redemption at the end. I would try to liven things up. Nizu, but by how much? We just saw that the cause drove him crazy if he lets himself go. You're almost his equal in ideals and personality. While I don't think you'd live more than 100 years, if you had that experience, wouldn't you be corrupted? And don't respond with your optimism, be realistic. Almight just remained silent. It was true, he could never debate that. Kendo, that shows that we all have a bit of a villain, I would say in quotation marks, but the vast majority decide not to accept that part. Momo, I think the same. Shigaraki, I like that guy. His mere presence made everyone doubt, and the heroes not know what to think. AFO, you're scaring me, he would try to say. I hope that madness doesn't spread when I take your body. He thought in the end, he was worried about the mental stability of his student/replacement body. Setsuna, well, what will we see now? Ibara, I expect something calm. Mandalay, yes, my mind can't handle so many twists and turns in stories anymore. Kota, I bet it will be amazing. Eri, yes, I would say something animated. Nana, it seems that the boy is making the girl more human. That's good. I would think seeing the book would turn a page, causing a slight breeze, while everyone prepared themselves by looking at the screen. On screen, Biographies 6, The Night of the Future. Off screen, Sir Future? Nizu, something happened and I don't like it. AFO, I think like a rodent. Kurojairi, it's true, and even if it hurts you, Master, if she doesn't win, we will pay the price for her defeat, not just the heroes. On screen, can you imagine the despair and helplessness of leaving your friends behind, only to see them all defeated in battle without you being able to do anything? Today, you'll learn the story of the saint who survived a holy war in which Athena's army lost, the saint who escaped his impending doom in a time war. This is the story of Avenir of Ares. Off-screen, David, desperation? Stain, leaving others behind? Mitsuki, impending doom? Endeavor, do nothing? Monoma, yeah, it's just they would try to make fun of it, but Kendo, shut up, he would say, hitting him hard, but not knocking him out. Sir, the saint who escaped? Mirio, the saint who survived? Everyone, the war that Athena lost? They would scream in surprise, shock, panic, terror. Mineta, it's our end, we're going to die and I'll die a virgin, she would say crying. Melissa, no, they say he jumped in time, he was surely sent to avoid that, I would say using logic. Pony, it's true. Rin, let's bet everything that it worked out. On screen, Avenir was the saint of Ares and one of the survivors during a holy war and a future war against Hades and his specters, presumed to have been the 20th or 21st century, a war in which Hades and his army emerged victorious, where the saint goes back in time to the holy war of the 16th century, fighting in it, and becoming a valued friend of Sage of Cancer and Hakurai of Altar. He is a young man who appears to be around 18 years old, who has white hair, similar to Sage of Cancer, but thicker than him. Avenir also has a slightly darker complexion than usual among Ares knights. He is a passive, calm and faithful saint to Athena, which is evidenced when he cries before the decapitated head of the goddess. This fact is one of the most important since as a result of the same Avenir has generated and fed a great hatred towards Hades, the twin gods and the specters, added to the fact that he has a great curiosity about the stories of the lost continent of Lemuria, appearing happy with the stories told by Sage. Off-screen, Midnight, well, I won't deny that it's cute. Pixie Bob, there are two of us. Mina, yes. Hagakure, too cute. Nizu, interesting, I would say, gaining a lot of information. Almight, so he returned to the 16th century. At least he has good friends, I'd say, looking on the bright side. AFO, I don't give advice to anyone, but that positivism will be what kills you one day, and the worst part is that it won't be by my hand. Stain, his personality is evident in his face. He is someone calm, but with what I see, it does not surprise me that he has hatred towards that god and his supporters. Edge shot, watching comrades die, and the goddess you serve so devotedly, must be very hard. David, Melissa, Nizu, Sir, Neomesa, Lost Continent of Lemuria? They would say interested. May, Lost Continent? Momo, but why do they mention it? How important is that? Cogman, that's because it's part of the story that is considered part of the hypermyth, he would say, arriving with snacks to the room, the story prior to the holy wars of Athena against the other gods, with the exception of the first one, having great importance with the existence of the armor. Nizu, I understand, he would say, getting the idea that the inhabitants of those lands created those armors. Ibara, but what happened? Kirishima, what happened for it to be a lost continent? Cogman, I don't have the information in my systems, sorry. But I can assume that will be revealed in the story. Everyone nodded, although many reluctantly. They wanted to know about that continent, so they started paying attention to the screen. On-screen techniques. Stardust Revolution. It is a technique in which the user throws attacks at the speed of light in the form of stars. Starlight Extinction. Technique that consists of projecting rings of immense light that envelop the opponent until their body disintegrates. The Knight of the Future. Avenir was the saint of Ares during a holy war against Hades, in which the god of the underworld emerges victorious and decapitates Athena and the patriarch. Avenir, along with the Silver Saint Hugo of Centaur and 5 soldiers, survive the battle and find the head. They are subsequently surrounded by a giant hourglass, the ruler of time himself, Kronos, the god of time and an existence that transcends Olympus. Kronos envelopes the survivors and returns them in time to the 16th century. Holy War of the 16th century. Upon returning in time, a year and a half after the deposition of Patriarch Itia, Avenir emerges from the tainted cloth of Gateguard, the traitorous saint of Ares, defeated by Sage and Hakurai. Avenir appears before Athena and explains his situation. Athena asks him where he came from and why he was wearing the armor of Hades. The goddess also comments that given the circumstances of the holy war that caused the death of the Knight of Ares in that century, it was suspicious. Avenir replies that he was indeed the saint of Ares and that he understood the reasons for suspicion of him. However, Avenir tells them that he knows about the ferocity of the holy war, and that is why he wants to be allowed to fight for Athena again to prevent Hades from being able to resurrect again. Although if this was impossible, Avenir asked them to help him prevent those gods from re-emerging for the next holy war. Off-screen. AFO. Interesting. Kurogiri. These are really interesting techniques. Ida. Although Starlight Extinction I would say nervously. Ingenium. It's dangerous. Stain. I would never want to receive that technique. Almight. At least he wasn't the only one who survived. Nizu. Everyone was sent back in time. But by whom? Kaibara. Is that a giant clock? Hananuki. I don't think so. Sir, I guessed it, the god of time, Kronos, but at what cost? What would be the price for him to intervene? Mirko, why do you say that? He helped. It's done. Neomesa, sir has a point. David, for the bad, he is a god. If he helps, it is not free. Shoto, 16th century? Momo, arrived a year and a half after the Itia rebellion. Yanagi, this is getting weird. Kamakiri, don't even mention it. Aways, this, despite being exciting, is strange. Kyoka, emerged from the corrupted armor. Neomesa, I think it would be natural for that to happen. It came about after his counterpart and predecessor betrayed the sanctuary, so the distrust is not unjustified. Nizu, that's devotion. Aizawa, anyone would say he's crazy for wanting to fight again despite everything he's been through. Ryukyu, but it shows his loyalty. Katsuki, well, I respect him. Masaru, I think this is the first time I've heard you say that. All Might, although with his help. Endeavor, I think so, this time they have the advantage and reduce costs. On screen, during the war against Hades, Avenir encounters Stan's specters of Beetle and Cyclops accompanied by several low-ranking soldiers called skeletons. Stan and his companions cannot believe that the man in front of them is the Ares knight who had been killed in battle, which Avenir corrects by stating that he is not the former Ares knight, but that he is a man who escaped death and lived in the future that Hades' army has destroyed. After saying these words, Avenir uses his Starlight Extinction to finally finish them off. After this, Hakurai arrives at the place and emphasizes the recklessness of the Golden Saint, but Avenir was willing to take the risks that his actions entail since after all his presence in the 16th century is suspicious, but Hakurai stops him and encourages him to place his trust in his new companions since they are fighting in this holy war, and that they also share the desire to save the future. Avenir explains to his companion that it is not a lack of trust, but that he must fulfill his mission as a Knight of Ares, so he will be a shield that will sacrifice himself for the others to defeat Hades and his army once and for all. At an unknown point in the war, Avenir fulfills his wish to save Athena and be her shield when he protects her from a deadly attack in which he loses his life before the incredulous gaze of the goddess and her companions, Sage and Hakurai. Off-screen, Aizawa, with so much hatred, he acts recklessly. Midnight, can you blame him? He literally lost everything. Mandalay, I don't support being guided by hate, but everyone has an opinion because they haven't felt it. Almight, hatred makes you act recklessly. Gran Torino. Like when you wanted to go all out and fight all for one after he killed Nana in front of you. Those words surprised everyone, and even more so the students and the hero killer Stain, who never thought that All Might would act out of revenge. Clearly, what happened with Itia was true. Despite his goodness, humans are still evil. All Might. I remember those punishment blows, he would say, trembling with fear. Stain, how tough is this old man to scare him, he thought, surprised. Yoichi. Despite everything he suffered, he still stands firm. Shoto. But he should trust others, he shouldn't fight alone. Endeavor. If he does it alone, fine, the others would just get in the way. Seeing that Athena was in danger, they became worried, but this turned to surprise and sadness when Avenir intervened, dying in the process. Nizu, in the end he could be the shield he wanted to be, he would say, hiding his sadness. David, despite everything. Kirishima and Tetsu, with honor to the end. Kurwaro, it seems like it started to rain. Tokoemi, without a doubt. Ojiro, it was truly honorable. Ibara, I didn't deserve to die like that. I deserve to be happy, she would say, crying. Several girls were crying, along with Kota and Eri. The heroes were either hiding their tears or feeling a great deal of respect for Avenir. AFO, that's loyalty, I would say admiringly. On screen, Legacy. Once the Holy War of the 16th century was concluded, Yoma of Mephistopheles, the celestial star of the guide and the reincarnation on earth of the god of time Kairos, traps the cloth of Ares in a space-time dimension, near Jimir. Since knowing the future, he knows that a young Hakurai apprentice will carry it, and at the end of the Holy War he will become the new patriarch. Cheyenne possessed the ability to touch the armors and see through them, the history of the wearers and the past of the armors. His master Hakurai thinks that this gift can drive Cheyenne to madness, knowing the terrible stories that the wearers of the armors have suffered, so he tells him that despite being trained, he is not ready to be a knight. Patriarch Sage sends Manigoldo of Cancer to Jimir in order to prepare Cheyenne as a knight of Ares, but Hakurai refuses, where Cheyenne reproaches him for being ready, so after an argument, Hakurai agrees and sends Cheyenne to the surrounding mountains of Jimir to search for the lost Ares armor, worn by Avenir. Cheyenne had felt the armor calling him for the past few days, as if it were a message for help, so thanks to the boy's skill, both knights managed to find the armor, which was trapped in a prisoner town in a dimension outside of the real world. When Cheyenne and Manigoldo are about to take the armor, a projection of Kairos, the minor god of time, appears, with whom he has a confrontation and confirms that approaching the armor would be falling into a trap, where time would flow more quickly through their physical bodies, destroying them. Cheyenne, thanks to his crystal cloak technique, a technique with which he makes a force field surround his body, manages to evade the god and come into contact with the armor. When Cheyenne touches the armor, Avenir's spirit emerges from the Pandora's box before the young man. Avenir tells him that he was waiting for Cheyenne's arrival, and then Avenir proceeds to show him his memories. Afterward, Avenir's spirit appears to help Cheyenne defeat Kairos. After this, Cheyenne returns wearing the Ares armor, becoming known as the successor to the true protector, Avenir of Ares. The screen turns off. Many frowned upon hearing the name Yoma of Mephistopheles, or rather Kairos, since they already associated that if he intervened, it was something bad, as he had used their world. Neomesa, Cheyenne? He's a bit young, but other than that, sir, he has a rare ability, but as Hakurai says, seeing too much of the past, and its stories could make him go crazy. Nizu, sadly, since although I would like to know that past, all those experiences, from the age of myth to the present moment, it is too much, and I am even afraid to say that not everyone would endure it without going crazy. Stain, but why get Cheyenne out of the way by seeing his future? It's impossible to see potential based on simple glances, since he could be either more powerful or weaker. AFO wants to remove it just in case. He won't want to take that risk, he would say, making clear what Kairos wanted with Cheyenne. Aizawa, the armor calls him, but how? May, I wonder how they're alive? Who created those babies? Can they replicate? Melissa, I'm with her. Seeing the town surrounded, many clenched their fists in the ambition of a god for revenge. Kirishima, will Cheyenne touch the armor? Kota, but why? Seeing that Avenir emerged from the armor left them surprised. Monoma, how the hell? Mineta, a ghost. Kinoko, that's it. Mandalay, Cheyenne of Ares. Mount Lady, the successor to Avenir, he would say, smiling. Biography 7, Jameer's Master. At the end of Avenir's story, many were applauding, others were mourning his death because they said he deserved to be happy, which never happened, since he ended up dying, although he left his legacy in Cheyenne. Almight, truly, your sacrifice will not be in vain. Nizu, young people, I know that many of you will want to enter UA, and even if you don't make it, use these men and women as an example. Yes, I said women, since I don't believe there are only men in Athena's army. Aizawa, until now, they are giving lessons that, as heroes, we did not think of giving because we did not consider them important. Midnight, but it may serve them in the future. Stain, these guys are truly admirable. AFO, I would like to have subordinates who follow my orders with such devotion. Kurojairi, and am I painted or what? Ibera Avenir, I hope God has you in His grace, she would say, praying. Poor thing, she doesn't know that most knights, when fighting for Athena against the other gods, can end up in Cocytus. Shinzo, who do you think we'll see next? Kirishima, I only have one question. Who was Patriarch Sage's twin brother? Shoto, it's true, that's what it looks like, and since the origin story and the past with ITIA is the same, that saves a lot of information. Melissa, that's true, although it would be interesting to receive information about the abilities of her armor or its functions. David, that's true, so far it seems they all have a function. As if the book heard their thoughts and desires, it turned the page, causing a breeze of air, attracting everyone's attention to the screen. On screen, Biography 7, Jameer's Master. Off screen, everyone paid attention since the one who came now was the Silver Knight who appeared in multiple biographies, being someone completely important in their opinion, beyond the rank he occupies. On screen, the Silver Saints have become as powerful as a Gold Saint. One of them has been able to defeat a god, and if it weren't for the intervention of Kairos, he would have sealed him. Hakurai, better known as Jameer's Master, is better known for being the former Altar Knight. He is the older twin brother of Sage of Cancer, and his mission is to repair the cloths. He is also the teacher of Yuzuriha of Crane and Cheyenne of Ares, along with other students who, for different reasons, ended up falling into evil, plus a boy named Itora, who is the youngest of his pupils. Off-screen, Nizu, so let's go with Mr. Hakurai. What secrets does the old master hide? Aizawa, that god of time again, it's already bothering me that he sent subjects to our world, and I hope that of the gods it is one. Present Mike, don't forget Murphy's Law, Aizawa boy. Midnight, tasty old man. Almight, so he had other apprentices, he would say, seeing several faces. Mineta, wow, he was a girl's teacher, I would say, in a perverted way. Kaminari, dude, that girl can kill you and I'd enjoy it. I'm perverted, I'm not suicidal. Stain, so two of them went off course, but how did that happen? On screen, Hakurai is a man of stocky build, with long silvery white hair tied in a ponytail and small Muvian-style eyebrows. In addition to that, he had wrinkles on his face due to his old age. As a teacher in Jameer, he wore a white robe with colored borders, a dark turquoise scarf, a dark purple belt-like sash, and simple sandals. After his brother's death, he entrusted him with the position of Patriarch, where he pretended to be his brother, to prevent the morale of Athena's army from falling. As Patriarch, he wore a black cassock with gold and red borders on the sleeves, as well as a neck ornament and a stole. Unlike his brother, he did not wear the distinctive helmet of the Pope at all times. Hakurai's personality is difficult for most people to understand. First, he is a faithful servant of Athena who is willing to make the greatest sacrifice in order to overcome evil, but he is also a person who does not obey the Patriarch's orders, having his own way of doing things, being seen as a rebel. He is perhaps the most powerful saint in the work, since he is seen facing specters as powerful as the Judge of Hell Minos of Griffin, and defeating a god without using his cloth. He has a great commitment to his students, and it hurts him when they take another path. Techniques: Hellish Waves, Celestial Spirit Waves. To activate this technique, the user must be able to unleash a highly potent cosmos, allowing them to break the laws governing the underworld. Therefore, the user of this technique summons the spirits and cosmos of deceased warriors, freeing them from the rules established by the god Hades. All of these spirits and cosmos are then concentrated into a gigantic sphere possessing great destructive power. This technique was created and developed by Hakurai over 200 years. In the eyes of the users, this attack is not linked to a particular zodiac sign. Silver flames. Hakurai surrounds his opponent with silver fire, diminishing their cosmos and weakening their armor's power, leaving them at the user's mercy. This is an altar-exclusive technique, bestowed by Athena, for the night to punish anyone who dares to betray the goddess. Burial of souls. Demonic flames. Off-screen. Mirko. Well, for an old man he has an aura that commands respect. Almight. Although his loyalty lies with Athena, he should obey the patriarch. Mizu. What if he makes a mistake and, by obeying him, betrays the goddess? Sir, it is true, the patriarch is the one who orders, but it could happen like with Ita. Momo. Could he have defeated Minos of Griffin? But he's a judge of hell. Kendo. That. Ojiro. He talks about how he is not a weak person. Naomasa. In terms of techniques, he is like a Cancer Knight, since they share techniques and the known ones were not described. Stain. Celestial spirit waves? That's a great power. Aizawa. And even more so if the dead must be summoned. Shoto. Silver flames. We saw that with Ita, but I wonder how hot they are? Endeavor. I don't know. On screen. Holy War 16th century. Hakurai was the silver saint of altar during the Holy War that took place in the 16th century. Along with his brother Sage, the gold saint of Cancer, and other saints, they defeated the specters in the Patriarch's chamber at the behest of Sage and Athena, where they sealed the specters' souls. During the final battle, he faced specters such as Griffin, Worm, and Bat. However, they rose again, so Sage asks him to leave the 12 houses behind and for all the knights to meet with the goddess in her temple. Later, Hades appears where he is surprised because the immortality of his specters are sealed because it was all a plan designed by Athena and Sage. The emperor of the underworld becomes angry and launches an attack against the goddess, but Hakurai and Sage rush to stop him. Then the other surviving saints join them, defeating Hades and forcing him to retreat from his host, who falls into the hands of the Silver Saint. But suddenly, to the surprise of the brothers, the young guest of the god of the underworld spits blood. They turn their gaze towards their companions and the goddess. To see them in the same situation, their friends die at the hands of Hypnos and Thanatos, who appear in the temple of Athena. The goddess decides to confront the twin gods, moving away from the saints to face them alone. Before retiring, the goddess names Hakurai as patriarch, but he declines the rank so that it is held by Sage. For 200 years Hakurai and his brother, Sage, were concentrating their cosmos in the altar armor. 18th century. Meeting with Asmita. 11 years before the Holy War, Hakurai meets a young Asmita, and seeing the young man's abilities, the Silver Saint decides to take him to Jimir so that the young man can become a saint. Successor. The Elder of Altar also trained a young man named Avid, who was a great promise due to his powerful cosmos. When the training ended, Hakurai gave Avid the altar armor to be his successor. However, Avid decides that he will not be a shadow like his master, and leaves his side willing to do whatever he wanted without anyone ordering him to. Destruction of the cloths. Little Cheyenne finds himself standing next to dozens of suits of armor, enjoying the suffering and lives of those wearing them just by touching them. Suddenly, Loon appears in the cave. She has observed the boy and asks him to join her. But the dead suits of armor protect Cheyenne, but Cheyenne has already made his decision. However, the young aspiring saint of Ares reconsiders, and after refusing to accompany Loon, Cheyenne is left dying after receiving the fatal cut to his neck. Dying beside the armor he was repairing, he is rescued by his master, Hakurai. The power of the broken armor and the blood of his master of more than 200 years allowed him to survive that occasion. Off-screen. Seeing the Holy War of the 16th century again, many felt a lump in their throats seeing its end. The few survivors of the war against Hades, with the exception of Crest, given his duties, were completely dead with the appearance of the twin gods. Several had the spark of hatred when they saw the subjects. Since that war was already more than clear, they paid close attention to what happened in the 18th century, where they were surprised that he was the one who met Asmita, someone who had been referred to as the man closest to God. They had doubts about him, but they would soon be resolved. They wanted to know, but curiosity killed the cat, and although the cat died knowing, they preferred to wait until they heard his biography. Almight, eager, that seems to be a student. Aizawa. But it seems that he betrayed and spat on his teachings. That means that as a teacher it hurts him, since he doesn't seem to hate them. Sir, It's more of a disappointment. The surprise came then with Cheyenne, as a child, someone who was very talented with armor. They were surprised by his ability to see the lives of armor, although they did not expect Lune to appear. Her mere presence was terrifying, and when they saw what Cheyenne did when he was tempted and repented, it made them sigh. Ibera, to err is human. Stain. But what is the greatest sin of humans? Niza doubt? Midnight? No. She would say upon seeing Cheyenne on the verge of death. May. The armor protected him until Hakurai arrived. Melissa. What a relief. Kirishima. He's quite a master. Tetsu yes. Shoji. But how strange. Recovery girl. Blood over 200 years old. Should have problems in someone young. But in them nothing serious or problems are seen. On screen, the return of the rebel student. Hakurai heads to the sanctuary to meet the current reincarnation of the goddess Athena, a girl named Sasha. However, the meeting is interrupted by a rebellious former student of Jameer's teacher, Avid, who is now the leader of the Black Knights, an organization under the name of Nero, with whom he has a few words before leaving. In the final battle between Cancer and Avid, Hakurai arrived at Yamatsu Hill to try to vindicate his former disciple. However, the leader of the Black Saints, with a mocking smile, preferred to fall into the crater of the underworld rather than return to the life his master offered him as a saint. Ares, considering Cheyenne's ability to see the memories of the armor's wearers, Hakurai denies her the right to claim it. However, when Sage sends his disciple to Jameer to notify him that he wishes Cheyenne to be tested to inherit the Ares armor, Hakurai again refuses. But after a brief fight, he finally agrees. Later, while talking with his brother, Hakurai senses Cheyenne and Manigoldo's cosmos disappearing, after which the two brothers continue their conversation. Later, they both continue their conversation when Avenir, Cheyenne, and Manigoldo's cosmos are sensed, while the two young men return with the armor, talking about Avenir. Evil star on Jameer. One day, the celestial star of skill is seen above Jameer. The Silver Saint receives a visit from one of his young students. Hakurai confirms the fact of the possible awakening of a specter near Jameer, and asks Cheyenne to act carefully since Takusa, a student and Yuzuriha's younger brother, had died, and the Amazon was about to get married. The old man mentions that it saddens him that his students are starting to separate. After this, Hakurai retires. The man closest to a god, Hakurai, arrives at the Himalayas. After feeling the presence of an evil star that was near that location, there he appears helping Yuzuriha, who is preparing to destroy an evil statue of the god Adivaka controlled by said god from the underworld. Hakurai manages to seal the statue but mentions that unless Adivaka is not defeated, the situation will not change. The Silver Saint, however, expresses his confidence that Asmita will be able to stop him. Off-screen, Endeavor. So that girl is Athena. Momo. But I have a question. Why, being a goddess, would she decide to be born as a human being and live her childhood as such? Kendo. It is true, given that at that time life was not very happy, especially for children. Shigaraki. What a silly goddess. Mizu. Maybe it has some meaning. Almight. So his former apprentice would say, annoyed. Spiner. Founded a terrorist organization? That's new. Stain. To stray from such a noble path? It's clear he had a teacher he never deserved. Sir, fight in Yamatsu? But why would they fight there? Aizawa. Manigoldo must have taken him there. Seeing that Avid decided to fall into the underworld surprised them. Ibera. But why? Her teacher offered her the chance to redeem herself. Vlad. It was clear that this caused him pain as a teacher. The next thing they saw was what they knew about the legacy of Avenir, so they didn't give it any importance, beyond the fact that they knew something from another perspective. Ryukyu Takusa? That's his other apprentice, Mandalay, and apparently died. Tiger. I don't think she's dead, but they mention Yuzuriha. Something doesn't add up. Edge shot, and even more so if they mention a ghost. Ida. But what does the skill star have to do with Takusa? On screen, Takusa was the younger brother of Yuzuriha of Crane and Cheyenne's training partner. He was tempted by the god of death Thanatos, who offered him eternal life in exchange for killing his loved ones, so driven by his resentment towards Cheyenne for pushing his sister to follow the path of a knight, which ended with her renouncing her femininity, he fulfilled the mission entrusted to him by murdering his parents and passing it off as an accident. In this way he became Takusa of Hanuman, Celestial Star of Skill. Takusa wanted to be strong like Cheyenne and his sister, so by accepting the deal with Thanatos, he no longer had to fear death, so a desire arose to have a lineage of warriors, like the one he came from, this time from the underworld. In his last moments he is embraced by his sister, although he does not want to stain her with his blood, but his sister tells him that she has decided to become a knight, so with her brother's blood, she decided to tattoo her family emblem. Off-screen. Stain. Jealousy, I would say seriously. Monoma. Not a bad deal, I would think tempted, although I wouldn't want to pay that price. Nizu, an offer that was tempting to him, and he succumbed to the desire for power and greed of humans. AFO. I would have done the same, he thought. Ibera. Despite everything, his sister never stopped loving him, but it drove her on. Spiner. Tattooing your family crest with your blood, that's something I can respect. Dabi. Brotherly love, he would say seriously while looking at his brothers. He may be an antihero, he loves all three of them, including Shoto, who despite everything, hated him for a time but was the only one who looked for him, managing to know in person the supposed love that the Bichloro received, how much he regretted hating his little brother. The good thing is that he never told him that he hated him, and was able to love him as it should be. Ibera, Himalayas, David god Adivaka, Melissa. According to what I know, he was a powerful and evil god of the wastelands, said to attack and devour all weak souls. Since he comes from Japanese myths, sir, that indicates. Naomesa, there is a spectrum with that topic. Nizu, but how? On screen, Adivaka, the Earth star of the leader, is the only specter among the 108 malevolent stars who has the benefit of a special position that allows him not to be under the command of Lady Pandora. His power allows him to overcome the laws of hell, making him the closest man to God in hell. He is a specter with great ambitions. His plan is to absorb the souls of the dead trapped in hell and gain enough power to overthrow Hades, Pandora, and all those who stand in his way, becoming the new god of the underworld. Added to his own belief in being an enlightened individual, he is made to appear power-hungry. Off-screen, AFO. The king of the underworld himself has a latent traitor in his ranks, he would say surprised. Nizu, he's too ambitious. Naomesa, although that of enlightened. Sir, that makes it related to Buddha, but in what way? Melissa, I think I know the answer, since it doesn't depend on Japanese Shinto folklore, but rather on Japanese Buddhism. Aizawa, that explains why he considers himself an enlightened being. Present Mike, although the fact that he has the power to break the laws of hell is a little scary. Kirishima, I just hope Asmita can beat him, he would say nervously. Kaminari, do you remember Asmita's nickname though? Kyoka, yes, the man closest to God. Yoichi, that indicates that it was a confrontation between two men close to God. On screen, Holy War 18th century, aware that Pegasus is alive after receiving a direct attack from the vessel of the god Hades of this holy war, and was not completely dead, Hakurai sends Yuzuriha in search of survivors. She returns with a wounded unicorn Yato and the dying Pegasus. Hakurai then proceeds to repair the unicorn armor with the support of Yuzuriha, who gives her blood for the repair. After the repair, the Silver Saint orders both Bronze Saints to go find the soul of the Pegasus Knight, which is in the underworld, and look for the fruits of the sacred tree of the underworld, the only living being in the world of the dead. Hakurai also gives them a sword, bathed in the blood and prayers of Athena during the previous holy war. With the successful return of the knights, the group presents Hakurai with the fruits of the sacred tree, with which he makes a rosary that, once purified by Asmita's cosmos, will be able to seal the souls of the specters and thus prevent them from continuously resurrecting after being defeated. Then Hakurai witnesses the sacrifice of the Virgo Knight. After Hades of that war appears in the sanctuary and Pegasus is waxed by Manigoldo, Hakurai orders Yuzuriha and Yato to free him and help him. Then Hakurai appears in the sanctuary before Athena and his brother, having brief words and a brief meeting with the latter. Battle against Hypnos. Without Kairos interference, it would have been the expected outcome, but by having his hand intervened, that future was changed. With the death of his brother, he was appointed as the new patriarch. However, he decides to pretend to be sage, so as not to break the morale of Athena's army. In order to break the Hades barrier, a barrier that reduced the knight's power to 10%, he entered Hades' castle in Italy by himself, where he easily defeated the soldiers. However, the god of sleep, Hypnos, appeared, who was taking the defeated disciples of Hakurai, Cheyenne and Yuzuriha, as hostages. To win the battle, Hakurai uses the celestial spirit waves that helped alter summon the souls of the fallen saints from the last holy war, including the soul of Cancer Sage. Hakurai uses its power to form a massive energy ball, which distracts Hypnos' attention. As Hypnos attempts to nullify the energy sphere, its power increases and defeats the god of sleep. However, before Hakurai could break the seal with Athena's sword, Hades appears and ends his life. With Kairos intervening, Hypnos was not sealed, but instead absorbed by a portal as he was weakened and sent to an unknown world, giving the impression that this happened as seen, until Hakurai's death. Screen turns off. Hearing about Pegasus, many were worried, but the shock became even greater when they knew where they had to go to look for someone's soul. Nizu, go to the underworld. I wonder how they'll get out. Momo, it's impossible. No one can get in and out. Sir, what about Orpheus in Greek myth? Neomesa. But it seems there is another mission. Ibera, sacred tree of the underworld? Almight, a living being in the world of the dead. Gran Torino. I see, they'll use it to seal that pesky immortality of the specters. AFO, a bit late, given that in past wars, they were winning without the need for that necklace, although something tells me it is much more important. Nizu, so that's how the 108-bead rosary came about. How interesting. Kirishima, old man, the one who created it was truly powerful. Shoto, Asmita of Virgo, so that's how she died. Mandalay, I still don't understand why Pegasus was locked up in a prison to protect him. Although I support him being free, I don't support the method used by Hakurai. Mitsuki, so they faced each other. Interesting. Mirko, not bad for two old people. Sir, good. Mirio, but why pretend to be his brother? I don't think he's capable of deceiving. Tamaki, well, he does it so he doesn't lose his morale, he would say nervously. Nijire, what will happen now? What changes would there have been without Kairos's intervention? What did he do? Uraraka, Hades' barrier. Snipe, a strong disadvantage. Cements, not to mention that in our case, we would have to retreat, except that All Might, Endeavor and another madman would risk going in there. Stain, too crazy, but they try at least. Mirko, I keep saying I really like that old man. Bakugo, he defeated so many alone? Not bad, man. When Hypnos appeared on the scene, many were afraid, although they were angry, how a god used a humiliating method, something that even AFO thought, since he would not stoop as low as using hostages. Seeing how the celestial spirit wave, sealed, the god shocked and terrified them to know what that technique was capable of. Sir, a technique capable of sealing a god. Ciro, dude, I'm glad to be on your good side. Mineta, yes. Everyone celebrated the defeat of Hypnos, although a feeling of terror was present. AFO, no, I'm impossible, he would say terrified. Nana, Hades? She would say trembling with fear. Kaminari, I saw old man, he would say seeing life pass before his eyes. Stain, that guy, he would say trying not to show fear, is more terrifying than me. Eri, I'm scared, she would say clinging to Koda. Koda, I'll protect you, okay? He would say, smiling nervously while hugging her. Eri, yes, I would say trembling. Pixie Bob, the kitten got a girlfriend, she would say terrified but not wanting to miss the opportunity. Nizu, so that changed. When Kairos intervened, he would say nervously, a powerful god was in his world and although weakened, he was still a god. Both heroes and villains were panicking, those with animal quirks were very scared. Seiya was crying, Ahoyama felt like he was going to die, Spiner wanted to dig and hide. Everyone was terrified. Chapter 3. The room was filled with panic, the mothers present clutching their children while their husbands joined in the overprotective embrace. The villains decided to do something uncomfortable for the heroes. They wanted to accept their fate, so they were followed by the most cowardly of the heroes and future students. Nana, really? AFO, speechless, he would say singing Kumbaya. Kaminari, old man, I'm not that coward either. I may be stupid and perverted, but I don't run away. Mineta, I'll die a virgin so it's better than nothing. Kendo, you too? Monoma, I will not fight for lost causes. Bakugo, and so you want to be a hero. Monoma, says the bully who shouldn't even be called a hero. Stain looked at this with interest. He knew they were both potential false heroes, but if he saw improvement, maybe, just maybe, he could see progress, even if it was very minimal. Seeing other people, more than willing to fight and die for even lost causes, made him think things through. He judged several people prematurely, though for him many didn't deserve to be called heroes. Bakugo, from what they showed me, I'm more than convinced that they won't even accept me at UA, or any other school. A bully turned into a hero would be the story of a bad joke. Monoma, you finally accept something. Bakugo, but if there's one thing I wouldn't allow myself to be, it's a miserable coward who gives up at the first attempt, and I see that even professional heroes are joining in. It only shows that they are cowards and hypocrites. Kirishima, running away is not for men. Tetsu, I think the same. Stain, interesting, he thought. Spiner, as if you could face a god. Nizu, we've already seen people, humans who have achieved it. Hope and faith are the last things that should be lost. Spiner, says a rodent who thinks he's a hero. Koda, look who's talking. A stupid hypocrite who became a villain because he was discriminated against. Spiner, don't talk about what you don't know, kid. Koda, yes, I speak, because in my opinion, being a child, I see a subject who does the same as those who discriminate against him, believing himself to be a follower of Stain. When he works alone, copycat lizard. Spiner, you I would say wanting to attack. Stain, the boy spoke the truth, he would say standing in front of him, you have guts, kid, I respect you. Spiner, TSK, you're saved, kid. Shoto, let's get in, he whispered to his brother. Dabi, no, he would say whispering. Before the words continued, the screen lit up, this time not showing any music or anything, but an ambient sound. On screen, it's been 2 weeks since Izuku found the Sagittarius armor and began his training with Regulus. Sisyphus understood that Regulus could start since for a child of almost 5 years old, a routine that focuses fully on night training would be complicated. Even so, Izuku was always motivated by the young Lion. Inko, given her education and as a token of gratitude for helping her little one, invited them to stay at her house, where they began to understand the technology of the time, being the first to grasp everything. Regulus, followed by Sisyphus and Crest, who found some things difficult. In these 2 weeks, thanks to Inko and what they saw from Izuku's school materials, they learned more about the society in which they woke up. Needless to say, Sisyphus was one of the most disappointed, since one of the days that he accompanied the green-haired boy to school, he ran into Katsuki Bakugo and his group of bullies, who for being children, were quite rude, and although Izuku wanted to hide his pain, Sisyphus did not take that action very well, although he understood it from the green-haired boy since he did not want to worry Inko. However, he gave the bullies a little scare so that they would leave the green-haired boy alone. Crest was also another who was somewhat displeased with society, segmenting it into quirkless, people with strong quirks, people with weak quirks, or people with a villain. Quirk seemed stupid to him, because what happened to those who wanted to aspire to something more? What if a child with a weak, or villain, quirk aspired to something better than what society dictated for him? He witnessed what heroes truly were, a group of fakers in tights who only showed off their gifts, saved people, or fought villains in front of the press. Not one was saved. Not even Almight was saved from his criticism, especially when he said it walking past the hero killer Stain, Kaizo Makaguro, whom Crest saw as a hypocrite. He had heard his sayings about true heroism. But the former Aquarius saint simply saw him as an idiot who didn't know what true heroism was when using someone who, with the right arguments, could bring down his entire doctrine. Off-screen, All Might. So 5 years ago he started that path. Death weapons, I should leave her with what she sees, it's too dangerous. Kamui, I agree. Nizu, beyond that, it's right that Regulus should start, since he's the most contemporary. Rei, Inko seems to be a good woman. Mitsuki, and you have no idea. Midnight, it seems that she is very good at her work. Mandalay, a good model to follow. Hearing that those three were learning about their world, they expected those reactions, although several heroes did not like it. Vlad, well, if they don't like it, they can leave. Mount Lady, if you know that without the help they can leave, we will not be able to fight what is coming. Snipe, I agree. Katsuki trembled a little, although he felt a deep sadness. Nothing would compensate for his past with the green-haired man, and a pardon would not amend anything. Mika, if I were to hide those things from a mother, I would say seriously. Many mothers nodded with a dark aura. Mitsuki, she did it so I wouldn't fight with her, that's all, although in the end we stopped talking. Sir, although it seems that Sisyphus is becoming attached to him. Pixie Bob, yes, he seems like a father worried about his son. Upon hearing Crest's words, the most thoughtful agreed with him, while Spiner opened his eyes in shock, and Stain remained static. giving them more than solid arguments to completely reject their doctrine. AFO, wow, those 500 years of life didn't make anyone look stupid, sir, to our bad luck. Almight, well, I feel bad for thinking that, but, Mirko, his trial is more than ready. Aizawa, he's lived longer than everyone here, I'd say, looking at Gran Torino, so he knows what he's talking about. Gran Torino, you have something against old people, Brat, he would say in a serious tone, making All Might get on like Scooby on Shaggy from the fear he had. Stain, who the hell is this old man? He thought, surprised that All Might climbed on him, trembling with fear. On screen, since Izuku started training with Regulus, he focused on starting to strengthen his body, since it was a requirement to be able to tolerate the rest of the training, and although Regulus helped, Izuku began to show signs of getting stronger to withstand future training. Izuku put all his effort into being able to pass the same training that became increasingly complicated. His mother decided to give him a suit that, thanks to Sisyphus' instructions, was relatively similar to the one from the sanctuary, which Izuku wore quite a bit, even in civilian clothes, attracting some attention, but as the days went by, Izuku decided to focus on training. Of course, training wasn't everything, since he still had to attend school, so Inko, helped by Sisyphus, took care of the educational part. Izuku had to earn respect at school on more than one occasion, and even more so when he cut ties with Katsuki Bakugo, ending their friendship, given the treatment, because with the help of Regulus, he could understand that a friend wouldn't behave like that. Sisyphus, on the other hand, could see a lot of what Pegasus Tenma used to be in Izuku. He is noble-hearted, he has immense affection for those he meets. But even though he tries to be sociable with other children his age, they, given his condition of being a Quirkless, left him aside, which Sisyphus noticed worried Inko, since Izuku was maturing mentally before his time. She could even realize that her time with him was changing the green-haired boy, since he was slowly beginning to show signs of resembling Sisyphus himself, since with stories from him about Athena, the holy war, and everything that entails being a knight, Izuku was awakening a fervent desire to serve Athena as Sisyphus did. Only Inko could realize something. Izuku was having in Sisyphus the father figure he never had, since even Sisyphus used to behave like the green-haired boy's father. Off-screen, All Might, he's getting stronger. Sir, that's what it looks like. Mandalay, it also seems that he focuses on what he wants. Gahead, it seems to help him. It's a good path, beyond the danger that comes with that lifestyle. All Might, if only I had found you at that time, maybe you would have been a great candidate to wield one for all, he thought. Mirio, not a bad workout. Tetsu and Kirishima, training is for men. Rei, her outfit is interesting. Midnight, and she highlights the muscles that are taking shape for a child, she would say, smiling. Mina, this is the umpteenth time they mention that Pegasus Tenma. Recovery girl, despite those qualities, a child shouldn't mature so soon, the nurse would say seriously. Aizawa, sadly. Lady Nagant, it seems that Sisyphus influences him too much. Stain, yes, but well, he is being guided. On one hand, I feel comfortable that he guides him on a path like the one we saw from the previous nights. But on the other, there may come a confrontation between heroes, villains, and knights. Shigaraki, TSK, you'll see we'll win. Shoto, he is more father and son than teacher and disciple. Present Mike, it depends on the relationship. Many times the student and teacher are like a son with his father. Ragdoll, do you think that woman will stay with him? Pixie Bob, I hope not. Midnight, no, not even dreaming about it. Mandalay, seriously, they need a husband. On screen, it was after the first year of training with Regulus that Sisyphus took up the green-haired man's training, beginning his training in the use of the cosmos. Izuku-sensei, how do knights fight, given that without those quirks how do they do it? Sisyphus, well, you see, the knights fight thanks to the force that emanates from their cosmos. Do you understand? Izuku, yes, but what is cosmo? He would say, asking the question. Sisyphus, sorry, I forgot to tell you what it is. You see, the cosmos, it is an energy that comes from the mini-universe that all living beings possess in their bodies. How do you know? When the universe was created, there was a great explosion that gave it origin, right? Izuku, yes. Sisyphus, well, within every living being, there exists a mini-universe. In order to use the cosmos, what we do is explode our atoms, so that this universe can be born within us. It is thanks to the cosmic explosion that occurs within us, that the knights, with that energy, open the earth and crush the stars. Izuku, what he would say amazed, and there's more? Off-screen, Aizawa. So he begins his tutelage with Sisyphus. Naomasa, okay, let's see how you fight. David, Cosmos? Melissa, but what is the cosmos? Upon hearing the explanation, many did not understand what he was referring to, but the most intelligent were dismayed given that it was an aspect they had never thought about. If that was a strange energy, what happened with others like chi, ki, magic, or chakra? It was undoubtedly something fascinating. Mineta, what else is there? He would say, amazed and somewhat terrified. On screen, Sisyphus, yes, being a small universe within the body, the root is the spirit, but it also has its basis in the human senses. Human beings have 5 basic senses, isn't that right? Touch, taste, smell, hearing, and sight. Izuku, yes. Sisyphus, so, the cosmos would be like a 6th sense. To help you understand better, the senses are the physiological mechanism a human being has to perceive elements or situations that make life purely sensible. The 6th sense is a sense that seems to be connected to the mind and brain of living beings. Many abilities are related to it, such as precognition and intuition. However, there are knights who have a highly developed 6th sense and acquire mental abilities, such as telekinesis, telepathy, illusions, or even teleportation. Izuku, it's like an immense quirk. Sisyphus, you can see it that way, but that doesn't mean it's the only thing. Izuku, does that mean there's more than one way? Sisyphus knew it. Izuku is very intelligent, and many may not even notice it, since they overlook him for having a disability, for not having a quirk, as normal people see it. But Sisyphus saw that the green-haired man possesses an immense strategic capacity, along with a fast speed of analysis, something that on the battlefield can be crucial. Sisyphus, that's right, your intelligence is not just for show, he would say to ruffle his hair. Apart from the 5 basic senses and the 6th sense, there's a 7th sense. This resides in the soul, given that in the past, most human beings could use it. Izuku, what does the 7th sense allow? Sisyphus, it is the cosmos at its most splendid, the one used by the Golden Knights. Those who manage to awaken this sense acquire complete mastery of the cosmos, thus obtaining incomparable strength and energy. A knight, regardless of his rank, can have the ability to ignite his 7th sense and make it explode, and that sense, which surpasses all other human senses, is the source of that incomparable power called cosmos. Off-screen, Nisa's senses? Sir, interesting. AFO, wonderful. How interesting, he said, surprised. Such a masterful power like that. It would be the ruin of several quirk users. Momo, 6th sense. Shinzo, mental abilities. Kirishima, old is like a huge quirk. Shigaraki, and that the sensei couldn't steal since he wakes up. Aizawa, they are interesting abilities. And they also mention that it is in all living beings. Yoichi, yes, and that could work, since we would be facing the method that many quirkless people could be heroes. Many heroes didn't like those words. A quirkless was that, a useless person who should be there to flatter them and have them as idols. But others looked at this with intrigue. It was a possibility. Uraraka, it will be great. Kendo, more than one way? Ibara, well, they mentioned 6, that means there may be more. Nizu, if with the 6th he is almost as strong as Almight, how powerful can someone beyond be? David, I'm surprised by the boy's intelligence. Sir, just like me, well-trained could be someone like you, Director. AFO, in addition to having a natural strategic mind, something rare to see, many even villains are the ones who rush into a fight and then think. Stain's 7th sense. Kirishima, in the past we could all use that. Always, it would have been great. Mirko, so the 7th sense is the power of a golden knight. I'm intrigued to know what it would be like to see him fight, he would say, smiling. Hawks, surprisingly, apart from the 12 golden knights, the others can do it too, so it's a goal worth achieving. May Hatsum, everything is very nice, but I want to see the armor to replicate it, she would say excitedly. On screen, Izuku, do you think I can do it? Sisyphus, it's something you'll see with training. Izuku, but that would be the limit, right? Sisyphus, no, there is an 8th sense, I would say, to draw attention. It is the ultimate power human beings can attain. Awakening it is undoubtedly hell, given that it is the essence of the cosmos itself. Its power is unparalleled. It allows one to cure severe illnesses or disabilities like blindness. It allows its users to move even in the world of the dead, without being bound to the domains of deities associated with death, like Hades, Izuku. But waking him up must be exhausting. Sisyphus? To be able to awaken it, you need to be in a situation on the verge of death. I only know of one knight who obtained it without needing that, but I could never ask how he obtained it. Izuku, who? Who was that knight? He would ask excitedly. Sisyphus. Asmita of Virgo, I would say, to project an image with his cosmos as illusion. Izuku. That means he was an incredibly strong saint. Sisyphus. Yes, he was. His power was such that he was nicknamed the man closest to God. He managed to master the eighth sense, and despite being born blind, he regained his sight with it. And although he used the eighth sense for brief moments before dying, he was able to see the world as those of us with sight can do. Izuku. He is someone admirable, I would say. Surprised. He had lost his fanaticism for All Might a long time ago, which used to differentiate him from other children, but he never lost his respect. Off-screen. Momo, another sense? Sir, eighth sense? AFO. The maximum power that human beings reach. Interesting. Recovery girl. Wow, that's an interesting power, given that even those disabilities can be cured. Ibara. Enter the world of the dead? She would say surprised. Momo. And get out of it, she would say scared. Ida. Basically it's a power that can break the natural law of life and death, he would say surprised. He didn't like breaking laws. And even less if it was the natural norm that if you die it's all over. But the surprise in that sense was evident. Ingenium. It seems that waking it up is not pretty at all. Shoto. Basically died to have it. Natsuo. Yes. Fuyumi. I wouldn't want to have a power like that. AFO. But he's worth the risk, he would say, very interested. Kendo. A saint who achieved it without it. I would say interested. Monoma. But how? Ibara. Asmita of Virgo. The man closest to God, he would say with a twitch in his eye. Kaminari. Well, that justifies it, right? Sato. It seems. Tokoemi. His aura reflects a lot of peace and harmony. Toga. Was he born blind? Hagakure. That's horrible. Setsuna. At least he got her back before he died. Bakugo was surprised. Had the nerd lost his fanaticism for the hero? All Might was surprised like the others. Deep down it hurt him. But could he blame him? On screen. Sisyphus. Okay, that's enough chatter. It's time to start training. Izuku. Yes, I would say very motivated. Sisyphus passed on everything he had learned from his brother, Ilias of Leo, Regulus's father, the man said to be able to speak to the earth, hear the voice of the wind, and speak to the river. He knew many of those teachings could be applied to him. Sisyphus covered a lot of ground, not only in terms of awakening and using the cosmos, Izuku's physique, and his perception, but also in teaching him how to use the bow. After 6 months, Izuku had awakened the sixth sense. Despite being so young, it was already an achievement in itself, but he still had a lot to learn. At 6 years old, he was strong, intelligent, and was slightly respected at school, since only Katsuki Bakugo bullied him. But the green-haired boy earned respect by showing a little of his strength gained through training. If Katsuki Bakugo was allowed by the same teachers to use his gift to intimidate other students, why wouldn't they let him use his strength to defend himself? Of course, this reached the ears of Sisyphus, who only told him not to use his cosmos for that. It was fine to defend himself, but using the cosmos for something so low was not right, something that the green-haired boy understood very well. Off-screen. Sir, he is motivated. Nizu, that's good. Nijire. But why the bow? Why not the rest? What do you think will happen? Tamaki. Calm down and Nijire. All Might. So you use the same teachings as Ilias with him? He would ask, surprised. That's good. Aizawa. He's a good teacher. Present Mike. That's what it looks like. Seeing that in 6 months, Izuku managed to use the cosmos for the first time, they were surprised. A 6-year-old boy had just awakened something that they mostly thought would take longer or not happen. Mineta, incredible. Siro, it's a warm aura. Shoji, yes. Mina, that was it. Koda, incredible. Eri, yes, was incredible, I would say nervously. Seeing that at school he stood up for himself and made himself respected. Many just knew that it was something that would happen. Bakugo just sighed. They were bitter memories. He hoped it hadn't gone that far. All Might, defend yourself, he would say nervously. Sir, it's okay. If they bother and attack him, they should at least not punish him. Aizawa. When that worked, given that even in the pre-Quirk era whoever received bullying if they defended themselves ended up in trouble. Midnight. At least that power is used outside of that scope. Rin, one of those hits, and Hananuki, by boy, he would say jokingly, on screen. It was then that with 2 years of training, Inko and Sisyphus began a relationship. Although Izuku continued calling Sisyphus master, when he fell to the verge of fainting due to his exhausting training, he used to call him dad. Regulus was happy for them, since Izuku had him as an older brother figure. Crest was not very open, but he was there if he was needed. Inko, for her part, after Katsuki's fight with Izuku, cut all ties with Mitsuki Bakugo since they were good friends. But the ash-haired girl reduced everything to being children and in a careless way, made the green-haired girl angry. Things did not go further because of the intervention of Sisyphus, who strangely enough began to show signs of illness, the same one that his brother had years before he died. That had worried the Midoriyas and made Izuku sad, but with the right words from Regulus, Izuku continued his training much more motivated. Yes, there were times when he was about to throw in the towel, but for 4 more years he continued the same training, where Regulus supported him. Off-screen, Ryukyu. Well, that was going to happen, I would say calmly. Midnight, Pixie Bob, Mount Lady, Ragdoll, no why, Mandalay, that Inko is lucky. Ray, yes, she got a good lover and future husband. Mitsuki, reminds me of our past Masaru. Masaru, do you think so? He would say calmly. Shoto, well, Sisyphus in 2 years, was cooler than the biological one, he would say without being surprised. Momo, they really do look like father and son. Kendo, and Regulus would be his cousin. Many people didn't like Sisyphus falling ill, but it was clear that he would suffer the same as Ilias. Mitsuki, seeing and remembering her argument with Inko, lowered her head. It was something she couldn't get over and she wanted to get a friend back. But her son had already done a lot of damage. Bakugo, Mom, he would say, somewhat hurt to see her like that. You'll see that she and you will be friends again. Mitsuki, why do you say that? Bakugo, I'll fix everything. Mitsuki, who are you and what did you do with my son? Bakugo, if I want to be a hero I must change. Masaru, you've grown a little, he would say, smiling. I'm very proud, son. On screen, with the bow he always hit the target, which made the green-haired man proud. But before praising him, Sisyphus used to talk to him about improving, given that despite everything his disciple and son still does not hear the voice of the wind. Izuku didn't understand what his teacher meant, so he decided to see how far he reached. So from a nearby tree, he encouraged him to throw the arrows at the leaves that fell from it, which he achieved. Then Sisyphus told him it was time to throw the arrow without his sight or his bow, something that Izuku slightly found impossible. Even so, with his sight blindfolded and without his bow, Izuku tried and failed every time. But unable to concentrate, but remembering some words that used to sound in the wind, comparing him to his teacher. But before he could even say anything, he feels his teacher behind him about to kill him, so he throws the arrow hitting the center of a target. Izuku removes the bandages and is surprised by what he had done, and realizes that Sisyphus never moved from his place, and that he did not use either his Golden Knight's speed, the speed of light, a speed that the seventh sense allows to reach, nor psychokinesis. Sisyphus, seeing his apprentice's confusion, explains that he only conversed with the wind, in order to be able to show his disciple the way. Sisyphus, Izuku, I want you to always remember this. Izuku, yes. Sisyphus, the eyes of Sagittarius always fix their gaze on a point, becoming the light that will guide their comrades. That is why you should not lose sight of the world with idle thoughts and of yourself, and if you do, Mother Earth and the wind will obey you forever. After a year of that situation, Izuku had managed to enter the seventh sense, managing to fight on par with his master or against Regulus, where the green-haired man could see the clear difference, not only in power but in experience. Given his analytical side, the green-haired man could analyze his opponents and determine an attack by slightly imitating it, as he did with the unicorn gallop that Regulus had used. Unicorn gallop is one of the techniques that Yato of Unicorn, Bronze Knight, used to use in his battles, and given Regulus's amazing ability to see, analyze and be able to copy or imitate the attacks, fighting techniques and cosmos techniques of his opponents and allies, which made young Leon look like the most skilled saint of his generation, something that was admirable, given that his father Ilias of Leo was the saint before him and considered the strongest of his generation. Sisyphus knew it. Izuku was close to becoming a Golden Knight, the cosmos possessed him, but the most important thing was missing: the techniques referring to his constellation and others that Regulus could teach given his ability, along with the new phase of his training. At 11 years old, Izuku would train for one more year the skills of his teacher and father, Sisyphus, along with those of Regulus, where after that, he would go at 12 with Crest of Aquarius to train in Siberia under extremely subhuman conditions. Off-screen, watching the bow training, they paid attention. The armor in its object form had a bow, so that weapon came with it. Aizawa: he's not doing badly at all. Kirishima: but why don't you praise him? I mean, he does well. Kaminari: why listen to the voice of the wind? No one understood those words, so they continued watching. Midnight: it's good since it hits falling leaves without missing. Nagant: without a doubt. Momo: training without your sight or your bow? That's impossible. Mineta: sounds like a game of Russian arrow, something I just made up. Siro: what is it about? Mineta: blindfold someone and have them shoot the arrow in any direction. Tsuyu: silence, she would say, licking him. Kyoka: that's stupid. Many men said nothing, which was interestingly funny, which made women roll their eyes. There was a reason they lived longer than them. The view continued because the training was attracting attention. Many said he would fail, but they saw that the boy was trying to do it with his eyes blindfolded, something dangerous. But at least he was under supervision. Stain: your thoughts? Monoma: words of comparison with his teacher? Nizu: the voice of the wind? He whispered to himself. Mandalay: why Sisyphus is about to kill him, she would say, surprised and worrying everyone. Ryukyu: he must be stopped. Orca gang: let's get him. Sir: no, it's not him. David: it's the wind. Nizu: so that's it, he would say in a low voice. The smartest ones already deduced it, but were surprised to see that, although everyone shared that surprise since Izuku reacted by sticking the arrow in a target without even having a bow or seeing. Setsuna: how? Pony: what? Ojiro: how did he do it? Mirio: how come Sisyphus didn't move? He was. Nizu: I'm surprised they didn't notice, he would say, drinking a cup of tea. Aizawa: the wind. Ida: speed of light. Shinzo: psychokinesis. AFO: what the hell? Sir: explanation? The eyes of Sagittarius always fix their gaze on a point, becoming the light that will guide their comrades. That is why you must not lose sight of the world with idle thoughts and of yourself, and if you do, Mother Earth and the wind will obey you forever. Sir: Nizu, David and AFO were analyzing those words. It was a motivation, a revelation. Sagittarius in Athena's army was presenting himself as an example of bravery, camaraderie, loyalty and advice within Athena's army, being in his eyes the most loyal knight to the goddess, unaware of why the Sagittarius of the 16th century allowed himself to be manipulated with the ITIA rebellion. Kirishima: losing the worldview with idle and self-centered thoughts. Shoto: it's something poetic. Stain: those are worthy words, it helps him stay focused. While they thought about those words, they saw how the green-haired boy's training continued, amazed that at such a young age, to the annoyance of many heroes, the boy became more powerful than them. Aizawa: how long has it been? Almight: he turns 8 and already uses the 7th sense? Midnight: can give them a fight, but the experience difference is clear. Mirko: haha, that's brat. Edgeshot: that's perseverance. Kendo: unicorn gallop? Mineta: that name is something. Monoma: ridiculous. Nizu: a very interesting technique from the unicorn constellation. Ryukyu: but how did Regulus manage to imitate him? Bakugo: the nerd imitated him because he was observant, but the bull had no idea. Hearing Regulus's ability, they were in shock. He was truly a fearsome opponent. Aizawa: I don't like that being so young he has to carry so much responsibility, he would say with a frown. All Might: being so young and already with an almost earned armor? Koda: that was amazing. Sir: well, you must train your techniques. Nizu: and from what we can see, at 12 he's going to Siberia. David: such an inhospitable place, what will he achieve there? Mirko: if the brat tolerates that place, he'll earn a place in my agency. Endeavor: not if I win it first. Bunny: I would say interested. Everyone was attentive, wanting to know more and what the green-haired man would achieve. Biographies 8, the smartest saint. The room was full of murmurs. They really wanted to know more about that green-haired man who had chosen to follow a different path than the hero. And although it didn't bother some and caused a lot of annoyance to others, mainly villains and false heroes, curiosity was present even in them. Mitsuki: I'm glad Izuku can follow a path. Bakugo: Just like my mother, I have no right to be happy for him, but I still do it. Ray, I can say that both were wrong, but something that is appreciated is that their decision to want to fix things is a good thing. I'm not saying it will work, but it's a start. Kirishima, look, I can't speak ill of anyone because I wouldn't speak ill of men, but you have a long way to go. Stain, let's see what you can do, brat. I would think, interested. I didn't want another endeavor, so I would see how the Muslim evolves. Almight, well, I would say starting to feel cold. It's kind of cold, right? Nizu, now that you mention it, yes, sir. It's the book, he would say, seeing that a freezing wind was coming out of it. AFO, interesting. The icy wind began to grow stronger, covering the screen, causing it to have sound and image, gaining everyone's curiosity. On screen, Biographies 8, The Smartest Saint. Off screen, David, so another biography. Sir, and it looks like someone very intelligent. AFO, very interesting. Maybe it's someone interesting and creates new babies. All Might, we must not rush, we must be cautious. On screen, one of the constellations that has given us a series of cold and calculating, but extremely lethal, nights is the constellation of Aquarius. A striking feature of the 18th century holy war is the awarding of a knight of this constellation, a lover of reading and wisdom, someone who shows us that knowledge, combined with battlefield training, can become a winning combination. This is the story of Digel of Aquarius. Off-screen, Shoto, so an ice knight. Midnight, cold and calculating, but lethal? I don't like that. Aizawa, that doesn't take away from the fact that they show what they are capable of doing for their goddess. Momo, lover of reading and wisdom? Nizu, fascinating, a knight who uses the power that knowledge gives. After all, knowledge is power. Hawks, body awareness and training is a very dangerous, but very effective combination. Ray, interesting. The Todorokis minus Endeavor were very interested in the Ice Knight. On screen, Digel is the 18th century saint of Aquarius, disciple and successor of Crest of Aquarius. He is known for his good relationship with the saint of Scorpio, Cardia, and for devoting much of his time to reading, turning the house of Aquarius into a library. Digel is a tall, muscular man with long, green hair and violet eyes. Digel has the peculiarity of wearing glasses. Digel is the antithesis of coldness when he maintains a bond of friendship with another person, and displays a wide range of emotions, ranging from concern, anguish, disgust, to admiration, camaraderie, and nostalgia. Reasoning in an emergency situation is almost non-existent, as his mind becomes a prisoner of his feelings, memories, and promises made to his friend, to whom he completely devotes himself, ignoring the advice of his comrade in arms, Cardia. In Atlantis, one of the reasons why Digel sacrifices his life was so that his best friend, Unity, one of Poseidon's marine generals, could complete the mission he was assigned, disregarding the fact that it was his friend's actions that led them to such an extreme situation, trusting him once again. Digel confesses, also in Atlantis, that one of the reasons he became a saint was to keep the promise made under the Cygnus constellation to Unity to protect and establish a bridge between Bluegrad and the outside world. Digel is also shown to be a person who does not hesitate to risk his life for his loved ones even if they oppose him. Off-screen, Aizawa. He is a disciple of Crest, and from what we can see the boy Midoriya is too, he would say thoughtfully. Nizu, that doesn't take away from his ability. Naomesa. So he's friends with the Scorpio Knight. Sir, Scorpio Cardia, interesting. What bond do you have? I would say interested, since it could be like yours and All Might's. Masaru, if it weren't for someone else, I'd say he's Inko's relative. Nizu, for a cold knight like his master, he is still somewhat sentimental. Aizawa, although that may cloud his judgment and reasoning. Shinzo, but isn't it better sometimes to think with your heart instead of using your brain? Stain, usually not, since sacrifices must be made even on both sides, and often that ends up affecting a loved one. Mina, Unity? What's this about Poseidon's marine general? AFO. So the Emperor of the Seas also has his own army, Yoichi, and from what I can see, he's in Atlantis. Ibera. But what kind of god is he? Good or bad? Shigaraki. It's too noble, I don't like it. Dabi. Calm down, Manolo. Toga. He says he died. He probably died covered in blood, hee. Twice. You're crazy / I like it. On screen, techniques. Execution of Aurora. Freezing ring. It is a paralysis technique that uses rings of cold air to surround the opponent, and inhibit their mobility. The user fires a small puff of ice crystals at their opponent with their index finger. Upon reaching the opponent, these crystals form a ring around the victim's body that quickly unfolds into several ice rings. The number of rings increases with time, and they close ever more tightly around their prey, momentarily paralyzing them. Great Freezing Ring. It is an amplified version of the freezing ring that concentrates cold air with the cosmos in the form of rings that surround the opponent and block any movement. So this technique is much stronger by having to use a descending temperature close to absolute zero. Diamond Dust Ray, Freezing Shield, Ice Coffin, Golden Light. This technique is based on the original manga's condition of reproducing the light of the sun. It is said that the constellations of the zodiac have long been bathed in sunlight, and the golden cloths that represent them have absorbed an infinite amount of sunlight. To perform this incredible burst of energy, all gold saints focus their cosmos on a single point. Off-screen, Endeavor. Except for the new techniques, the rest are those of his master. Snipe. The freezing ring is a good option for catching villains. Shoto. Maybe I can achieve it, he whispered to himself, seeing his eyes side. He didn't use cosmos, nor could he lower the temperature that much, but using his quirk maybe he could imitate it. Melissa. I'm intrigued by the golden light one, but David. It is a technique that requires 12 nights, but you can see something. Nail Mesa. Destructive for its users. Mount Lady. He's still a powerful guy, and he doesn't look weak at all. Kirishima. That doesn't take away from his manliness. Monoma. For me he is an effeminate, I would say jealous. On screen, Childhood. Dejo spent his childhood in Bluegrad alongside his friend Unity and his sister Seraphina, a friendship he always felt for each other. He was trained in Bluegrad by the ancient ex-saint of Aquarius, Crest. Dejo was also trained by Garcia, the ruler of Bluegrad, from whom he learned a great deal of knowledge, including how to read the stars. Shortly after being promoted to Gold Knight, Patriarch Sage entrusts Dejo, just as his master Crest had done in his time, with the duty of calming Cardia of Scorpio's illness with his ice cosmos. From then on, the two established a solid friendship. Mission in France. Already a gold saint, Dejo went to France to save his teacher Crest, who was apparently trapped in Garnet's mansion, a mysterious and beautiful woman who hypnotically controls everyone with her singing. There he meets a girl named Fluorite who was a servant in that mansion. Then Dejo discovers that warriors known as the Jewels lived in the mansion. First he confronted Flint, who has the power to control fire. Flint captures Fluorite, who was spying from behind the door, and threatens to burn it. But Dejo uses the Great Freezing Ring, with which he defeats him. Fluorite reveals that he was not spying out of curiosity, but because he was looking for his father, who like many other men of his people disappeared, and it is suspected that they were being held in the mansion, like Crest. Thus, while Dejo searches for his master and his friend Seraphina, who had accompanied him on that mission, but who was kidnapped, he fights against Tourmaline, who has control of electricity and gives powerful electric shocks to the saint. At the same time, Chalcedonia arrives, causing illusions. The illusions are destroyed by the Diamond Dust Ray technique, leaving both jewels defeated. Shortly after, Fluorite finds her father, who is dead inside a jewel like many others. Dejo comforts her. Then Aquarius faces the last living jewel, who turns out to be Crest the Koinuer, his rejuvenated master, and in service to Garnet. Dejo's techniques are stopped and returned by Crest, who due to his experience is very powerful. Dejo attacks him with the execution of Aurora, but Koinuer uses the ice shield that transforms into an ice coffin to lock Dejo up. The Golden Saint frees himself with his own power, and when he wants to confront his master and Garnet again, they tell him that they were seeking eternal life by stealing it from others, like Fluorite's father. But they wanted to be sure if they did the right thing. That's why they had called Dejo, who had been offered that power and had rejected it, to be sure of what they were doing. It is worth noting that due to the effects of the brightness of Crest's Diamond Dust Ray, Dejo's eyesight was damaged. Fluorite gave him her father's glasses, the memento she kept of him, because she knew that Dejo needed them and would appreciate them. Off-screen, Nizu. That mentions a lot. Ryukyu. It is a good friendship, although in case of war of Athena and Poseidon both will have to kill each other. Mirko. But it seems that he is good, and that Scorpio Cardia. I don't know why, but he would be a great battle companion, he would say, smiling. Recovery Girl. What illness does that young man have? Why does he need ice? Aizawa. He'll probably say that in his bio, so he shouldn't get ahead of himself. Sir, although that ability to read the stars seems to be useful, I would say interested. Perhaps seeing the future with them would be more useful than using your quirk. Watching the mission in France again, many felt a lump in their stomach when they remembered that, especially with the fight between teacher and student that ended with Crest dead. But it was something that had to happen, so they lowered their gaze in a sign of respect. Tetsu, with honor until the end. Midnight. He looks more handsome with glasses. Well done, girl, for giving him that gift, she would say, licking her lips. On screen, Holy War against Hades. He appears in front of Hades' castle in Italy and calms the excited Libra Doko, telling him that the barrier must disappear first, or it would be the end, while Hakurai reaches the center of the barrier. He is the one who sends Pegasus Tenma to train with the demon of Cannon Island, Gemini Defteros. Athena entrusted him with the mission to go to Bullied to ask Poseidon for help in attacking the lost canvas, and invites Cardia to accompany her on the mission. When he arrives in Bullied, he meets a childhood friend named Unity, the Lord of Bullied, who guides Cardia and Digel to a room at the back of the Bullied library where the entrance to Atlantis, Poseidon's hometown, is located. Already in that town, Unity is killed by Rhadamanthys of Wyvern, who along with Pandora go to find Poseidon. Digel confronts them, but it is Cardia who stays to fight with the Judge of Hell, causing Digel to leave to stop Pandora. After feeling the death of Cardia and Rhadamanthys, Digel enters the enclosure where, to his surprise, he sees Pandora unconscious. The saint deduces that apparently a huge force managed to knock her out, and without thinking twice, he enters the enclosure where, to his surprise, he finds an old acquaintance of his, imprisoned in a sphere covered by a powerful cosmos, Seraphine, Unity's deceased sister, who was his childhood friend and who, according to Digel, her face was the living image of the deceased mother of the sibling pair. As he was about to take her out of that place, a voice stops him as a coral blanket covers her body. To his surprise, the owner of the voice turns out to be Sea Dragon, one of the generals in the service of Poseidon, who incites Digel to free the god from the confinement in which Athena has him subjected and thus allow him to occupy Seraphina's body. Digel becomes furious upon hearing such words from the mariner's lips, freeing himself and hitting him. But when the helmet falls to the ground and upon looking more closely, he is greatly surprised to see his friend Unity alive, who reminds him about a promise they made some time ago. She tells him that she will help Athena on the condition that he removes the seal on the vessel that encloses Poseidon. He refuses to do so. This help would be the orichalcum, which is a substance, which is believed to have a part of Poseidon's body and would be the key to reaching the lost canvas. After a hard battle, Digel manages to free Unity by defeating Poseidon's power with his Aurora execution. The repentant Unity gives Digel the orichalcum, but Pandora seizes it to prevent the orichalcum from reaching Athena's hands. Pandora tries to destroy the orichalcum, causing Poseidon to awaken in Seraphine's body. Unity tells them that Poseidon's power will submerge Atlantis, and that the surface will be destroyed by massive floods. Digel asks Unity to take the orichalcum to the sanctuary and deliver it to Athena. To stop Poseidon, he freezes all of Atlantis in a giant ice coffin, killing himself in the process. He died being considered the most intelligent saint of his time. Screen turns off. Seeing his actions during the war, many became worried, although upon hearing a name the Shiozakis tensed up. Ibera, demon of Cannon Island? Nizu, Defteros of Gemini. I wonder why he's called that. Kirishima, well, training is manly, right? Ojiro, that's what it looks like. AFO, so that was his mission, to go to Atlantis by the power of the god, but a god sealed by Athena herself. I highly doubt he will help. Shigaraki, just wasting time. Seeing Unity's death at the hands of Rhadamanthys and Pandora, many were worried although they waited to see its outcome, although tense seeing that Cardia was left against that guy, alone. Sir, what power made that woman faint? Almight, it must be something big. Kendo, but why does Unity demand that of her sister? She asked, somewhat annoyed. Aizawa, I see. Nizu used the girl as a vessel for Poseidon. Ryukyu, I said it, both of them would fight. Seeing the fight between the two friends again, everyone tensed up since Pandora was still there, but they were amazed when she released a bit of the god's power and Digel managed to repel it. The surprise didn't end there though. It came with some disbelief when they saw that Unity offered the object with the god's power to redeem herself. Bakugo. First they want to kill each other, and now they reconcile? Mina. Good is the power of friendship. Hagakure. But Pandora she. Feeling Poseidon's power, they were in shock and the pressure became palpable. So much so that even All Might was on his knees. All Might, that woman. Mirko. But what, my body? Sir, is this the power of a god? Before anyone could respond, the power faded as Unity fled with the orb, ordered by Deijel to take it to the sanctuary. She was puzzled by this, though her eyes widened at the sight of the sacrifice, sealing herself away, dying to contain the power of a god, freezing herself in a large coffin of ice. No one had the words to say anything, so they remained silent as a show of respect. Deijel was admirable and understood the value of sacrifice for those she loved. But before anyone could say anything, the screen continued. On screen, Unity finally arrived at the sanctuary thanks to the willpower instilled by the sacrifice of Cardia and Deijel in order to deliver the orichalcum to Athena. In that place he repented of his sins, stating that he was willing to face any punishment that the goddess had for him. However, Athena did not hesitate to open her compassionate heart, stating that he must continue fighting in memory of his fallen comrades. Unity hears these words between tears, finally leaves the sanctuary. The screen turns off. Upon seeing Unity's arrival, many had a bad taste in their mouths, although it was admirable that despite everything, she wanted to redeem herself and pay for her sins before the goddess. Stain. Athena is a very compassionate goddess. Ibera, yes. Nizu, well, now they have some chance. Biographies 9. The Holy Sword. Mina, well, there is hope, she would say, jumping. Hagakure, yees. Mineta, let's live. Kaminari, but the war continues, he would say. Mineta, we're going to die. Kyoka, but can we fight if they fail? All Might, we are heroes, but I don't have that much faith. Chisaki, realistically, we wouldn't lose at all. AFO, and many heroes would die for idiots. Endeavor, it's sadly true. Kamui, why do you say that? He would say, annoyed. Endeavor, would you use lethal force? Kamui, no, because a hero doesn't kill. Endeavor, case closed, he would say without further ado. Mount Lady, it's true that if they repressed us, they would kill us. Mirko, TSK, it pains me to admit that, because a villain said it. Hawks, well, I would say nervous given that he has crossed that line on the orders of the commission. Edge shot, the good thing is that this helps us. Nizu, in addition to giving new goals to the new generations. Kirishima, Deijel was so manly. Shoto, his power on ice was incredible. I don't think I could do something like that. My limit, freezing, due to the recoil of my quirk, is something I couldn't overcome at those temperatures. Kendo, that's something. Monoma, I don't care. For me they are villains, heroes should not kill. Several people thought this way, but Ida couldn't get one thing out of his head, Takusa's Hanuman episode. They'd seen it a while back, but would he really let himself be consumed by jealousy? Could he do the same to his brother, Ingenium? He didn't know what to think. There were just too many things. Before they could continue speaking, the screen would light up, capturing everyone's attention. On screen, Biographies 9. The Holy Sword. Off screen, Momo, Holy Sword. Stain, a swordsman? Spiner, let's hope so, he would say, interested. Nizu, to be honest, remember that Athena forbids the use of weapons, so maybe his ability resembles one. Sir, but Holy Sword. Many legends come to me, but I can't figure out which one it is. Kendo, maybe we'll see what no means. Ibera, if it is something sacred, it is possibly related to our Lord. Shigaraki, oh yeah, of course. Ibera, we saw that Virgo is an enlightened one, which is not much, but it relates to Buddhism. I would say the latter between my teeth. This means that more cultures are related to Athena, not just the Greek one. AFO, good deduction. On screen, throughout history, there is a constellation that boasts of being the most faithful to the goddess Athena, both due to the enormous determination of each of the wearers of said armor, as well as their discipline and training. The constellation of Capricorn has always generated great admiration in many people, both knights and aspiring warriors, and civilians who have seen them fight. Blessed by the goddess since the age of myth, carrying within their very bodies the powerful sword Excalibur, a spiritual, but not physical, sword possessing an edge feared even by the gods. The Knights of Capricorn have known how to overcome difficulties and have a tremendous will to fight for their goddess. This is the story of the Saint of Capricorn, considered most loyal to the goddess, El Cid of Capricorn. Off-screen, Neomesa, Capricorn, Almight. But what does a goat have to do with a sword? Ibera, goat. She would say, fearful of what the goat reflects in Christianity. Stain, enormous determination. Nizu, discipline and training interesting. Kirishima, so they carry a blessing. Momo, wasn't that sword a British legend? She would say something crazy for having just seen how one of the beliefs in her books falls. Sir, spiritual sword? AFO, interesting, they themselves as knights are the sword, I would say, coming to the conclusion. Shigaraki, El Cid? Ryukyu, the name sounds familiar. Nizu, poem of my Cid, a song of deeds, similar to the March of Roland by the French. A fascinating allegory, given the name, he would say, smiling. On screen, El Cid is the golden saint of Capricorn, during the holy war against Hades in the 18th century. He is a man who constantly trains to keep his sword as sharp as possible, and who carries the entire burden of his missions alone, refusing to allow anyone else to help him. El Cid is of thin build and is tall. His skin color is white and he has black hair. El Cid appears to be a somewhat elusive and rather serious person. He is also reserved and very quiet. He gives the impression of having few friends, but the truth is that he greatly appreciates his fellow companions and is always willing to help them when necessary. He has a strong character and seems unfazed by anything. He has a somewhat mysterious air, as if he were trying to hide something. He is determined, and although he may seem somewhat cold, he is a true gentleman. Libra Doko demonstrates that his personality is cold and sharp as a sword. Techniques. Bouncing stone. This technique relies on the use of one's legs to counter an attack by taking advantage of the strength of one's opponent's technique, or simply by delivering a powerful kick to the opponent. It is based on the mountain goat's own legs and the leaps they make to ascend steep slopes. Excalibur is a technique that consists of using the arms with such physical force that it is capable of cutting practically anything as if it were a sword. Off-screen, Pixie Bob, El Cid, he would say, starting to lick his lips. Midnight, not bad at all, although it's too serious and cold. Stain, a lone wolf. All Might, loneliness is not a good thing. There will always be a day when we need help from others. Aizawa, it is clear that he loves his teammates, but he does not show it. Mount Lady, and what a gentleman. Mitsuki, cold and sharp gaze. Spiner, just like a sword, he would say, surprised. Sir, Libra Doko, he would say, thinking they had gotten another name. Bakugo, skipping stone? He would say, somewhat surprised by the name of the technique. Kirishima, not a bad name. Toga, uses her legs. Kendo, it's like a particular martial art. Ojiro, no doubt. Shishida, his punches resemble those of a goat. That's a good thing. All Excalibur? Momo, but didn't they say it was a sword? Seeing what that technique was capable of, they were surprised. Someone with one arm and throwing a blow could cut something without the need for a weapon. AFO, interesting. Kirishima and Tetsu, can we do something like that? Sir, literally. Neomesa, his body is a sword. Nizu, that's very surprising. Knowing his power as a cosmos, he trains to make his fist as sharp as it can get. On screen, childhood. El Cid trained how to make his blade perfect. He had the same desire as his companion Mine, a girl with whom he trained and sought to forge the sacred sword that cut everything, the magic sword Zanoki. Beside them was a man named Felser, a kind-hearted person who hated fighting despite his strength. One day, El Cid and Mine were trapped in a forest fire, and when they were about to die, Felser appeared and saved them, cutting down the trees with his bare arm to get out of the forest. The children were saved, but Felser was severely burned, but satisfied to have saved them so they could fulfill their dreams. Despite everything, sometime later Mine falls victim to a respiratory illness that costs him his life. El Cid promises that he will fulfill both of their dreams. Off-screen, Mina, does it smell like ship? Hagakure, it seems that they like each other. I bet they will end up well, she would say happily. Stain, he was already focused on being a powerful sword since he was a child, he would say, surprised. Mirio Fleesa? AFO, a pacifist. Shigaraki, what a waste of potential. So strong and hates fighting, damn pacifist. Mandalay, oh no. Eri, will they be okay? Koda, yes, he would say, convinced, even though he wanted to say no, his scared little face prevented him from doing so. Tiger, not bad, Koda, he thought very proudly. Spiner, what the hell? With just his bare arm? Kendo, cut down trees with clean cuts. Monoma, what the buck? Bakugo, Mitsuki, without insulting I would say, giving him a snitch. Kaminari, wow, they're resetting windows with force. Always, I wouldn't want to be him, he would say nervously. Mina, no, she would say, seeing mine dying sick, why when I ship someone, they lose their partner. She complained, making scenes. On screen, Catalania tournament. El Cid is sent by Sage to Catalania to a swordsmanship tournament with a purpose for the sanctuary. So El Cid appears in a nearby city where he meets who would become one of his students, Lekale, the son of one of the local blacksmiths. There he has a brief confrontation against a gladiator and his group. The Saint of Capricorn enters the tournament, and after defeating his first rivals, he finds himself on the battlefield with Mine, who suddenly pulls out a katana and destroys a part of the Colosseum. El Cid leaves evidently shocked and tells Lekale that Mine was an old friend who supposedly died years ago. Then the final rounds begin, and he meets the other finalist, Felser the Black Terror. El Cid and Felser are old acquaintances, and although Felser hated fighting, he is now the supreme warrior of Catalania and knows that he was the reason El Cid was sent there. Another tournament participant manipulates a puppet that attacks El Cid. El Cid destroys the puppet, but the puppeteer tells him that its electrodes will stop his cosmos. El Cid still attacks the scientist, but the latter resembles a machine. But El Cid easily stops him with his sword. In this way, El Cid defeats his opponent from the first round. The tournament is underway, and the Dark Knight and the Shining Golden One meet. El Cid recounts the truth of his mission. In ancient times, this city was attacked by the gods, and now, from nowhere, it has re-emerged as a product of a dream. This according to the investigations of Sisyphus of Sagittarius and himself into the twin gods, and especially the god of sleep, Hypnos. The reason behind everything, the appearance of Mine and Felser, is because of Hypnos and the gods of dreams. Cid claims to Felser that he released the god Hypnos. Felser does not care either, and both will fight. Felser's power increases thanks to the fury of the people, also thanks to the power of another god of dreams, Phobter, and takes out the sword Zanoki. It was thanks to the power of that god that everything became reality. When everything seems in favor of Felser, El Cid takes off his armor and sharpens his sword. The fight between El Cid and Feezer is at its most exciting point, with Cid determined to fulfill the destiny of his sword and that of Felser in mind, but the power of Felser's sword is beyond what Cid can imagine. And El Cid sees the true form of the sword Zanoki and manages to demonstrate the power of his sword. Felser explains his reasons that he generated everything thanks to the power of the god of dreams to see Mine again. Suddenly the power of the god Phobter is revealed. Phobter tells El Cid that thanks to Felser he has been freed after Athena had sealed him away some time ago. The sky begins to shatter and Phobter says that the city will be absorbed by the world of dreams. Phobter begins to absorb all the power of the people clinging to Mine's dream. El Cid does not intend to give up and Phobter will absorb him, and the Golden Saint cannot move. When everything seemed to be over, Mine tells El Cid to end this dream, that what she wants is for El Cid to become Excalibur, and in that way he regains his strength. Thus Capricorn stops one of the gods of dreams, Phobter, and pierces the gigantic god. Mine says goodbye to El Cid. Felser says goodbye and apologizes to El Cid. At the end, El Cid leaves with Lekale back to the sanctuary, and the latter accepts the difficult path of becoming a saint. Off-screen, Nizu, a mission, and from what I can see it's in the Iberian Peninsula, he would say thoughtfully. Sir. And it seems he found a young man, he would say, seeing Lekale. Stain. His bare hand is a sword, but in his eyes it doesn't look like a real one, but rather an incomplete one. Kaminari, did you see that? That's barbaric, he would say, seeing El Cid defeats several people with just his bare hands. Mina, that's it, she would say, smiling. Hagakure, mine, but how? She would ask, surprised. Everyone was talking about why she faked her death, but Nizu, sir, AFO, Naomesa, recovery girl, Shoto, and to everyone's surprise Ibera, realized something. If she died, why did she appear alive there? Something didn't add up. Kendo, Felser, but he looks different. Monoma looks a little more sinister. Almight, a city formerly attacked by gods? He would say, surprised. AFO, something is wrong in that city. If that is a product of a dream, I would say seriously. Kendo, Hypnos, and the gods of sleep? Nizu, I have a hunch about that. Seeing Felser's explanation, the desires of a person with firm ideals who becomes corrupted came to them once again. They were increasingly told that being a hero was pointless if things didn't change for human beings, especially civilians. Seeing Phobter, many began to be afraid, since his presence was terrifying. Mineta, who is he? Ahoyama, his presence extinguishes my brilliance. Koda, I'm scared. Shoji, it's too much. Tokoemi, too much darkness. On screen, Phobter is one of the gods of sleep, brothers or sons and subordinates of the god Hypnos, and therefore on the side of Hades. He has the ability to devour the dreams of people and or gods. He can also manipulate, capture, modify, or imprison dreams. He appeared in the dreams of mortals, disguised as animals or monsters such as dragons, hyenas, and vipers, and could change his forms to interact with mortals in the real world. His brothers are Iklos, Oneiros, Morpheus, and Phantasos, all four also members of the gods of sleep, subordinate to Hypnos. Off-screen, Nizu, this is bad, he would say trembling. Almight, that means the city, he would say very annoyed. Ryukyu, oh no. Mirko, what is the dream world? On screen, if the underworld is a place of punishment for humans, it can be said that the realm of dreams is a kind of prison for souls. It is said that whoever is imprisoned in that place loses the chance to reincarnate, and sleeps for all eternity. Their physical body remains alive but unconscious in the earthly world, in a coma, and their soul is a prisoner of the same dream that repeats itself cyclically and continually tortures it. In that world are Phatria, the place where Phobter takes the souls he absorbs. Little is known about this place. The only notable feature is that, as mentioned by the god of dreams, this place feeds on the life force of people. Morphia, it is an area of the world of dreams, a special domain of the god Morpheus, who acts as a jailer. It is the deepest place in the world of dreams, where the souls and dreams of kings and heroes are guarded. This is a place created by Morpheus himself where people who are taken prisoner dream eternally. Fantasia, it is the place where Phantasos locks up the souls he has stolen with his dark fantasy technique. According to what has been said, in this place is where the dreams of all people are. It seems that the function of this world is to give sweet dreams to people, contrary to phobia, which is where nightmares come from. Phobia, it is the place where Iklos locks up the souls he has stolen. According to what has been said, this place is where the nightmares of all people are. It seems that the function of this world is to give terrible dreams to people. Off-screen, no one had the words to describe what they had just learned. That place was a living punishment for human beings, not even Tartarus, a maximum security prison, Kaminari, and that means that, Shoto, that village was going to be entered there, he would say sweating. Kendo, let's hope that El Cid won. Seeing the defeat of the god of sleep, many breathe a sigh of relief. The people were saved from a punishment worse than that which villains receive in their world. Hawks, well, he got a student, he would say, trying to lighten the mood. On screen, Holy War. Following the death of Manigoldo of Cancer alongside Patriarch Sage during the battle that sealed the death of Thanatos, El Cid springs into action, seeking the world of dreams to free the soul of another gold saint, Sisyphus of Sagittarius. Along the way, he encounters several specters, whom he effortlessly defeats. But then he finds himself surrounded by the four gods of dreams, Iklos, Oneiros, Phantasos, and Morpheus, who were after the soul of the Pegasus Knight, to imprison it forever in the world of dreams and thus prevent it from continuing to be reincarnated in the future. El Cid decides to attack Iklos, but Iklos manipulates space and returns his slashing attack, which severs his arm below the elbow. El Cid attempts to attack him with a kick, but Icelus counterattacks and throws him off a cliff, leaving him for dead, while Phantasos decides to take the severed arm as a souvenir. However, El Cid survives the fall and manages to enter the dream world using the resonance of his severed arm's guard as a guide. He appears right next to Phantasos, whom he destroys with a blow. El Cid then arrives in Phobia, where Iklos rules, and wants to continue his battle against the Gold Saint. Despite lacking an arm, El Cid can still create a Cosmos sword to attack, but Iklos returns all of his blows, causing many cuts and attacking him from its distorted space, so El Cid cannot guess where he is going to be attacked. After receiving several blows, El Cid decides to sprinkle the area with his own blood, thus knowing where the space is distorted, revealing where Icelus is going to attack, thus managing to defeat him with a single blow. El Cid manages to reach Morphia, where Sisyphus' soul is imprisoned. There he meets Tenma, who has just defeated the fourth god of dreams, Morpheus. Sisyphus' soul should have been freed after Morpheus' death, but his own anguish and grief keep it locked away, preventing Tenma or El Cid from entering to rescue him. Then the last surviving of the four gods, Oneiros, appears and summons the souls of his three brothers to create a gigantic creature. El Cid and Tenma attack him, but he recovers from all the blows and uses his guardian oracle technique on the knights. But they are defended by the soul of Athena, who, due to the damage caused by Tenma and El Cid in the dream world, has been able to travel there to save Sisyphus' soul. El Cid cuts the space behind Oneiros, and thanks to his skipping stone technique and Tenma's Pegasus Comet, they manage to get Oneiros out into the real world to protect Sisyphus' dream while Athena is inside. But once outside, Oneiros discovers and kills three of El Cid's subordinates who had come to try to help him: Rusk of Compass, Lekale of Popa, and Tsubaki of Sail. The battle against Oneiros continues, but neither Tenma nor El Cid are able to cause permanent damage, not even with the help of Yato of the Unicorn and Yuzuriha of the Crane, who come to their aid. Fortunately, Athena manages to free Sisyphus from his sleep and bring him to the real world, to the sanctuary from where Sisyphus launches his golden arrow, charged with Athena's cosmos, in the direction of the battle. Through telepathy, Sisyphus explains his plan to El Cid, who splits the golden arrow in four with his cosmos sword, thus wounding all four souls of the dream gods at once. Oneiros tries to end Tenma's life before dying, but El Cid intervenes and plunges his severed arm into his chest, dying later in the resulting explosion. Screen turns off. Endeavor. Now comes what happened in the war. Remembering the deaths of Sage and Manigoldo, many felt only sadness, although they could not hold it in, since it would be an insult to that noble sacrifice. Upon seeing the Cid enter the battle, they were surprised to learn that he was seeking the world of dreams, although upon learning why, they worried about Sisyphus, given that it was a punishment that was not at all recommended for him. Nizu, thereafter Pegasus. But why? Ibera, why is Pegasus reincarnated? David, that means all the Pegasi have been related since the age of myth. Seeing the fight against Iklos, many grimaced in pain. Hawks, it would be wise to withdraw. Death Arms, it's true, he's not fit to continue. The prudent thing would be to stay or move forward. Seeing that El Cid wasn't going to give up, the heroes began to make comments that he should give up and leave things to someone more capable. Aizawa was among them, since they should make the mission successful and not waste a resource like him, until he finds his replacement. The UA teachers and the top heroes fell silent, while the students remained silent. They wanted the mission to be completed, but how would he do it? Ida survived Iklos and entered the dream world? Kendo, is it possible to do it? Momo, but with those wounds. Seeing that he defeated Phantasos with just one arm, those idiots who were making comments simply fell silent. Bakugo, that's it, show these extras that it can be done. Kamui, how can he continue? Recovery Girl, not to mention the blood loss. Kirishima, Pegasus was there too? Ida, and seems to have defeated. Shinzo, Morpheus, a god. Ibera, that would lighten the load. Momo, yes. Seeing the fusion of the gods, everyone was losing hope, and even more so when they saw the Guardian's oracle. However, relief came when they saw a goddess. All Athena! Seeing that El Cid managed to break the dimensions, they were in shock. Having seen him enter and leave from the real world, it surprised them, but seeing him take out Oneiros was undoubtedly surprising. Although the surprise went away and was replaced by fury at seeing the death of Tsubaki, Lekale, and Rusk at the hands of the god. Sir, with help they can either. Almight, this is it. Nana, the power of the gods. Momo, that's it. Uraraka, it's a golden arrow. Koda, eh? He would say, seeing that the Cid was bloodless. He stood up again and broke the arrow. Eri, that was it. All incredible. Mirko, they already beat him, he would say, seeing the god. Everyone coward, they would say when they saw Oneiros attacking for wanting to take someone. The fury was dispelled by the words of the Cid, earning great respect and admiration from the aspirants. Kirishima, it was, he would say, starting to cry, it was so manly. Tetsu, you already said it, bro, he would say, wiping his nose. Stain, You would have been a great hero, he would say, silently. Everyone was feeling respect and the weakest were crying. He was undoubtedly a great gentleman. Biographies 10, The General Part 1. Before you start, hello everyone, I've decided to split this gentleman into 2 parts, given that someone like him deserves 2 callings, and his story is one of the most detailed in Gaiden and the Lost Canvas manga. Therefore, he will be split into 2 parts, and this will end with something open. Now with history, everyone was silent, even AFO, since what else Sid had done, even though he didn't share his ideals, was something that couldn't help but be admired. The most annoying was Shigaraki, since he only thinks about himself and what he wants, since he associated the knights as heroes, and they disgust him, wanting to destroy them. Dabi, on the other hand, looked at Shoto, who was serious, showing great respect for El Cid, like everyone else. Sir, he shut more than one of them up. Almight, it's true, Gang Orca, without a doubt, very brave to the point of suicide. Stain, that showed several colors of those present. Aizawa, he should have retired, but that would be judging him with our vision. Midnight, Aizawa, I'm telling you right now, you won't always be right and you're thinking about what a hero should or shouldn't do is making you look bad. Kirishima, he was a real man, she would say crying. Tetsu, with honor until the end, he would say standing showing respect. Nizu, every time they make us look like children, the director would say. Naomesa, can you judge them? Even police officers would retreat in those situations. Endeavor, and I dare say that heroes against a judge would already leave. Many found that offensive, but it was true, except for the first 5 of the top, along with Mirko and Gang Orca. They would withdraw since they were lost causes, and although they should have stayed to fight, they would not, even leaving several civilians to their fate. Ibera, I hope her soul rests in peace. Cogman, excuse me, young Ibera, he would say, entering with several cogmans with cups of tea and cookies, but I will only say that the rest of those gentlemen will not come for now. David, what do you mean? He asked, fearing the answer. Cogman, the fact that they fight over Athena, a goddess, against others, makes them seen as great sinners. Nizu, Cositus, he would say, surprised given that he could analyze and combine the world they see like he does. Almight, director. Nizu, it's a shame that despite everything they end up in that place, he would say sadly. Kirishima, huh? Shinzo, what's going on? Mirko, where they end. Momo, it is the 8th prison of the underworld. According to the Divine Comedy, it is where souls are punished for blasphemy and conspiracy against the gods. It is a great desert of ice where souls are sunk into the sky, leaving only their faces uncovered, where a strong blizzard circulates that lashes their faces for all eternity. Kaman, indeed, he would say, serving Niza some tea is where most of the saints end up after their death. Everyone opened their eyes in shock. That was a very ugly fate for those who fought for humans alongside a goddess. The most intelligent only clenched their fists in helplessness, since although they fought alongside a goddess, there was no doubt that facing off in war against another was interpreted as a conspiracy against the gods, therefore it was a strong punishment. Everyone's surprise was overshadowed by a sound, along with a golden glow emanating from the book, activating the screen. On screen, Biographies 10, The General. Off screen, Naomesa. Well, I would say nervous about the previous. We will see someone who is able to guide others. That's good. Nizu, certainly. AFO, with what we see, you know I like being a villain, he would say nervously. All Might and Hero. No one could say anything, although with Kota it was a different story. He didn't like heroes and villains from personal experience. Although being a knight sounded bad, they were the ones he began to admire. On screen, since the age of myth, there has always existed a knight who, thanks to his power, was a great help, guide, and shield to his comrades. In specific cases, he has even been a great devotee of the goddess, being in several cases an advisor and someone who has been given great respect for his actions, with eras of Sagittarius being the only exception in the 16th century, due to the Itia rebellion. The constellation of Sagittarius in each era has shown numerous knights who have been among the strongest in the sanctuary. In the 18th century, this was taken to its maximum expression with the one who, through his wisdom, loyalty, and devotion, was the light that guided his comrades to the end. This is the story of Sisyphus of Sagittarius. Off-screen, All Might, amazing. Mitsuki, so we'll see Izuku's teacher. Bakugo, he doesn't look strong, but calmness is a factor of power, I would say, remembering Dijil. Shoto, He's someone I wouldn't mind following. Kirishima, yes. Shiro, he has that aura of leadership that forces you to follow him. Tokoemi, that's a great shine on your part. Nizu, the teacher and predecessor to young Midoriya. Sir, this will be interesting. Naomasa, yes. AFO, show me what you have to offer Sisyphus. On screen, Sisyphus was the Sagittarius knight during the Holy War of the Lost Canvas. He is the younger half-brother of Ilias of Leo, uncle and master of Regulus of Leo, and protector of Sasha, the Athena of the 18th century, since he found her in Italy when she was still a child. He felt responsible for the start of the war by separating Sasha from her friends, among whom were Hades' vessel, Alone, and Tenma, the future Pegasus Knight. He is the teacher, ancestor, and stepfather of Izuku of Sagittarius after Kairo's intervention. His loyalty to the goddess is unquestionable, and on several occasions he serves not only as her closest companion, but also as an advisor when faced with the doubts that arise as the human reincarnation of Athena faces in her process of fully becoming a deity. He has a fairly good relationship with Haskard of Taurus, whom he seems to have known for some time due to their seniority at the sanctuary. He also appears to have a close relationship with El Cid of Capricorn, appearing excessively cordial toward him as well as showing concern for him during the 10th Saint's fight with the gods of sleep. Techniques. Sagittarius's golden arrow, one of the few weapons Athena allows her knights to use, is the Sagittarius bow. Whoever is the Sagittarius knight in question possesses a bow capable of launching arrows that concentrate all the knight's cosmos power in a single point, making it one of the most effective attacks in Athena's army. Chiron's Light Rush. This attack involves manipulating the cosmos to unleash a powerful golden wind capable of extinguishing powerful attacks. Sagittarius Sisyphus spreads his wings and propels a wide beam of light with his arms, generating a massive whirlwind and strong winds in its wake. Chiron's Diala. Sagittarius Sisyphus flapping the wings of Sagittarius's armor causes a powerful, immense whirlwind of wind that destroys everything around it. Off-screen. Nizu, that confirms several things I would say surprised. David, Regulus of Leo, is his nephew. Naomasa, and he is Ilias's younger half-brother, which was already known. Kota, Haskard of Taurus. He would say thoughtfully to whisper Lord Aldebaran. Stain, so Athena was reborn as a human at that time. Ibera, but why? Kaminari alone. Kendo, Hades' vessel, maybe he reincarnated to protect the boy, but Monoma, see? He caused that holy war. He would say, trying to make Sisyphus look bad. Spinner, and he calls himself a gentleman, he would say angrily. Ida, that is unacceptable to him, he should resign. Stain, he may have been the trigger, but as you can see, it's a cycle that repeats itself every 243 years. Even if he hadn't done anything, the war would still break out. Tsuyu, that's a consolation Karo. Aways, although I won't deny that Athena's reincarnation is very pretty. Shiro, so he's the most loyal. Mineta, I would be loyal to a goddess, he would say, smiling somewhat pervertedly. Kyoka, stupid, she would say, burying her jacks. Uraraka, that shows his commitment, and from what I can see, Izuku-san will be like him, right? Melissa, yes, it seems so. Kota, techniques great. Nizu, Sagittarius's golden arrow. I see a weapon that comes with the armor, although I should have guessed. The form of Sagittarius in astrology is a centaur with a bow. Cogman, as an aside, that arrow is considered a weapon capable of killing gods, he would say, withdrawing with his plates empty. Ibera, capable of killing gods? She would say in amazement. Sir, his attacks are stronger than yours. Almight, yes, I already noticed. David, although they are related to the air element, so maybe they have an associated element, he would say thoughtfully. AFO, and his fighting style is like he's carrying but not carrying a bow. On screen. Childhood. Sisyphus lived in the village surrounding the sanctuary, like a normal child, until one day the Black Knights appeared and burned the entire village. The sanctuary warriors went to evacuate the burning village, but Sisyphus noticed that his friends were trapped in a house as it was being lost. Young Sisyphus entered the house and tried to help his friends, but the fire intensified and they were trapped, until Ilias de Leo, the most powerful gold knight of his generation, appeared and used his lightning plasma to extinguish the flames and save the children. He did so without first congratulating Sisyphus for his courage and determination. From then on, Sisyphus considered the idea of becoming a knight to save the weak. brotherly bonds. Sage brings Sisyphus before Ilias, entrusting him with his training to become a knight. The patriarch also reveals to Sisyphus that he is the younger half-brother of Ilias of Leo. Off-screen, Mandalay, "Oh, we'll see his past," she would say surprised. Pixie Bob, "The life of a normal boy." Bakugo, "Village around the sanctuary?" Shoto, Black Knights. Seeing the disaster the Black Knights were causing, the heroes frowned. It was a thing of the past, and they weren't so stupid as to demand intervention, since it already happened, although they changed their expression when the sanctuary sent help to evacuate civilians. Mirio, "It's a relief." Nijire, "But Sisyphus' friends?" Aizawa, "Child," he would say frowning, "you must stay still. Leave it in the hands of the adults," he would express seriously. Stain, "I see," he would say smiling sideways. Despite everything, Sisyphus would have been a true hero. Mandalay, "That's a mistake. I should have left them in that house, and called an adult." Endeavor, "But his friends would already be dead if that happened." Neomesa, "In our society he would be reprimanded and even imprisoned for it. But they should stop measuring everything with that moral yardstick. This is not our time." Mount Lady Still, Mirko, "The brat already has guts." Hawks, "So that's how you met Ilias." Ida, "But that was wrong. I should scold him, not congratulate him," he would say annoyed. Shoto, "At least he did what a hero would do, sacrifice himself to save someone." That made everyone present cough except a few. Most wouldn't risk doing so. Almight, "So Ilias inspired him to follow that path," he would say smiling. Melissa, "Incredible, the plasma lightning put out the fire." Spiner, "And yet you still condemned them." Hypocrite, I would say annoyed. Stain, "Will you shut up?" He would say in reproach of the lizard, "His ideals are noble, as his actions. The war would happen the same with him taking the girl or not. So stop behaving like those you seek to destroy, since you seek to stop being seen as a monster, but you are just like those who discriminate against you." Hypocrite. Kaminari, "For your house," without reply. Seeing that Sage took Sisyphus to train with Ilias and revealed their relationship, they were surprised. Many thought that Ilias would know of his existence, but this confirmed that he did not. On-screen, training. Years before the Holy War, Sisyphus was with his companions Haskard and Aspros, who were waiting for Ilias, since they had been sent by the Patriarch to defend a village. Suddenly, a group of centaurs arrives to attack a nearby village. Sisyphus and Haskard do not hide their intentions to go fight them. However, Aspros insists that they must wait for Ilias. In any case, the other two go to face them. At first they defeat them with some ease, but that is when the one who guided them in the attack appears, a specter. Then Sisyphus and Haskard are attacked by a large number of arrows, which absorb their vitality. Sisyphus is trampled again and again, but the one who arrives to rescue him is Ilias himself, who with his lightning plasma defeats his rivals. Aspros quickly arrives to rescue Sisyphus, while Ilias is in charge of taking Haskard. Days later, Sisyphus' training continues, training his skill with the bow and arrow. Even though the young apprentice hit the center with his arrow, Ilias tells him that despite everything his brother still does not hear the wind. The young apprentice questions that he had pierced the center of each leaf that fell and hit the center. Questioning what else he wanted him to do, Ilias tells him to converse with the wind. Sisyphus tells him that he has reflected on his actions in the last mission. The Golden Saint then tells him to launch the arrow without using the bow or his eyes. Sisyphus does so, but he cannot concentrate, remembering the words of those who compared him to Ilias. Suddenly Sisyphus feels that his brother is behind him and believes that he plans to kill him. However, he shoots the arrow hitting the center. The young apprentice opens his eyes and realizes that his brother has not moved and that he did not use the speed of light or psychokinesis. The Golden Saint explains that he only spoke with the wind, in order to show his brother the way. After this he tells him that the eyes of a Sagittarius always fix their gaze on a point, becoming the light that will guide his comrades. That is why he should not lose sight of the world and of himself with idle thoughts, and that if Sisyphus succeeds in doing so, Mother Earth and the wind will obey him. The young apprentice does not understand his brother's words and questions whether this could be because he is not his brother. Ilias tells him that he must first be like nature, and if he does, he will be more powerful than any other. Off-screen, Aizawa was annoyed. Even though they weren't knights, Sage decided to send aspirants, clearly in his eyes, not prepared to carry out a defense mission. He was going to say something, but the looks of several people, including the hero killer, made him keep his comments to himself. He was insistent on continuing to judge with his moral yardstick and not stopping doing so. Momo centaurs? She would say surprised. Kendo. And it seems they are evil. Seeing the aspiring boys take action, many heroes wanted to judge that as their world, but they refrained from saying anything. Ida, they should wait for their superior. Tsuyu. I don't think so, since if they do it the innocent will die. Uraraka. A ghost, she would say worriedly. Sir, those arrows are dangerous, he would say, seeing the arrows in Haskard and Sisyphus while his cosmos is absorbed by them. Kaminari. Wow. Mineta. And the Saint of Leo to the rescue, he would say happily. Stain. I think Ilias is more than a hero, he's more of those legends. Seeing the bow training, many were surprised. It was the same one that Sisyphus performed with the green-haired man, so they understood little of its meaning, although being the guiding light for their comrades was something they understood well. Nizu. He talks about becoming one with nature, but I feel there is something more. On screen, knighthood. A year later, Sisyphus battles against the Pisces knight Legones to be named as Saint of Sagittarius. The apprentice is quickly defeated by the Pisces saint, however, he was able to hit him, which was his purpose. The young man falls to the ground. This fact causes the Pisces knight to ask those present to call the medical unit, since it is possible that Sisyphus has been exposed to his poisoned blood. After this, the young aspirant becomes a knight. The test of Ilias. Sisyphus of Sagittarius is sent by the patriarch sage on a mission assigned to see the fate of the holy war against Hades at Delphi with the oracles. This mission had been influenced by Ilias, to test Sisyphus of Sagittarius, who had recently been appointed as the new Saint of Sagittarius. Later, when Sisyphus arrives at Delphi, he meets a pack of wolves who were actually Pythias. Then the leader Arches appears, in the form of the White Wolf, who introduces himself, and then Sisyphus finds himself in a very dense fog, where he begins to see illusions made by the Pythias of Haskard and Aspros, who attack him because according to him he will be a disgrace to the sanctuary in the holy war. He also sees those who were envious of him for having won the golden cloth of Sagittarius, because according to him he had only won it thanks to his brother Ilias of Leo the hero. He realizes that it is just an illusion, and frees himself from the illusion with his Quirian's light impulso technique. After that, he realizes that he is in the sanctuary of Delphi. There Arches was waiting for him, who tests him by facing himself dressed in a Sagittarius sapuri, revealing to him that this would be his destiny. Arches watches the hard battle from afar. Sisyphus for his part fights desperately against his dark version until he finally defeats her. As a final test, Ilias appears to give the young saint his toughest test, since he even tests his ideals by offering him that he could even be free by leaving his post, even bringing him to the brink of death. The test, despite the fact that Sisyphus was determined to pass it and remain a knight, ends prematurely due to Ilias' illness. The Pythia finally appears to give Sisyphus the oracle documents and heal Ilias' wounds a little. Finally, she stays with the golden saint of Leo, watching Sisyphus depart towards his destiny. Off-screen, Endeavor. He faced Legones to win the armor, he would say surprised. Sir, and it seems that his test was just to hit him, given the difference in experience and skill. Midnight. Although Legones' poison did affect him, he will have to be treated. Aizawa. He doesn't seem to have come out as a gentleman at an age no older than 18, I would say seriously, because there were many things with which he didn't agree. When considering the Delphi mission, many doubted whether an oracle would be of much use, given that if one even analyzes the prophecies, they are not clear and concise, but rather convoluted and even have a double meaning, in addition to having a double significance. Stained destiny? Seeing Sisyphus in black armor, many did not know what to say. It was terrifying. The most reasonable did not suspect a betrayal given the loyalty. They only suspected a temporary resurrection as it was seen and relating it to Gateguard of Ares plus a brainwashing. Shigaraki. Go confront your brother. Shoto and Tuya saw it as a déjà vu, since instead of seeing Sisyphus and Ilias they saw themselves face each other. Both knew that their paths would clash, but Dabi looked sideways at Shoto, since he didn't think he had the courage to face him. After all, he is the only one who knows that he still lives, since he returned him once to his house when he realized he was alive and the bicolor followed him. Mitsuki. He left his brother on the verge of death, she would say surprised. Ray, I know it's a test but it's too brutal. Mirko. Stupid disease, I would say annoying. It really was a big battle. Biographies 10. the general too. On screen, back at the sanctuary, Sisyphus, after his mission in Delos, and having proudly received his brother's words considering him a true knight. Some time later, he meets Haskard, who feels his armor begin to resonate, just as Leo's armor was also vibrating on the other side of the world. Haskard is excited because after the attack on a city where Ilias lost his life, his son was lost, so following the resonating of the armor, Sisyphus heads to the place where his nephew Regulus is. Sisyphus is in charge of training his nephew along with the rest of the pupils under his tutelage, among them, Giotto, who would become the bronze saint of the unicorn constellation. Off-screen, Stain, a true gentleman, he would say with a smile on his face. Ilias truly knew what he was doing, testing his convictions, because when death is near, everything is revealed. Kirishima, that's manly, he would say, seeing Sisyphus' pride. Shinzo, his relationship with Haskard is even surprising, seeing that the armor after Ilias' death was connected with Sagittarius. Many found it strange, although the most intelligent deduced that both armors would almost always be worn by relatives. Aizawa, his nephew Regulus, Mandalay, reminds me of Koda. Koda, aunt? He would say embarrassed. Eri, I would laugh a little. Ryukyu, Haskard blames himself for losing the boy. Instead, it could have happened, it was an attack, and in that chaos it could have happened to him. Mirko, but that doesn't justify why I left him. Midnight, and what if he looked for it and didn't find it? I would say seriously that, while it doesn't prove anything, it proves that he didn't forget it, but rather tried to look for it. Seeing the relationship between Sisyphus and Regulus brought a smile to many people's faces. Something told them that despite everything, Sisyphus would be the boy's father figure. On screen, meeting with Athena, Sisyphus is tasked with finding the incarnation of Athena from that era, who for some reason wasn't born in the sanctuary but somewhere else. After a search, Sisyphus finds the girl, who turns out to be Sasha, in a village in Italy. Unwilling to be separated from his friends Tenma, the future knight of Pegasus, and alone, who would be chosen as the future bearer of the soul of the king of the underworld. After making a promise to Tenma that he will always look after her, he leaves for Greece. Search for the god of sleep, Patriarch Sage, who understands that the most powerful rivals to defeat in the previous holy war were the twin gods Hypnos and Thanatos. Both with their power, defeated all the saints of the sanctuary, leaving alive in that era Sage, his brother Hakurai and Crest of Aquarius, who was elsewhere guarding the seal of Poseidon. It is for this reason that he entrusts Sisyphus to travel the world to find a way to defeat the god of sleep. For years traveling around the world looking for information that could be used against the god of sleep Hypnos, Sisyphus was able to know how to break the dream barrier, the protective shield of Hades' castle. This ability possessed by the god of sleep, with which he completely covers, through his cosmos, the surroundings of Hades' castle, causes those who enter said area to fall asleep in a deep sleep from which they do not wake up. Holy War. Pandora's first move is to send a group of specters commanded by Minos of Griffin to attack the sanctuary. Thanks to this, Albafica of Pisces and Haskard, now called Aldebaran, of Taurus, present battle obtaining victory at the cost of the death of Albafica. That same night Hades appeared at the sanctuary. Sisyphus was one of those present. He resisted an attack by the god, but Alone's memory surfaced, and he recognized Sisyphus as the one who took Sasha in her childhood. But since Hades wanted to kill Athena, Sisyphus had no choice but to attack the invader with his golden arrow of Sagittarius, still throwing it despite the pressure inflicted by the god. However, since Hades is a god, the arrow returns against Sisyphus, stabbing into his chest. Sisyphus apparently falls into a deep sleep, unable to continue fighting. It is later revealed that his soul is being held prisoner by the sleep god Hypnos, as Sisyphus contains vital information about the twin gods. Sisyphus was the patriarch's messenger, charged with investigating and learning everything possible about the gods. That's why he knew where to find Athena and perhaps how to imprison Hades again. That's why the saint's soul is ripped out by Ichlos and taken to the world of dreams. Sasha and El Cid set out to rescue him. Off-screen, Nizu, what does that mean? He would say, noticing those words. Almight, what does director mean? Sir, Almight, sometimes you are slow of thought. He says that normally Athena comes down in the sanctuary, this time she didn't. Almight, so what? Neomesa, that must have some meaning. Doesn't it seem suspicious to you? Almight. Honestly, no, I'd say a little nervous. He's an action person, not a brainiac who thinks things through. AFO, you're a muscle-brained kid for a reason. Don't you think before you act? He would say mockingly, I don't want to imagine what would happen if I sent a video incriminating a student. That made most people think, and Nizu immediately knew it. All Might would act for the sake of acting, he wouldn't think anything. This would make him reveal the theme of innocence. Because of that stupidity, he would make people's trust in heroes fall. Sir, with everything we see, I think the title of Symbol of Peace is counterproductive. Gran Torino. Of course he is. If he falls, the system will fall. If he makes a mistake, like dominoes, the trust in heroes will fall. It's just a position for idiots. All Might, Sensei, don't be cruel, he would say, going to make little circles in a dodge. Ryukyu, so Tenma, Sasha and Alone knew each other. Aizawa. Who would have thought Athena, Hades and Pegasus of that era together in one place? Upon hearing about the god of sleep, many frowned. They didn't like that guy or his twin. But upon hearing about the sleep barrier, many became afraid. Sleeping deeply for eternity was something that terrified them, since it was a death in life. Seeing the holy war attack on the sanctuary, many were overcome with sadness at the memory of the fall of Albafica. Although they were surprised by the name change from Haskard to Aldebaran, they decided to continue looking. Shoto, I can't believe it. Monoma, King Hades himself entered the sanctuary. Kendo, this is bad. Ibara, very bad. Mina, I'm scared. Hagakure, Alone as scary as Hades, but I won't deny that he's handsome. Seeing that Sisyphus attacked Hades when everyone was kneeling, they didn't know what to say. Mirko, that's ballsy, he would say, smiling wildly. Shigaraki, or be suicidal. Many thought that arrow would hurt Hades, but they were shocked to see his hand return the arrow and it end up in Sisyphus' chest. Tsuyu, Karo, she would say, surprised and starting to cry. Yui, he didn't kill him, but Tetsu fell into a deep sleep. Nizu, no, he would say, surprised, he's in the dream world. He would call alarmed. That surprised and worried everyone. On screen, Morphia. At the same time, El Cid fights his way to Morphia, defeating the gods of sleep, and he manages to reach Morphia. Thanks to this, Athena has been able to reach Morphia and awaken Sisyphus from his sleep. The saint's dream is the day Sisyphus arrived at his hometown to take her to the sanctuary. Sisyphus stands before a young Athena in his dreams. The little girl backs away. The little dream Tenma reacts and confronts Sagittarius. After much pleading, Sisyphus finally manages to take the girl, but doubt has invaded him, and he begins to wonder if he's doing the right thing. Just then, little Athena tells him he's making a mistake. A terrible blast of black fire has fallen from the sky and covered Sagittarius's body. His clothes have begun to burn. The girl glares at him with hatred. Approaching him, she tells him that this is what happens for intervening in a deception against the great gods. Guilt fills him. He knows she's right. His golden armor has covered his body, yet he still can't contain a cry of pain. The girl explains that he is the cause of that holy war. The Sagittarius armor has left his body and reassembled itself at the little girl's side, aiming the golden arrow straight at his heart. Inside, he thinks it's true, that he is the cause of that holy war, and he asks the Sagittarius armor if it thinks the same as him, because if so, then he'd better shoot him. The armor didn't hesitate, and the arrow pierced Santo's heart. The true Athena, who entered the dream, witnessed the scene. Now she understands that it was because of feelings of guilt that Sisyphus couldn't awaken from that dream. The black flames engulfed him, covering him with a sapuri. Off-screen, sir, so we'll see what he dreams, he would say seriously. Mirio, but that could be good, right? He would say optimistically. Neo Mesa. It would be if they weren't punishing with it. I can see that Sisyphus carries a guilt for something. Nizu, yes, and it is thanks to that guilt that he will not be able to wake up being so powerful, he would say, receiving the assent of the intelligent ones. All Might, it's the day he met Miss Sasha. You have only been interfering with the designs of the gods, you were the one who started the holy war. Kirishima, how cruel, he would say without being able to look. Mina, they torture him too much. Tsuyu, please stop. Karo, Shinzo, demons. Tokoemi and Kurwaro, it's too much. Sero, enough. Kaminari, enough. Please, David, it's too much, but it's something they would do. Mirko, that bastard. Mandalay, It's a lot. Stain. They know he's dangerous, I'd say annoying, and so they torture him. AFOA? Seeing the armor turn black, everyone remembered the trials of the prophecy. Shigaraki. Wow, now he's a ghost, he would say, smiling. Dabi. Old for a moment, I would say, annoyed. The instability of the sky blue-haired boy was already something tiring. Spiner. But looking at it from a logical point of view. Edshot. You're wrong. The holy war would start anyway. That's why he shouldn't blame himself for it. On screen, Athena stares at him, and he looks up, furious with himself. Sasha steps up to stand nearby and shouts that it's not his fault. But it's too late. His soul has been corrupted. He has abruptly pulled out the golden arrow stuck in his heart and placed it on his bow, aiming at his goddess. The goddess has provoked him and encourages him to shoot her. The possessed warrior hesitated for a second, but his dark side won, and the arrow shot out, plunging into Sasha's chest. He shot the arrow, conscious of what he was doing, but at the same time, he felt guilty and worried about her. Sasha clutched her chest. Through her attack, she was able to understand the tremendous pain her soul had been enduring. She approached him slowly, touching the arrow that was wounding her, and told him that her existence in this world was the reason he was hurt. Sisyphus watched her, terrified, calling her name. Sasha couldn't stand it any longer and threw herself at him, hugging him tightly. The love of the goddess made him shudder. Sasha explained why it wasn't the saint's fault, and the shadows began to dissipate, and in the background, a golden glow began to emerge. Carefully, she placed one of her hands on the warrior's chest, and at her touch, the surplice began to break. Sisyphus recovers and promises to fight alongside Athena. Off-screen, Almight, his corrupted soul. Stain, even his goddess tells him it's not his fault, since that's been going on for a long time. Shoto, damn gods, he would say furiously. Rei Shoto, Fuyumi, it's too much. Koda, unfortunate gods, he would say annoyed. Ibara, my god, protect him and return Sisyphus to the side of good. Seeing that Sisyphus aimed the arrow from his heart at the goddess, many had a bad feeling. They hoped he wouldn't do it when they saw doubt. But when the power of Hades won, they clenched their fists. Another warrior with great ideals fall into darkness. Mirko Athena, Ryukyu Athena, Aizawa, enough. Sisyphus accepts that you have already ruined everything. Sir, can you shut up for a moment? He exclaimed, annoyed. He was already fed up with the logical comments the eraser hero was making. Naomasa, look carefully. It's not something bad. He should come back to his senses that way. There's no other way, I would say, understanding things. Aizawa, they realize that he betrays his goddess. Nizu, I'm surprised by your lack of vision. I would say disappointed someone under a mind control quirk is responsible for what they do. Aizawa, no, but Nizu, in this case it's the same, so stop thinking with the logic you always use. Aizawa simply looked at the screen seriously. Everyone was already telling him he was wrong, but in his opinion he wasn't. Seeing that Sisyphus came to his senses in terror, they were surprised and worried to see that he wanted to commit suicide when he saw what he did. Mina, it wasn't you. Hagakure, no. Setsuna, no. Seeing that Athena stopped him and made him remember the promise with Tenma gave them hope, and even more so when the black armor began to crack. All Might, yes. Shoto, did it. Kurishima, yes, he's back. When Sisyphus returned, he said some words that surprised many. I will protect her with my life, even after death. I will always protect the goddess Athena. Everyone except Shigaraki. YSSSSSSS. They celebrated. Shigaraki just scratched his neck in annoyance. Midnight, see Aizawa, you're not always right. Aizawa had to admit that he was wrong, but he wasn't one to shout it out loud. Ida, even after death? Ibara, could he possibly do it? On screen, assault on Hades Cathedral. Sisyphus has awakened. He knows the secret to defeating the gods of sleep. Oneiros has merged with the other three gods as he faces off against El Cid of Capricorn, Tenma of Pegasus, Giotto of Unicorn, and Yuzuriha of Crane. Sisyphus must pierce the soul of each of the four gods who are fused with his golden arrow, but that arrow must be charged with Athena's cosmos for it to work. So Sisyphus launches an arrow, while Sasha charges it with her own power, as if she herself launched it too. The arrow travels thousands of kilometers until it reaches Italy, but it is only one arrow and the gods are four, for this El Cid who is waiting for it jumps and intercepts it, cutting it into 4 pieces with his Excalibur. Each of these pieces pierces the gods, and El Cid is in charge of giving them the final blow. He does something similar to break Hypnos's last defense of Hades' castle. He fires an arrow that teleports over the forest surrounding the cathedral, destroying the dream barrier that prevented anyone from reaching Hades' compound. From this moment on, and without a patriarch leading the fight, he leads the massive invasion with all the saints who are still alive. Atora, Hakurai's youngest apprentice, transports them to the cathedral, but Hades' barrier still prevents the army from reaching it. Libra Doko and Ares Cheyenne go ahead, along with Tenma, Yuzuriha, and Yato, to confront Hades directly. Sisyphus was unable to complete this mission because Alone moved his place to heaven, on the lost canvas, off-screen. Seeing the same moment with El Cid, many could not be surprised again since it was a very epic moment, seeing the defeat of 4 gods at the hands of a human. Kirishima, look, he'll use that arrow again, he would say excitedly. Tetsu, yes, I would say, seeing it pointing upwards. Present Mike, so that's how he got from Greece to Italy, huh? He would say, surprised. Seeing the saints and aspirants depart, many were amazed at the abilities of the inhabitants of Jameer, successors of the Lemurians. Teleportation was an amazing ability. Sir, so Doko, Cheyenne, Tenma, Yato, and Yuzuriha come forward. Neo Mesa, one more barrier still missing. Hawks, Hades' barrier. Seeing that Alone moved the cathedral to heaven, many got angry. It was a somewhat cowardly attitude of not accepting defeat. Shigaraki, what a shame heroes and knights couldn't win that battle, he would say mockingly. He hated the knights for being like heroes, he hated them. AFO, his madness is already scaring me, he thought worriedly. On screen, facing Garuda. When the saints are repairing the Ship of Hope, a ship built in the mythological age using the wood of a divine tree that grew on Mount Olympus, part of Garuda's division arrives to assault and destroy the vessel. Thus, Violet of Behemoth confronts Regulus of Leo, but the young Leo defeats her, demonstrating significant superiority. Ultimately, the Judge of Hell disables Leo. Ikos heads for the ship, but Sisyphus protects the ship's interior from the Spectre's attack, who is preparing to use his own black ship's heavy weapons. Tenma and Yato fly on the ship reborn in that era. Garuda gives a speech in which he denies the idea that Sisyphus has ties of friendship with the other saints, that his subordinates should not be his friends but only subordinates who fear their leader. Ikos attacks the ship with the Indra Conqueror technique, black flames that he shoots from the ground to the sky where the ship is, but Sisyphus in the blink of an eye is already on the ship's mast and intercepts the flames of the Judge of Hell by launching a shower of golden arrows. The battle between the saints and the specters is fought on flying ships. Iakos' ship takes off and attacks the Ship of Hope head-on. Yato of Unicorn is in charge of steering the ship. Ikos of Garuda sets fire to his own ship and all its crew to strike with that power at the defenders of Athena and incinerate them. But just before the blow, Sisyphus stops the impact with his bare hands, and with his Chiron's light impulse technique, he extinguishes the black fire and saves the crews of both ships. Iakos' crew recognizes how they were saved by the Gold Saint, while Garuda's ship, although no longer burning in flames, hits the Ship of Hope hard. Ikos, seeing doubts in his men, attacks them alone and kills them, calling them disposable. The judge gets off the ship and stands in front of the Sagittarius Saint, both ready to begin the battle one-on-one. Garuda's Ikos makes his trademark X mark on the ground where he claims Sisyphus will fall dead when he uses his technique on the saint. Sisyphus attacks Garuda with a volley of arrows, but uses one of his surviving subordinates as a shield, so Sagittarius stops attacking and is vulnerable to the Spectre's galactic death blaze, which leaves the saint immobile, and thus takes the opportunity to use his greatest technique, Garuda's flap, leaving him for dead. But Sisyphus gets up, but is again attacked by Garuda's galactic death blaze. In order not to die, Sisyphus decides to blind himself so as not to perceive the eyes of the illusion of the Spectre. However, Ikos reveals to him that it does not matter that Sagittarius has destroyed his eyes, because the technique reaches directly to the brain. On the verge of death, Sisyphus awakens the eighth sense, the sense to survive hell, and frees himself from the illusion of the galactic death glow, attacking Garuda with a powerful impact of light, defeating him definitively. Off-screen, there were no words to define the magnitude of the battle that was taking place, and although David, Melissa and May were interested in the Ship of Hope because it was considered a god, the others decided to place their hopes on that ship. Aizawa frowned again at the sight of Regulus, but the battle against Behemoth Violet kept him quiet. The most impressive part was the battle against Garuda, a judge of hell, who nearly killed him, so they witnessed his sacrifice of sight to avoid dying from it. Recovery Girl was shocked, and the heroes were speechless. They definitely couldn't compare. At the same time, the most glorious and epic moment was the awakening of Sisyphus's eighth sense. On screen, Door of the Lost Canvas. The saints have finally arrived at the Lost Canvas. However, the guardian of the door is the specter Pharaoh of Sphinx, who uses his cursed scales technique to tear out the hearts of the Silver Saints, as he says that the door is balanced with the feather of truth. Pharaoh considers it a shame that the saints' hearts are not true, and threatens to do the same to the other three silvers. Sasha interrupts, claiming that she trusts her warriors, but to spare them from suffering, the goddess offers her heart to be weighed on the scales, but Tenma runs through her and offers himself as a victim for the curse technique. Pharaoh is delighted that Hades will be pleased to have Pegasus's heart brought to him and proceeds with the technique. However, Sisyphus stepped in to prevent Tenma from sacrificing himself. Tenma told Sagittarius not to fight yet as he was too injured from fighting Garuda, but Sisyphus assures that no one should sacrifice themselves in vain. So Pharaoh extracts the heart that Sisyphus offered him to prove loyalty to Athena and takes it to the scales. At first the scales do not tip and the heart is heavier, but suddenly and to Sphinx's surprise there is a balance between the feather and the heart, and the door opens. Pharaoh is baffled because the scales should not balance because he manipulated it with his cosmos. Sisyphus clarifies that Pharaoh's cosmos is not as powerful as the loyalty in his heart, and so, with a single blow of his fist, Sisyphus defeats Sphinx. But in the process, Sisyphus sacrificed his heart, so he falls apparently dead. However, the door that was opening suddenly stopped and Pharaoh stood up saying that the door would not open any further from there because of his curse, and only an explosion equivalent to the Big Bang could open it, but, he said, it would be out of bounds to Pharaoh's army. Immediately Sphinx fell dead from his wounds. Some say that it will be impossible to generate a Big Bang, but Cheyenne reveals that yes, it is possible, but it is necessary that there be three saints, and at that moment there are only two alive, Cheyenne himself and Regulus. But Sisyphus, despite everything, gets up to make a last effort, and between the three of them they perform the forbidden technique, the exclamation of Athena that opens the door. At that moment Sasha remembered when Sisyphus took her to the Patriarch when she was a child and the feelings of happiness of the Saint of Sagittarius. Sisyphus finally dies. Off-screen, seeing Pharaoh's actions made many people's blood run cold, including Toga's, due to his technique. No one said anything because they were very focused. However, when they saw that Tenma offered himself, they became worried. However, relief did not come when Sisyphus intervened and received the technique himself, thus defeating the specter who only judged according to his loyalty to Hades by manipulating the scales. Many couldn't help but cry at that ending, but knowing that Pharaoh had tricked everyone made them frown. Even if he gave them a way out, in their eyes it was impossible to create a Big Bang. Nizu, well, I think we're done here. Sir, I don't know. Hearing about a technique capable of recreating it caused many to go into mental shock and their minds figuratively exploded. As they listened to the requirements, they once again gave up, though to everyone's surprise, especially Recovery Girls, Sisyphus stood up. No one had any words to say about what they were seeing. They couldn't even comment, they couldn't even breathe, from the shock and how immersed they were. They could only record the name of the technique, Athena's exclamation. Seeing it was a privilege, even if, from what they saw, it meant Sisyphus's farewell, leaving nothing but his armor behind. They were going to see what was next, but the screen continued to their surprise. On screen, during the battle between Cheyenne and Deku against the god Hades, the 10 golden armors that had been summoned by the Ares Knight, separate, and are once again worn by the dead gold saints. In battle between them, Sisyphus, with the help of the deceased knights, Cheyenne and Deku managed to create the equivalent of sunlight in order to defeat Hades. The explosion of pure light has caused the soul of the god of the underworld to leave Alone's body, escaping from that place in search of refuge. The screen turns off. Now, if there were no words to describe what they felt, the aspiring heroes professed great admiration for the knights, given that they even defied death by resurrecting, even for brief moments. There is no doubt that they are bigger than the present ones. AFO, I evaded death for a long time and they come back as if nothing happened, he thought, genuinely surprised. Everyone had the same thoughts. It was truly admirable, although many top heroes found it difficult to accept. Chapter 4. Stain, on the other hand, was seeing that his society was very rotten, saving the aspirants. The rest of the heroes were masses of pride, idiots who don't think, like Almight, so his doctrine was on the verge of losing all possible meaning. Dalby was talking to Shoto to see about his mother, while AFO was having Kurogiri restrain Shigaraki, to inject him with a tranquilizer, courtesy of cogman. His mental state was worrying a lot, so it was better to keep him quiet. Toga, what do you think we'll see now? I hope there's blood, she'd say, smiling. Spiner. I don't know, he would say seriously. He was fed up with everything he said being easily refuted. Even Stain told him he was wrong, because you can't treat them the same way they treated you, since it makes you equal to them. David, I'm curious about what's coming next. Mitsuki, me too. The book would turn a few pages, causing a strong wind, while background music played through the speakers and the screen played an image, attracting everyone's attention. On screen, Izuku, at 11 years old, was already close to completing his training, his hard path and his perseverance, along with the support of his mother and teachers, with the exception of Crest given his coldness, although he knew that the former Aquarius Knight silently supported him. Since he began his training at age 5, Izuku has been able to push his body to limits that humans with quirks could not take, using a power that in those humans who are born with said power, it is a blockage. At the age of 7 he was able to awaken his sixth sense and trained for a whole year to use it naturally, the only technique he could learn being the unicorn gallop. Even so, the training had to continue, since as a golden knight in training, he must use the seventh sense as if it were a part of himself, a sense that at the age of 10, he had managed to awaken, always in combat against his teachers who took him to the limit. Even being close to death, of course in that aspect he ended up very injured, but his teachers never went too far, although they had no mercy. At 11 years old, Izuku was a boy who, by the standards of his age, had a well-built physique, given his strength and speed acquired through training. During his time at Uraraka school, he was able to pass undisturbed by many students. Only Katsuki Bakugo's group bothered him. Despite everything, without a quirk, he possessed surprising strength and speed, which made everyone suspect that his quirk was an augmentation quirk, so he had to train his body. Although it was rare to see him dressed like boys his age, since he usually wore his training suits. Off-screen, Almight Aizawa, 11 years old and he's about to finish? He would ask, frowning. Mizu, that's fascinating. Midnight, yes, but well, even though he still seems like a child to me. Ryukyu, the best thing we can do is not judge. He chose the path of knights, not heroes. Sir, sixth sense at 7, interesting. Naomasa. Although that does not take away the fact that only one technique is known. Momo, unicorn gallop, at least it's something. Shoto, yes, and it seems like it was a year of hard training for him. AFO, who would have thought that being so young the seventh sense would awaken? I would say genuinely surprised. Katsuki, TSK, presumptuous, he whispered with a slight smile. Mount Lady, not so bad for a kid. Nagant, it's a girl, you would be a pedophile. Nijire, wow, how did his strength increase just by training? Why did everyone else leave him alone? Mirio, his strength and speed, being so well trained, make him look like he has a quirk. Tamaki, although only one group messes with him. Mitsuki, Katsuki, it's not my fault that they praised me for my quirk. Nizu, I'm afraid that's true, those with powerful quirks are quickly praised. Melissa, not to mention that it fills her head with silly ideas. Stain, and if they become heroes, let them be false heroes. Uraraka, Izuku-san doesn't look bad in his training suit, she would say, blushing slightly. On screen, however, the training did not end there, so with the help of Regulus and Sisyphus, it was time to train the techniques of his constellation and those that Regulus could teach, given his ability. Regulus has the unique ability to see the flow of the cosmos of living beings, understand how it flows regardless of whether the one carrying out the attack is a saint or a specter, and understand how the techniques work, which allows him to learn the techniques he observes, whether to manipulate the opponent's techniques against them or perform them himself. This ability in itself would allow one to see the flow of powers like All Might's One for All, which by chance in life a careless Tashinori Yagi released in a forest, the same one where Izuku usually trains, without realizing it, off-screen. Sir, Eyes of Regulus? That's an interesting ability. Upon hearing his explanation, they understood and All Might opened his eyes in surprise, while those who knew the secret looked at him as if he were stupid. Gran Torino, you're a jerk, he would say, hitting him on the head with a stick. How could you possibly speak carelessly? All Might, I'm sorry, he would say in pain. Nana, stronger Sorahiko. Gran Torino, good, he would say to repeat the blow. On screen. In this way, Regulus was able to help him perfect the unicorn gallop, after Regulus himself had learned it in the past from his companion and friend Yato of Unicorn, since both had trained together under the tutelage of Sisyphus. Another technique he was able to teach was the Kajanui, a technique specific to the violet spectrum of Behemoth, the celestial star of solitude. Said technique allows the user of the same contain the body of his opponent with an enormous shadow. For this he creates a dark shadow on the ground, capturing the opponent in the throat of a monstrous figure on the ground. Inside that shadow he paralyzes his adversary by embracing his body and manipulates the dead of the underworld who were confined. In the tar hell of the 7th underworld prison, these come to the surface, hold and block the movements of his opponent, who is sealed upon entering the space covered by that dark area, immobilized at the mercy of the user. In addition, the young lion taught him the techniques specific to the Leo constellation: plasma lightning, a light-speed punch that delivers 100 million blows per second, which can impact from a distance through shock waves by breaking the sound barrier; voltage lightning, a light-speed punch that, upon breaking the sound barrier, projects a shock wave that propels the blow into the air in the form of a ball of light; and crown lightning, which consists of sending one's cosmos to the ground, generating an eruption, like many of the pillars of electricity. Off-screen. Kendo, so that technique was from the Unicorn Knight. Ibera, yes. Always, this looks interesting. Monoma, a technique of a spectrum? Upon hearing what Kajanui is capable of, many were terrified, although for others it was a very good technique. All Might, use the dead, I would say seriously. Nizu, so you know the techniques of the Leo constellation, I would say interested. Shoto, plasma lightning. Kirishima, voltage lightning. Shoji, crown of lightning. Tokoemi, moving at the speed of light is very complicated, and he does it in a way that many would consider lethal. Tetsu, yes, it's true. Endeavor, if I can convince him to marry Fuyumi, I'll have strong grandchildren who will surpass All Might, he thought greedily. Edge shot, his speed and power are making it look like being a hero is child's play. Kamui, don't even mention it. On screen, Sisyphus, for his part, knowing that his efforts would not be in vain, proceeded to teach him the techniques specific to the Sagittarius constellation, Izuku's alma mater as a knight. Since Athena forbids the use of weapons on her knights, but allows those armors that have one to use them with the exception of the 6 pairs of weapons of the Libra armor, the Sagittarius armor has a golden bow along with its arrow, which materializes with the knight's cosmos, while the arrow appears on the armor's shoulder pad. Another technique he learned to use is Chiron's Light Impulse, a powerful golden wind that is capable of dissipating powerful attacks. The last technique taught by Sisyphus is Chiron's Diala, an attack that uses the wings of the golden Sagittarius armor, which causes a powerful immense whirlwind of wind that destroys everything around it. Off-screen, seeing what Sisyphus was teaching them, many thought it was correct. After all, he was the successor of the previous Sagittarius, so they saw it as something logical. Therefore they did not comment anything, except that the names of the same contained the name of Chiron, the legendary trainer of heroes. On screen, these abilities were not the only ones, given that they had seen several techniques and numerous nights, where they were able to decipher and teach a couple, such as the Crystal Wall, a technique created based on psychokinesis, creating an impenetrable barrier between him and his adversary, where all attacks that collide against this wall are returned against the opponent. Another technique that, like the previous one, belonged to the Night Scion of Ares, is the Stardust Revolution, a technique in which the user throws attacks at the speed of light in the form of stars. Also deciphered and belonging to the same night, Izuku learned the use of Starlight Extinction, the projection of rings of immense light that envelop the opponent until their body disintegrates. Evolving the first, he managed to create the Crystal Robe, a protective barrier before him, created with psychokinesis. He also came to understand and use teleportation as if he were an inhabitant of Jameer, who possess a great natural ability for psychokinesis, with which they use said ability. Also another technique from another Gold Knight, the Scarlet Needle, copied by Regulus from Scorpio's Cardia, a technique that directly attacks the enemy's central nervous system through a shock wave that emerges from the user's fingertip, so that its intense pain also causes total paralysis. Off-screen, Mineta please, we need a nerf. Shishida, he is extremely powerful. Sin, is extremely powerful. Stain, these are interesting techniques. AFO, young Regulus's ability never ceases to amaze me. I'd say interested, he couldn't use Cosmos, given his restriction on quirks, but it would have been interesting to steal those abilities. Nizu, interesting. Sir, teleportation, just using psychokinesis, is truly powerful. Ryukyu, more than that, he looks like a prodigy. Mirko, I already want to fight him. Mandalay, that is evident, and its techniques, although not from the constellation, are known to us through biographies. Aizawa, the problem is that he killed a villain. Ida, I wish I could move like that. Ingenium, you'll be able to do it soon, brother. Kirishima, he might be stronger than All Might. Tsuyu, considering what we saw, Karo is probably much stronger than him. Yoichi, it's true. Daigoro, I wonder if One for All will reach that level someday. If it is already powerful with the 8th, how many carriers will pass? The 5th carrier wondered. Nizu, Scarlet Needle, he would say interested. Hawks, it looks like an interrogation and torture technique. Koda, Suga Izuku-san is great. Eri, yes. Chisaki, it's an aberration to my plans, he thought, surprised. He never considered that there would be people with powers beyond quirks. On screen, while that might be too much for someone, Izuku wanted to develop his own techniques, since each knight had their own, not just the fixed ones of their constellation, achieving it at 13 years old, remaining in the eyes of Regulus and Sisyphus as a full-fledged golden knight. Atomic Thunderbolt, a punch with the fist that is charged with electrical energy thanks to his cosmos, while lightning appears behind him. And the other technique, Pleiades Nova, which has a destructive power that can create spheres of energy with tails towards the opponent. Izuku focuses cosmos in his hand and raises upwards rays of energy that form spheres that contain great power that is discharged at the opponent when he throws with his right arm, causing the opponent to be captured to discharge the energy spheres against the opponent. Off-screen, Nizu, Ryukyu-san, you are indeed right to a certain extent, but at the same time, no, if he were a prodigy he would have graduated as a knight much earlier, but it is observed that he is not weak at all. Sir, yes, creating several techniques alone is a real achievement. Naomesa, not to mention they are really powerful, I would say nervously. Toga, he has no blood, but he's cute. Dabi, crazy, twice. Love is a given / don't suck on love. Midnight, it's true, it's cute, if I weren't younger I would desecrate it. Shota, still has the moral code of the knights, which is surprising. Aizawa, well, that was coming, I would say boring to think about. Why do I have a bad feeling? Kinoko, don't you have the feeling that there's still more to see? Kaminari, yes. And it looks like he went through hell, hehe. Kyoka, you wouldn't stand for it, idiot. On screen, it was after completing that training that Sisyphus wanted to give him the armor to reward the green-haired man's efforts, given that with each increase in cosmos during training, the armor, being alive, reacted to him. The armor of Athena's army has life unlike others. They are made of orichalcum, germanium, and stardust. The armor protects the wearer and can also enhance the cosmos or retain the memories and power of its previous wearers. Since they have a life of their own, they can choose their wearers or reject those they have chosen if they stray from the path. They have a certain level of consciousness. They can be assembled totally or partially on the warrior they protect or placed in front of him to protect him from any threat. It is thanks to this that the Sagittarius armor accepted Izuku as a bearer. The constancy of training near Sisyphus made his personality become similar to his, possessing an unquestionable loyalty towards Athena, being a good advisor if needed, in addition to showing that he maintains his friendly, altruistic and cheerful personality since he was a child, although if one saw his passion for quirks and heroes was diminishing a lot, even so, just by seeing a quirk, no matter how minimal it is, you can determine strengths and weaknesses, as well as how to counteract and improve it. Off-screen, Present Mike, effort is rewarded, yeah, he would say excitedly. Pixie Bob, The kitten has tried hard. Hearing about the armor and the fact that they were alive, May, David, and Melissa became interested, since it was something new. Hearing their materials, there were no words. Most of them were divine metals, such as orichalcum. Sir, I see. If the armor does not recognize him as a wearer, it will abandon him. Mirio, well, that's something amazing. Tamaki, yes. Momo, that way. Stain, Athena makes sure that those who follow her have her values to fulfill their duty. Almight, so the armor accepts him as a carrier. I'm not entirely convinced because of his age, but it's something we have no control over. AFO, that doesn't exist, and you know it well. Hearing the green-haired man's personality, they didn't know what to think. On one hand, he was good, but on the other, he revealed that, if necessary, he would fight against them only because of his devotion to Athena if the heroes tried to do something against her or anything that represented her. On screen, before naming him Golden Knight, Sisyphus was stopped by Crest, who would take the boy to Siberia, saying that if he didn't return even 1 year later, Izuku wouldn't win the armor. Only Sisyphus understood that. He knew that Izuku had to touch one of them in combat to properly win the armor, but Crest's ideas were different. They took a plane to Siberia, where they changed vehicles 3 times, and then continued their journey on foot to the coldest and most isolated places, where they wouldn't even have contact with people. With minimal clothing, Crest had Izuku withstand the lowest temperatures while performing various physical exercises, such as lifting ice blocks to gain strength, or running marked distances. Izuku had to hit countless times numerous glaciers thousands of times larger than him, gaining resistance to contact, given that he injured himself numerous times doing it with nothing more than his bare hands. But with Cosmo he managed to heal his wounds to continue. Crest also buried him in ice to withstand the low temperatures, given that with the armor the Gold Saints can withstand absolute zero, the world of the but if the body does not do so, the armor will be useless. Another action that Crest did was to make Izuku swim on completely frozen waters to gain resistance, something that, given previous training, was lessened. In addition to the physical aspect, there were also fights against Crest to hone these skills. Crest even used to lock him up in caves while using his Cosmo attacks to rain stalactites down on him, which he quickly dodged given his reflexes. Off-screen, Kirishima, why is he holding him back? Shoto, Siberia? Ray, how is it that only one should return? Those last words made several theorize. Nizu, AFO, Neomesa. David realized what Crest wanted to do, so they wanted to know if his thinking was correct, while the rest did not understand, although Sir began to read between the lines of those words. Seeing the training in Siberia, many were at a loss for words. If it had been hellish training before, now they had no idea how to describe it. Vera Izuku, wearing only a muscle shirt, short shorts, and almost no coat, exposed to the elements in inhumane conditions, shocked them. Many mothers covered their mouths in shock, while the teachers frowned. This wasn't training, it was torture. Aizawa, he's going too far, he wants to kill him, he would say annoyed. Midnight, now you're worried? You've expelled entire classes just for not having potential. When they could have had it or have forged that potential, hypocrite, she thought annoyed. Kyoka, are those ice stalactites? Kirishima, it's a manly training, he would say trembling with fear. Shoto, train like this? He would say looking at himself. Sir, Crest is too strict. On screen, it was after 9 months of arduous training that Crest was certain of what they would do. Determined, he and Izuku walked out to the outskirts of the cave where they usually slept to recharge their batteries and stood before him. Crest, Izuku, our training is almost over. Even though you are ready to return, you still have 1 more test to endure. Izuku, if you think I'm ready, Master, I'm gladly willing to do it. Crest, fine, he would say seriously, loading Cosmos that Izuku noticed. If that's your answer, it's time for you to turn diamond dust. Off-screen, Midnight, 1 more test? Nizu, that confirms my suspicions. Mirio, what does he want? Seeing that Crest attacked the green-haired man, many were surprised. AFO, a confrontation. Almight, but why? I don't see the need for him to do it if he's already gone through that hellish training. Sir, Toshi, he would say, shaking his head. AFO, there is no doubt that he is stupid. Stain, Almight, he wants to test his abilities at 100%. It's something he wants to see, and he will make him fight at 100% even if he has to attack to kill him. The prospective students were shocked to hear that. It was crazy. On screen, Izuku, seeing his master's attack, would dodge it to avoid problems with the ice, but he didn't notice that his master was going to perform another attack. Izuku, so this is the test, he would say, placing himself in a fighting stance. I won't hold back. Izuku would launch himself against his master while emanating a golden cosmos aura around him, beginning a hand-to-hand exchange with Crest. Despite Izuku's advantage in power given that the green-haired man's cosmos was higher than Crest's, reaching par with that of Sisyphus before he faced Icos of Garuda, Crest's experience made the scales of both balanced. Crest, what's going on? You're fighting back. Are Regulus and Sisyphus hopes wrong, he would say, fight. Izuku, that's what I do. Crest, no you don't, you fight by holding back. You don't want to kill me since I'm your teacher, but in a fight, no matter your opponent, they will always attack with the intention of killing you. Izuku, I see, I would say, to increase his power and fight a little more seriously. Crest, don't hold back. Izuku would jump, while extending his leg in the direction of Crest. Izuku, unicorn gallop. Off screen. Momo, why is that? Mina, he's behaving like I'm an enemy. Ojiro, but why? Kendo, it makes no sense. Nizu, they still need to observe young people. Crest planned it from the beginning. Ida, but still, it is unacceptable for a teacher. Nana, I'm with them. Upon hearing the words, no matter your opponent, he will always attack with the intention of killing you. Daigoro, these are somewhat true words. Almight, he is not your opponent, he is your master. Aizawa, I shouldn't do it like that. Naomasa, no, he's doing what Crest wants. Mirko, not bad at all. Ibara, that's it. Kurwaro, the unicorn's gallop? On screen. Crest, interesting, but you're still holding back. You're letting your emotions get the best of you. Freezing shield. Crest would use his ice shield, blocking the green-haired man's kick and freezing him there in an ice coffin. Crest, it seems that Sisyphus was wrong about you. You are not ready. On the battlefield you must be cold. At least there you will stay forever, he would say, retreating, but in that a break is heard. What? Perhaps he would say to turn to see that the ice was breaking and Izuku emanated a golden aura. Then show me that you are not a mistake. Izuku, he would say, breaking the ice with his Cosmo. I'm not finished yet, sensei. Crest, then attack, because I will attack you to kill you. Imagine if it were an enemy specter or a villain with a quirk to steal appearances using my face. You would let innocent people die. Off screen. Seeing that Crest locked Izuku in ice, many were shocked, but very upset to hear his words. Katsuki, no! The nerd may be many things, but no one would ever be wrong with him. He bellowed angrily. It was true, no one had more willpower than the green-haired boy. Seeing that Izuku emanated a golden aura surprised them. Endeavor, is he? Snipe, he's breaking the ice from the inside. Upon hearing the following words, everyone froze. Many, trusting that he was an ally, would let him act without knowing it. They would be guilty of being innocent, ignorant, and trusting. Nizu, he's a good teacher, he would say, earning the looks of disbelief from several. David, but with all this, Naomasa, what will be the outcome of this? On screen. Izuku, no, I won't, he would say, getting more serious. Sensei, if you want to perish now, I will give you that pleasure. Crest, in that case, show me what you have, he would say, preparing to launch one of Aquarius's strongest techniques. Izuku, to Crest's surprise, got into the same position. Crest, so you managed to imitate me, but I noticed that your cosmos is cold but not cold enough. Izuku, since my teacher Sisyphus and Regulus Senpai taught me the techniques, along with my analysis, I began to decipher what the techniques are like. I may not have Regulus's ability, but that won't stop me. All the techniques I've seen him use, I've deciphered them. Crest, are you planning to defeat me using my own techniques? He would ask seriously, although internally he was proud. Izuku, you want to find out, master? Crest, HMP, in that case come with everything. Both, execution or aura. Off screen. David, what do they intend? Almight, what do you want to do? AFO, isn't it obvious? They'll continue the fight. Seeing the position that Crest took, many were surprised. Ibara, it can't be. Kendo, that technique. Nagant, yes. Mandalay, it's Aurora execution. Nizu, both go down to absolute zero, but if both collide, sir, it is likely that one or both of them will die. Ida, aren't you serious? If so, Tsuyu. But how do they keep doing that, Karo? Stain, it's because it's Crest's decision, he would say, surprising everyone. Almight, what do you mean? Stain, look and you will understand. Seeing the execution of both, everyone prepared. since the clash of powers was imminent. On screen, both collided with their attacks with force, causing the ice around them to begin to rise, while the clash was left in a state of equality. Crest, for being so young he is able to fight on par with me. As a master I should feel proud. Besides, he fights to kill me. Anyone would reprimand him, but it is my decision to make him fight like that, I would think. Izuku, I don't want to kill Sensei. But despite being a 1,000-day battle, since we are both Golden Knights, or well, in my case I bring my cosmos closer to one, Sensei wants to die. That's why he attacks that way, live for 500 years and be sent to this time. I can understand that feeling. You want to join your comrades in death, he would think while tears fell from his face. But it was clear what he had to do. Out of respect for his teacher and his decision, he had to finish him. At one point Izuku would emanate more cosmos as Izuku's Aurora execution gained ground, causing Crest to crack a smile until he was hit. The fight would end since Crest was freezing, so Izuku approached, his Aurora execution hitting his master directly in the heart. So he didn't have much time left. Izuku, teacher, off-screen. The Todorokis, what power! Hearing Crest's thoughts, those who were teachers just looked the other way. They were words loaded with truth. They would never make their students use 100% of their abilities because they are aware that used at that level, it is certain death. But hypocritically they always tell them to give their all, when every time they go too far they scold them or limit them. Almight, Shonen must stop, please. Ida, Midoriya, stop if you keep going like this. Sir, Battle of 1,000 Days? Mizu, that's interesting. Understanding from Izuku what Crest wanted, many refused to accept it, while others knew he wanted to return to death and reunite with his fallen comrades. Several heroes were looking at the green-haired man seriously. They didn't agree with his desire to kill, no matter how much his master forced him to. Seeing Izuku surpass Crest's technique and Crest take the green-haired man's technique to the heart, many just remained silent. Crest was freezing, he was dying. Ida, he is a murderer, I would say without thinking. Monoma, he must be arrested. Tsuyu, but why did he do it? Kero, she would say, starting to cry. Izuku-chan must be suffering from losing his teacher. Mirko, a murderer feels no remorse, girl. Ryukyu, that's not right, Mirko. Mandalay, it's true, some do have it, and he did it because his teacher forced him, not for anything else. Several professionals wanted to shout murder at him, while the future candidates looked on with sadness. They couldn't imagine what the green-haired man must be feeling at that moment. Ibera, God please have Crest in your grace, she would say in a prayer pose. On screen, Crest, Izuku, I'm sorry to be so hard on you, but smiling, if I weren't as rude as I was, you would have fallen into the human thought of having mercy on an opponent when he can't be saved. In this world of villains, you will be forced to choose between locking up an unsavable criminal behind bars who when he gets out will kill innocents to be imprisoned again and repeat the cycle, or end his life for a greater good. Unlike Sisyphus or Regulus, since they are more idealistic than me, I am pragmatic. There will always be deaths in the fight between good and evil, and even if you try to avoid them, they will happen. So do not fear or be mortified by it. It may be cold of me, but they are necessary evils. Always a small evil is necessary for the greater good. Izuku, Master Crest, you despite your treatment earned my affection and respect. You taught me a lot about the cosmos that you learned with experience during your life that, despite being long, you managed to give me those teachings. As much as I could deduce your diamond dust, the Aurora execution, the ice circle or the coffin and the ice shield, you taught me to keep my emotions out of combat and to see through the hearts of my opponents. Maybe you are right that every villain can deserve death. But by understanding your teachings, I will be able to see if they deserve or can reform. You taught me a lot, and even though you remained distant so as not to take affection, you did it. You were the uncle I never had. Crest, I know there's not much I can do, but while I'm grateful for your words and your maturity, it may sound selfish, but I'd like to ask you to lock me in an ice coffin. Izuku, you don't have to ask for it, Master. I was going to do it anyway, he would say, hiding his tears. Crest, Izuku, my disciple, never forget that you have the strength to face your enemy, no matter how powerful he is, and don't hesitate to show your pain when you can so as not to let it accumulate. Men also cry when they should, there's no need to hide it. Izuku, yes, Master, he would say without hiding his tears while smiling. Crest, thank you, Izuku. You will be a great golden knight. You are already worthy of carrying that title, he would say, closing his eyes. I know you can achieve wonders, he would finish saying. Izuku, master, he would say, shedding his tears while launching an icy cosmos to lock his master in the ice coffin for eternity. You have already returned with your comrades. After that, Izuku would begin his return to Mistreated since, despite not wanting to do so, he had to have done it. His tears came out of his eyes indicating his pain, but it was already there. After 500 years, Crest of Aquarius reached the end of his life, bequeathing his will through Izuku to the following generations. Off-screen, upon hearing the farewell between student and teacher, many girls and mothers would begin to sob. Several of those who were speaking out against the green-haired man could only swallow their words. Mirko could only look the other way. He would never admit his mistake. That would play against his pride. The aspirants looked closely at Crest and listened to his words. More than one felt that killing was not a bad idea. After all, he was right in his words. For heroes, killing was taboo, and it was something wrong. But after a rapist and murderer escaped, how many victims would have been caused by not killing him when it was due? The heroes, on the other hand, frowned. They did not agree with the lethal option. Not even as a last resort, they could not conceive of it. Hearing Crest's parting words and his phrase, Kirishima and Tetsu began to cry, saying that he was very manly, deciding to follow that advice. Seeing what Izuku did and locking him in the ice coffin, several thought it was a nice gesture, leaving him locked up already dead to prevent time from doing its thing. Shoto. So now he's a gold knight, he would say seriously. Crest's words were correct, and he understood the motive. Only he didn't grasp Crest's purpose behind that motive. On screen, in Mistreated, it was night, and as usual, Sisyphus and Inko were sleeping in the room. After both had settled as a couple, despite the illness, Sisyphus was able to forge a family and complete something that his heart longed for. Izuku was the son he could not have by blood, but there he was, as his successor and apprentice. When he felt the battle begin, he opened his eyes until it ended. Sisyphus knew what Crest wanted to do, so he had to respect that decision, and he would support Izuku in his pain for the rest of the time he had left, given the progress of his illness. Sisyphus. So that's what you've decided, Crest. Even if you're gone, there will still be others who will continue on your path, he would say in his thoughts to hug Inko and fall asleep again. Screen turns off. Mitsuki. Inko, how lucky you are. But you deserve it after all, she would say, seeing how happy she lived with Sisyphus. Almight. So Sisyphus is in a nutshell the father of young Midoriya. Upon hearing that Sisyphus was sick, and that it was the same illness as Ilia's, they were surprised, although Recovery Girl related it to genetics. Sir, he will need his father in that pain. Mirio, yes. Sisyphus's words surprised everyone. They were full of wisdom and expectation, as well as hope, so they decided not to comment and remained silent in honor of Crest. Biographies 11. The Hunter. The room was immersed in their thoughts. The pro-heroes, for the most part, attached to their morality and sense of compliance with the law, were seeing the green-haired man as scum. The students, saving Ida who was undecided, were digesting everything. They did not endorse killing, but they understood that it was Crest's wish to do so. Likewise, they saw more humanity in the green-haired man, noticing his pain, which several heroes for the most part were not able to see. Stain, then why do you hunt them? Mirko, what do you mean, bastard? Almight, the hero killer is right. You see actions more than what people feel. Kamui, but it's true, a murderer will always be a murderer, he would say, annoyed. Nizu, still, there are no charges, he will not be arrested. Death Arms, why do you say that? He would say, annoyed. Sir, technically it wasn't in Japan, he didn't break any laws. Neomesa, and Siberia is under the jurisdiction of Russia as a country, therefore its laws must be applied. AFO, not to mention that as you talk about stopping him, you would show that your laws are the only ones managing to surpass the right of Russia, and since they will do nothing to ignore it, you would create a war for your own pride, killing civilians in the middle. Nana, it's true. Hawks, why they agree with him. Nizu, I should take away everyone's license. Ingenium, it's true, being in another country, we would be exercising authority that we do not have. We are heroes of Japan, not of Russia, therefore, exceeding our authority. Sir, that's right, we would violate international law and stop being considered heroes. Many professionals remained silent in the face of this. They didn't want to admit it, but it was true. Crest was murdered in Russia, not Japan. Therefore, their law had no weight and they had no say. Furthermore, intervening as they were shouting would only mean entering another country's land without its authorization, which, depending on the political power and power, could trigger a war. Melissa, well, I would say nervously, what do you think we will see? Kirishima, I hope it's another gentleman, a very manly one. Tetsu, me too. Momo, if we go in order, we have been with the last ones having a pattern, and if we count the last generation to Midoriya, Kendo, Albafica, Digel, El Cid and Sisyphus, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn and Sagittarius, Ibera, so the next one would be Kaminari. Libra, I would say very intelligent. Ibera, no, according to the calendar Scorpio would follow. The book would turn a page, revealing a golden glow, attracting everyone's attention. Shoto, it's already starting, I would say, like a little boy. Ray, calm down, he would say smiling. Koda, I want to see it, he would say excitedly. On screen, in any group, there's always a rebellious and reckless character, someone who doesn't take things seriously at first glance. But when push comes to shove, they usually demonstrate their great worth and power to secure victory for their comrades. Today it's the turn of a knight with those traits. Today we'll introduce you to Cardia of Scorpio. Cardia of Scorpio is the golden saint of the Scorpion constellation, during the Holy War of the Lost Canvas in the 18th century. He is known for his courage and recklessness in battle and for being the victim of an illness that increases his temperature to the point of generating flames in his internal organs, including his heart, a temperature that only the icy air of Digel of Aquarius can reduce. Off-screen, sir, a rebel, he would say frowning. He didn't like these guys. Shigaraki, a rebel? Ha, I like that. Dabi, I'm sorry, he would say, burying a tranquilizer in Manolo's leg. Shigaraki, what's wrong with you? Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz, he would say, falling. AFO, someone with those characteristics, I like him. Nana, he looks like a student who follows his path. What do you think, Toshi? Almight, that's what it looks like, hee. Gran Torino, like you. Blockhead, he would say smiling. Stain, seriously, who the hell is this old man that All Might is terrified of him? He would think, seeing the symbol of peace, nervous. Hawks, so Scorpio Cardia continues. Kirishima, wow, old man looks manly. Monoma, he has the look of a madman. Toga, I want to be her friend. Twice, you're crazy / I love you too. Bakugo, I like this guy. Endeavor, Mirko, well, show what you've got, man, she would say, smiling like crazy. Hearing Cardia's illness, Recovery Girl looked surprised. She had no records of such a disease, even the smartest ones. Recovery Girl, how come that disease doesn't kill him? Nizu, use Digel's cold air, I would say seriously. Kirishima, old even with that disease. Tetsu, that's a real man, he would say with macho tears. On screen, Cardia is a tall man with long, messy blue hair, blue eyes, and a light skin tone. He wears green pants and the golden Scorpio armor. Cardia is presented as a sadistic, proud, impulsive knight, someone who enjoys torturing his enemy, especially when he believes they lack honor. He is a boastful warrior with an explosive personality, who dislikes boredom and therefore spends his time seeking to ignite his heart through fights. He was the one who gave Sasha enough confidence to accept her new responsibilities and powers as the reincarnation of the goddess Athena. He fights for fun and finds situations of extreme danger exciting and a challenge that he is willing to overcome and win. He lives an intense life and always seeks to do what he loves. He does not fear death, but if it were to happen, he would seek to lose his life against very powerful opponents. Cardia is a very noble knight who does not hesitate to help those in need, although amid comments that imply a false indifference on his part. He enjoys torturing his enemies but offers them the possibility of dying or redeeming themselves, fully honoring his title of saint. Techniques. Scarlet Needle. This technique directly attacks the enemy's central nervous system by means of a shock wave that emanates from the user's fingertip, causing intense pain and total paralysis. However, it is not a fatal blow, as 15 hits are required to kill an opponent. This allows the opponent to surrender. Burning Scarlet Needle. This is a variant of the Scarlet Needle, which activates when his heart reaches temperatures high enough to kill him. It relies on heat, and he uses his index fingernail to fire it into his opponent's bloodstream, boiling their blood and burning their flesh from the inside out. Cardia is capable of using this attack with both hands. Off-screen, Mandalay, It's interesting. Ragdoll, yes. Midnight, saving his psychopath face, he would be a good match. Aizawa, says the one who usually makes similar faces and harasses minors, he would say with his bored tone. Mitsuki, if you didn't have a quirk, would you be able to be a Scorpio Knight? Bakugo, I don't know, Mom, but I think it would still be explosive. Upon hearing Cardia's personality, many looked to Mirko, since she was the one who most resembled her, proud, sadistic, impulsive, crazy about fighting, Almight. So he was the one who gave Athena confidence, he would say smiling. Sir, although torturing his opponent. Mirio, yes, he is somewhat sadistic. Nijire, lacking honor? Stain, very interesting. Spiner, I don't like it, he would say trembling. Shoto, techniques. Momo, Scarlet Needle. Well, her finger looks like a scorpion stinger. Ibara, a blow. Ojiro, capable of paralyzing the opponent. Kendo, that's good and scary. Mizu, 15 hits to death, and all 15 look like. Sir, yes. Neo Mesa, the constellation of Scorpio. David, I wouldn't be surprised if the lethal one of those needles was named after its biggest star. Melissa and Terry's. Endeavor, Scarlet Needle? I would say interested. Toga, you know, I don't like it, she would say with fear. AFO, a blow with a wound no bigger than a bug bite terrifies me. Yoichi, incinerate from within? Daigoro, I don't like receiving attacks like that. On screen, childhood. Little Cardia had been diagnosed with heart disease and only had a year to live. The boy didn't want to die in bed and went out to explore as much of the world as he could. In the Greek ruins, he met an old man who turned out to be Crest of Aquarius, who, seeing his potential, offered him the blood of Athena to extend the boy's life. Cardia clarified that he didn't want to live forever, but to live to the fullest, so the old saint of Aquarius gave him the misopethaminos to take advantage of his illness. The boy later became known as Cardia of Scorpio, the best friend of Digel of Aquarius, who, like his teacher, took the role to cool Cardia's body. Battle against an Aztec god. One day, little Sasha had escaped from the temple of Athena in the sanctuary and was wandering through the houses. She is suddenly attacked by wolves and Cardia saves her. Then both of them left because Sasha was bored in the sanctuary. They go to a seedy bar that seems to be in Mexico, where a woman named Calvera welcomes them. Upon entering the tavern, the girl tells him that she does not feel comfortable in a place like that. Calvera appears and tells her that a girl should not be there, and seeing the similarity with Cardia, assumes that they are both siblings, going to reproach Cardia. The Saint of Scorpio tells him not to give him problems and that Sasha is not his sister, where Calvera offers him food courtesy of the house. Suddenly the jaguars enter the place, who are the warriors at the service of the god Tezcatlipoca, being the representative and leader of the jaguars Hysuda, who wanted to kidnap Calvera. But Cardia avoids it by fighting against them, while Calvera takes Sasha to a place of it. After the jaguars are defeated, Hysuda appears, who proposes to Cardia to use his heart as a sacrifice to the sun. After an exchange of words, both shake hands and Hysuda traces a symbol with an obsidian fang, where the Scorpio saint feels pain in his heart and falls unconscious. Cardia has 2 days to reach the temple with Hysuda, otherwise, the fang will travel from his wrist to his heart, taking his life. Hysuda takes Calvera and tells her that she will go with him, since that is her destiny as a priestess, which she refuses. Seeing this, Cardia gets up in agony and saves Calvera. After Hysuda leaves, Calvera tells them that his father was a healer and also about the myth of the gods Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca. Suddenly the talk is interrupted by an assassin sent by Hysuda, where Cardia confronts him and defeats him with her scarlet needles and begins to torture him, being interrupted by Sasha, who interrogates him about his behavior, but is kidnapped by the assassin, who claims that she will be used as the sacrifice that will awaken Tezcatlipoca. Cardia, due to the effect of the obsidian fang, loses consciousness, so Calvera takes him to her house and gives him a treatment. So once she finishes, she leaves and goes to negotiate with Hysuda, but disappears on the way, being hypnotized and forced to join the ritual that will awaken the deity. Cardia wakes up and knows that Calvera left to resolve the matter with Hysuda and save Sasha. Calvera appears before Hysuda at the ritual, and Cardia also arrives in time. Cardia arrives in front of Hysuda. Hysuda directly attacks Cardia, who responds with the scarlet needle, but it does not harm Hysuda. Hysuda orders Nawapili, her kidnapper, to kill Sasha, but he hesitates and Athena escapes him. This thanks to Cardia's attacks, Nawapili hesitates to kill Sasha since she protected him and feels that if he kills her he will feel cold again like before, something he does not feel now. Hyusuda attacks Sasha but Nawapili protects her at the cost of his life, which causes Scorpion's anger. Hyusuda shows incredible power before Cardia, throws Cardia into the temple and he manages to observe his god Tezcatlipoca, and Hyusuda explains to Cardia how thanks to the Fang embedded in his heart he gets closer to the power to resurrect his god to destroy the world. By sacrificing Cardia's heart, everything will be ready for the complete resurrection of his god. Huexta thinks to share that destiny with Calvera but she resists despite being under Huexta's spell. Huexta believes she has won the battle but this extreme situation makes Cardia's heart burn more. This led Cardia to use the ultimate Scarlet Needle, the Burning Scarlet Needle. After that, Cardia releases Antares with her ultimate needle mixing with the inexplicable heat released by Cardia's heart and defeats Hyusuda, which ends up being the end of Cardia. Everything seemed to be over but Huesta with his last strength asks Tezcatlipoca to destroy all those who surrounded him, and it is at that moment when Sasha awakens her powers of Athena. Sasha destroys the god, but cries for the sacrifice of Cardia since it was thanks to him that she did not fear her responsibility of being a goddess. Calvera tells her not to fear that she remembered her past and transforms into Quetzalcoatl and gives her warmth to Cardia, who manages to awaken to the joy of the infant Athena. Calvera then rebuilds his bar. Meanwhile, at the sanctuary, Digel and Cardia go to the Patriarch's chambers. They meet Sisyphus, who congratulates Cardia. They then enter for the presentation of the Athena of the era. Cardia is surprised and happy with what he sees, as is Athena, since thanks to Cardia's attitude and strength, she manages to become Athena and gather the courage to lead an entire army to begin the Holy War. Off-screen, seeing Cardia as a child and his life expectancy, many were saddened, although they were surprised by the reckless desire that this child had not wanted to die in bed, but rather wanted to travel and see the world, which made several of them smile. When they met Digel in his old appearance, everyone was surprised given that he was an old man, estimating him to be 500 years old there. The most intelligent being those who did not guess this, they affirmed it. Mirko, yes, I like him. AFO, so he passed that technique on to him, huh? Dobby, I wanted to live life to the fullest, I like it now. The view continued without showing anything more of his youth until reaching his moments as a gentleman, surprised that they had traveled to Mexico. Aizawa, how dare you take a goddess to a dive bar? He would say, annoyed by the gentleman's irresponsibility. AFO, although if your bartender is like Kurojairi, he would surely serve you well. Mineta, oh my god, he would say, surprised to see Calvera. Kaminari, anyone who saw her would say she was a big woman for SNU. Kyoka, perverts, I would say to bury their jacks in both of them. Nizu, jaguars? Something doesn't add up. Almight, those guys don't inspire me with confidence. Sir, another god. AFO, Tezcatlipoca. Neomesa, a Mexica deity. Melissa, so they also fight, I would say, listening to the myth of both Mexican deities. Momo, I'm not so surprised that the gods have wars. Ibera, not me either, but who could Quetzalcoatl be? I know he's a deity, but is he good or bad with us? Everyone continued to look surprised and more with the battles against the jaguars, especially their leader, as well as the kidnapping of Sasha, although many false heroes did not like that Cardia was so sadistic with a simple kidnapper, although Aizawa only gave Athena a look of disapproval for letting herself be kidnapped. The fight continued and no one had words, surprised that it was at that moment that Athena awakened her powers, defeating Tezcatlipoca, although sad to see the possible death of Cardia, until Calvera transformed into a feathered serpent. Setsuna is Monoma, it's Quetzalcoatl, a goddess. Nizu, so she saved Cardia, huh? Endeavor, I like the burning scarlet needle. On screen, Holy War mission in Siberia. Shortly after the Holy War began, Cardia is found torturing Zeros of Frog, who had been captured for infiltrating the sanctuary to try to kill Tenma of Pegasus, taking the life of Aldebaran of Taurus. Cardia's objective was to obtain information about Hades. Digel of Aquarius appears at the Temple of Scorpio and asks him to accompany him to Siberia on a mission. At first, Cardia refuses to go, claiming to be unable to withstand the cold climate, and also that he is not interested in such a boring mission, especially when Digel mentions that it is about Poseidon, quickly changing his mind, and even hurrying his companion. Upon arriving at Bullied, home of the Ice Saints, they are unsuccessfully attacked by the hooded blue warriors, whom Cardia soon defeats with his scarlet spire, mistaking them for specters. It is while he notices the similarity of his attacker's armor with that of the sanctuary when he is surprised by the arrival of Unity, Deagle's childhood friend and also Lord of Bluegrad, who takes them to the place where the entrance to Atlantis, the kingdom of Poseidon, is located. Before seeing the Emperor of the Seas, they are attacked by Rhadamanthes of Wyvern and Pandora. Rhadamanthes pierces Unity's chest, infuriating Deagle, who uses his Aurora execution and attacks the Judge of Hell. When the attempt fails, Cardia intervenes and decides to stay and fight Rhadamanthes while Deagle advances to stop Pandora, who had already gone ahead to meet with Poseidon. After a violent battle, Cardia discovers that Rhadamanthes is the rival he's been searching for so long, and that he has been burning with desire to fight. He uses a variation of his Scarlet Needle of Flame, matching the heat of his heart to his cosmos, which has the side effect of causing him to suffer from any wounds he inflicts on his enemy. This, in turn, causes his heart to slowly stop, though not before he has seen his opponent die. With Unity fleeing in a desperate attempt to complete the mission of both Gold Saints, Cardia reappears once again, infusing warmth into the Lord of Bullied so that he does not lose the will to live and helping him escape from the rubble, finally being buried along with the Saint of Aquarius. Off-screen, no one had words for what they saw, because they knew it would happen by remembering Deagle's biography, and although they knew that he faced Rhadamanthes, they could see that he defeated him but could not kill him, although they were surprised and worried by the technique he used. Kirishima, gosh, this guy is very manly, he would say, crying. Shoto, with honor until the end. Endeavor, you gave your best and that's why I admire you. Cardia, I would say with respect, although I thought that if I met him he and Scorpio would have a nice conversation. Mirko, so that's how you lived at the max, huh? I like you. Almight, so far everyone has died and although they revived for a while, they all died. Nizu, I hope to see someone alive in this war. Aizawa, and me in ours.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.